Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は223日目です。It is day 223. Let's get into our reading practice. Today, we did our lesson 2 and lesson 3. See how they jump up. Lesson 4. Okay. Excuse me. 好きなゴルフ。Did they go with golf bar or Joe? Okay. ゴルフ場について話しています。I guess talk about your favorite golfing place, right? Or your as in I was referring to the person that is talking or writing this. All right. Let's get into this. Interesting. Okay.
好きなゴルフ場について話しています。今日はゴルフの練習に行きました。あそこの新しいゴルフ場にはゴルフカートがあります。レストランもあります。レストランがあるゴルフ場が好きです。ここは私の好きなゴルフ場です。ここのレストランに行くのが好きです。よくレストランのカレーを食べるのは私です。レストランのうどんは美味しくないです。
Well, that took a sudden turn. Okay. Okay, so today, topic marker, right? Today, topic marker at the golf place or at golf practice, right? Went to golf practice, so I went to practice golf today. Right. 練習 is practice. And niku is to go to do something, right? To go to do something. And then it's ikimashita. Mashita being the past tense in Tenego or the mas form. Then we have asoko, so there, right? Asoko no atarashii golfu-jo. So there's a new golf place. Why is this highlighted? Maybe it's the grammar point that deals with using an E adjective that's right in front of a noun. So the adjective just chucks it right into in front of a noun. Right. And there's a golf aru. So aru ga what is there? There is a golfu kato, right? A golf cart. So I went to practice golf today. That new golf course has golf carts, right? And this is also using niwa, a position with the topic. So the topic of being there. So I don't know we actually even covered that in the topic section, where you combine the particles, especially wa. Okay. Then we have there's also a restaurant, right? Restaurant mo arimasu. I'm not great at saying restaurant in general. Gotta work on it. And then they like, so ski desu. So ski is a non-adjective, so it requires an da or des, right? In this case, they're talking formal, so as well des. So then this is using the whole phrase to modify a noun. So restaurant ga aru. There is a restaurant. It's a golf place, gorufu, right? Gorufu-jo. That there is a restaurant, right? So a golf place that has a restaurant. and they like a golf place that have restaurant or with restaurants, however many restaurants, right? Actually, it's probably more plural because this may be considered as a general statement. So a general statement tends to be with restaurants, as opposed to like I like golf places with a restaurant. That feels a little bit more narrow. I'm not entirely sure if Aru weighs more on generalizations or it can be either, like whatever the context is. Because if there's also a restaurant, I like golf course with a restaurant is perfectly acceptable as well by context. If they are referring to a restaurant or there are restaurants, and L that right. I forgot to look at the illustration again. Just go straight into whatever I see. So here, I here right here, the topic of here is my favorite golf place, right? Skina. So skina again is a non-adjective, and this is to demonstrate that non-adjectives can be modifiers to nouns. They require a na though, as opposed to like atarashi. Okay, and this next is this restaurant. They're going to they like the restaurant. They're going to the restaurant that how does it, they like the restaurant that they're going to, or they're going to the restaurant here. They like to go to the restaurant here. I think that's a little bit better. They like going to the one restaurant here, or the restaurant that is here. Yeah, to this restaurant. The reason why I'm saying here is because what I said yesterday, where koko could be this in English, and kore could be this in English as well. And since they're using iku, I'm guessing, since they're saying niku, it would be more like it would be more contextually friendly if you're using koko instead of kore, right? Because they're talking about a location. Despite both kore and koko would end up saying this in English. And ski, I think we're okay. Yeah, these are okay. Then yoku restaurant. So yoku is good. Wait. Why yoku instead of... I'll have to think about that. Huh. And then they're talking about the curry, kare. They ate. So this is interesting how this is phrased. So I am the one who the one who had good curry, the one who ate good curry, ate the good curry was I. So that's kind of how I was interpreting it, as opposed to flipping it. It kind of just sounds like Yoda, right? Like we're just Yodaing this. And then the restaurant's udon was not good, or it wasn't tasty. Yeah, I am a person who often... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yoku. Sorry, often. Not ii. Yoku often eats the restaurant curry. The restaurant's udon is not delicious. That went the other way. Right. I wonder if... Why prefer this? I guess they're trying to introduce another compound thing. So Noah versus Niwa, right? Up here. That's interesting. As opposed to say like watashi wa レストランの、よくレストランのカレーを食べる。Right? Got some illustrations. You didn't say anything about golfing though. like like her experience with golfing. And then okay, menu. Udon, not so much. Kare, nice. Okay. Alright, next one. What do we have? Kuruma. Kuruma o uru? No, kau. No, uru? Uru mise. Yes. Uru mise no soto de. 外で話している友達。Friend that is talking about selling, the friend that is talking outside of talking with the, I guess, yeah, the friend talking with the friend, or talking friend outside of the like foreign car, or outside of the car dealership. Yeah, friends chatting outside car dealership. So all of this, right? So this right here is modifying tomodachi, right? And then technically all of this is also modifying anashiteru. So then that means all of this is modifying this, right? It's this, right? This to this to this, so all of this. And then technically this, like, so all of, and then this whole part is modifying this. So it just keeps going. It's kind of like, well, it's not quite the, I guess it's not the same in English. I'm picturing it like an English analog right now where, okay, an adjective is defining this, which is an adjective defining this, which is an adjective. So it's just constantly describing, but really, the particles are separate things. Like one showing the activity, where the activity is occurring, and then this is telling you the position outside, position where, outside of where, and then this is the adjective for this store. So technically this is a verb that tells you they're selling cars. This is an adjective for the store, and this tells you the position of this, where this is being modified by speaking, and this is telling you where the speaking is happening. Right. All right. Get into it. Interesting.
車を売る店の外で話している友達。私は車が好きです。かっこいい車が好きです。あそこの白い車もいいです。この小さい車は嫌いです。私はこの車を買いました。この車は赤い色です。私はドライブをするのが好きです。今日も出かけました。あなたも車が好きですか？あそこの車はあなたの車ですか？あなたもドライブをするのが好きですか？ドライブは楽しいです。
Oh, you know what? I think probably the reason why some of these feel a little bit mechanical is that, well, first, obviously we still lack the conjunctions and conditionals and whatnot. The other thing is many of these passages are someone speaking, like someone monologuing. They're not having a conversation with, like, there's not two people having a conversation. So typically, like, these statements alone would feel fine if they were having conversation. Hence, like, why N5, like in the topic section, most of the stuff is conversation, and they feel great, like, or they feel nicer because sharp statements one after another, you can pass the baton back and forth when conversing, right? However, when monologuing or like explaining, like these, I know the person asks some questions, it's presented like it's rhetoric. Like, what kind of car do you like? That's a rhetoric when no one is responding, right? Like, let me know what kind of car you like. Or do you like cars that are big? Do you like cars that are red colored? They're not expecting, they're speaking, like, this is written in a way that it's rhetoric where they're not expecting a response, right? They're talking, like brainstorming in their head. So to me, there's a lower threshold of making this stuff feel less stiff, which is to use conditionals. Like, obviously I spend 90% of my time doing this, right? With conditionals in English. I speak, like, this very moment, the things I'm saying about this passage is what I mean. The way it feels natural when I'm not having a literal conversation with someone is to use conditionals while modifying the different parts of the sentence to add, like, transitions as though I'm talking to myself, so to speak. So we have yet to get there. Meanwhile, I think if most of these passages were conversations, which I don't know what JLPT is like anymore. I did like one mock exam way back, like two years ago. I'm curious what their preferences are. For myself, I think typically if I were to extrapolate from English proficiency exams, typically they don't necessarily favor conversation, like dialogue reading. They far more favor compositional writing. So it's getting there, so to speak. However, obviously it just feels like they're making one statement. Now, it sounds stiff when it's expository, like when someone is explaining things. It isn't when you're having conversation. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is a lot of early internet things, I'm going to say, like app design and feedback from use cases, like applications, people's interests when they're learning stuff or the media they consume, it's largely focused on conversation. So early stuff is dealing with conversation, which makes sense, honestly. You want to learn how to communicate, right? Communicate with early things. So they do feel stilted when represented like this. And we're trying to get to a point where it isn't this, so that I can monologue and string together ideas like the way I'm using English right now. It doesn't have to be incredibly sophisticated with formal, traditional, like professional vocabulary. It can be down to earth while forming conditionals back and forth, right? The vast majority of the time I'm speaking English is typically from an instructional standpoint or a rhetoric standpoint, not having direct conversation with someone. If you broke this up and have someone else speak, like after one statement, you have someone else speak in response, baton passing, it would be pretty reasonable. It would sound pretty reasonable, and also it reflects the vast majority of English conversations I read online. That this is what English conversations sound like online, in my opinion. Whether it's good or not, they're not really having a discussion. Like, I don't think the vast majority of English conversations are discussions. They are exchanging, they are stating ideas back and forth. So like, I like this car. Like, same. I like yellow cars more than I like red cars. Nah, I like green cars more than them. Right? So like two people talking, right? Oh, this boss is so awesome. This boss is hard. Nah, this boss is easy. Oh, you think the boss is easy. I think the boss is hard, right? Like back and forth. That's kind of your standard chat, right? Your YouTube chat stuff. So if you've injected another person speaking after all these statements, then it would be less stilted. And you can do that with N5 without like conditionals and transitions. Whether that's natural for Japanese people, that's kind of an interesting thought. I should really pay attention. I don't think so. I think that it's actually more on the contextually simpler side, like the inference side. For myself, in terms of English, and if I'm discussing with someone, it's far beyond this. So I'm trying to get there. Like I don't really engage, or I engage in this stuff. However, that's not my like wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is to talk in transitional phrases, conditionals, and lining up logic, reasoning, and overall themes while conversing. So like the topic could be about existentialism, and it would start with various ideas, bank it off of the other person, then the other person contributes ideas in which we collaboratively combine synergistically or counter, like interact with new discussion topics. So not stating stuff like, I think this game is goated. Well, I think this game is not as good as X. I'm like, well, you're wrong. Well, I think for these reasons, I'm right. That's kind of usually the as close as you get to reactive conversation. Anyway, that's my thought when I'm listening to this. Okay, so this person says, I like this car. I like cars. Just general, I like cars. Ski again. Yeah, nominative. かっこいい is actually pretty interesting. So its conjugation is treated as an e, so it's かっこ and then e. So e is the same e, the yoi. The reason why I'm making this remark is because there was a conjugation point when I was looking, and I was like, wait, how is this? And it became yoi, right? Yoku, kakkoyoku, right? So that's kind of a neat one. This is mimetic, but cool. So I like cool cars. I imagine that's the nuances of a cool car. And then that what? That white colored car over there is also nice, right? Or also good. I like cars. I like cool cars. Yeah, that white car over there is also nice. So you could imagine, like, I like cars to another person. It shows two people talking, but technically it's just the one person talking and one person is listening. All right. I like cars, and then someone could say, asoko, or are wa dou desu ka? Right? Are wa dou? Or something like that. Like, how about that one over there? Situation. And then it's like, well, I like cool cars. That one's not cool. It's like, well, how about that white one over there? It's like, oh, that white one over there is also nice. Something like that to break up the lack of conversation here. Anyways, so this small car, I dislike this small car, and this can be hate. I typically use the word dislike. It can vary in degree, but kirai, kirai is a non-adjective. Yeah, hence the des as well. You can't really tell based on the des, but kirai is a non-adjective. So it would be like kiraida is if it was casual. So chisai is another e adjective, modifying kuruma, car. And I bought this car, right? So kono kuruma, this is I forgot what this is called, but let's just call it an identifying thing. So this car, identifying modifier of a noun. And then kayamashita, that is the past tense of kau, which is buy in tenego. And this the color of this car. So kono kuruma wa akai iro desu. It's red. So akai is a color, and yes, it's an e adjective just based on how this works. I don't want to put it by it because color sometimes can behave a little different. I don't want to overstep because I still can't gather all of the different color related things. I just like this small car. I bought this car. This car is red. Probably right here. Then I like driving, right? I like driving. So topic, doraibu o suru. So doraibu is a loan word, and typically loan words can function like they can often be paired with suru, and suru versus omitting o is a mixed bag. Sometimes the o is dropped, sometimes it's not. So doraibu suru or doraibu o suru. And then also doraibu, lots of katakana words are also considered non-adjectives. That's why you can suru them honestly in a way. Then because doraibu o suru is functioning as a noun, like a noun, like use no, right? So no ga suki desu. So no is the nominalization that's required for these. That's kind of how I'm viewing it now, and it helps out with consistency of the reason why I'm saying that a katakana, like a loan borrow word like a Chinese or a English word, they typically pair with suru, or they can act as noun like, as a non-adjective. All of those things are related to the idea of knowing when you need a normalizer, like no, very specifically no. And on occasion, you might have a phrase that use koto, right? One of the earlier things that I had problems with, or not really problems, but knowing all of the times or how to figure out how to selectively decide when to use a normalizing no, is trying to identify what all the conditions of like noun-like phrases or noun-like things preceding, because that's what the no functions at. So that's noga suki is a stock, also a stock phrase to like to do something, right? To like to do something, and the something ends up becoming it requires a nominalizer, right? Because of the ga suki. Okay, so kyomo. So today also we went out, right? Dakemashita. So went, mashita, or past tense. Enego. Then anata mo. So you also, right? Do you also like to drive? No, she's not responding yet. There's just a yapathon, right? Yapathon. Do you like to drive? Do you like to also drive? Mo. So ski. Right. Desu ka? Having a more neutral way of asking, right? The reason why it's neutral is it could be like if they're friendly on friendly term. あなたも車が好き? Right, you can just end and drop the deska. What deska is, in my opinion, your neutral stock, sort of polite way to like lean towards polite. That is the default to ask. And that car, right, is that your car, basically, that car over there. Nothing really here. We're good. We covered that. Do you like cars too? Is that car over there yours? Oh, wait. Maybe they're still up here? And then, do you also like to drive, right? So, あなたも also. And then, ドライブをするのが好きですか? And then, ドライブは楽しいです. So, we're just gonna assume it's the same person. They're just talking and the other person's like listening. It's like, okay, rhetoric. Or you could imagine that there's a nod or there's a response in between a lot of the questions. Up to you. I do a lot of rhetoric because I spend most of my time recording these things. Like literally I'm not talking to anyone other than myself. So when I'm presenting questions, I'm presenting questions rhetorically. All right. So next one, let's look at the illustration. So we have two goobers. Clearly one is a tennis player. The other one likes football. There's a baseball mitt. So yaku, tennis, soccer, right? Just gonna chat about sports, I suppose. Ooh, oh, yeah, okay. So, お兄さんとスポーツについて話しています。So, talking about sports with the old bro. Alright. More adjectives, non-adjectives. Okay. I see that when their lessons, they're keeping their lessons on, like, most of their prompts have like a maybe 10 or so things. I'm gonna say 10 or less, no more than 10 things, and they repetitiously write different contexts for using those 10 different or less than 10 different things.
お兄さんとスポーツについて話しています。兄は大学生です。兄は元気な学生です。兄はたまに僕の部屋に来ます。兄の好きなスポーツはテニスです。兄はテニスをするのが好きです。私はサッカーと野球が好きです。兄は月曜日と土曜日に大学へ行きます。テニスサークルがある大学なんです。兄はテニスの練習をするのが好きです。野球の練習をするのは僕です。勉強をするのは楽しくないです。
Interesting that they switched between two people here. Again, she's the MC here is the girl, and she's monologuing, right? She's describing the scenario, so they're not having a conversation, right? So you have to imagine there's someone talking to themselves, right? So a brother is a university student, 大学生です。And he's a, he's a healthy, lively, energetic, and genki is a non-adjective, right? Genki na gakusei, healthy student, right? Gakusei desu. Then brother later came to my room, right? 僕の部屋に来ます。And wait, hang on. That's not mata. Often, sorry. Or, yeah, often comes to the room. Tamani. Or occasionally. No, not the other way. The other way, occasionally. Sorry, tamani. Occasionally. Not often. Not often. So, brother likes... The sport that brother likes is tennis. So, that's... that's a turn of phrase here, as opposed to my brother, like, for example, boku no ani boku no ani wa, like, sports, tennis ga suki, tennis no ga suki desu, or tennis o suru no ga suki desu, or something like that, where they're making... So what I mean by turn of phrases, this is another way to express it. Basically, brother's favorite sport is tennis, as opposed to brother likes to play tennis. Turn of phrase. Or the sport, like, oh no, actually, maybe not. Maybe you can't express it that way. My brother's favorite... Oh no, maybe not. This is probably far more reasonable expressed this way. So, brother, possession, right? 好きなスポーツ, 好きな being non-adjective, スポーツ. Wow, so that's the topic. So, brother's favorite sport. What is it? Tennis, right? Tennis desu. Then, in terms of brother, he really likes to play tennis. So that's how that works. Now we got, in terms of me, this is where the voice changed, interestingly enough. So in terms of me, I like soccer and yaku, baseball. Right? Ski again. They're really focusing on the adjectives and non-adjectives in the adjectival positions. Then ani wa が月曜日と土曜日、right? 土曜日に大学大学へ行きます。We go to the university on Mondays and Sundays, or on Monday and Sunday. It isn't clear. No, it's not clear that it's habitual, so it's just my older brother... Oh, sorry, not we, but my older brother, the topic is older brother, goes to college on Monday and Saturday. So the reason why I made that distinction is because they could say my shoe up here and could imply that it's a habit. So then it would become my older brother goes to college on Mondays and Saturdays. I'm not sure if this is enough to infer that it's a habit, because eiku is not quite habitual, but you can kind of still infer plus or minus. There are stronger tendencies to provide enough context or even change up the form or the aspect of the verb to imply that it is a habit, as in they do it as a routine. This one, the way this is written, N5, right? N5, I don't think they used any verbiage that dealt with inclinations or differentiations of habit. So that's all we got right now. my older brother goes to college on Monday and Saturday. There is a way, multiple ways, changing the aspect of the verb and the verb itself, and also adding a frequency word before like times in order to infer that it is a habit or a routine. That's something it's in N5 though. It is an N5 concept. They just haven't crossed it yet. And tennis sakuru. Sakuru is a club. It can also mean like section, group. It deals with like an organized thing. So organized set of people. So a club would be the closest here in context. So there is a soccer club. There is a soccer club. I guess the university's soccer club, right? There is a university soccer club, basically. In it, none this. So, because gakko, daigaku is a noun, so it needs a na. So, nan desu, right? To emphasize is desu. However, we have to keep remembering that if it's a noun-like, any noun-like things require a na. In this case, I'm not sure if non desu is a thing. Interesting. Anyways, non desu. So that's why it has a na there. I had problems picking this up, or like when I'm producing, when I'm outputting, I have problems naturally adding nas at the end if I'm trying to emphasize something. I typically don't emphasize things too much when I'm trying to produce Japanese. However, this is probably a bit more like doing this once in a while makes it more natural. Like you go from things you want to emphasize, things to not emphasizing, and then whatnot. So brother likes to practice tennis, right? So we got that noga ski desu again, complementing to a activity, which is tennis no renshu o suru no, right? The no is normalizing this. So it's a college with a tennis group. Yeah, that's fair. That would be a great way to I just call it's a tennis group college, right? Like the idea is just the tennis group, and it's a college with tennis group, but tennis group college, good enough. Got it. Then yaku no renshu o suru no wa boku desu. So the one that practice baseball is me. I'm the one that practice baseball. And 勉強するのは楽しくないです. And I don't like studying, just thrown in there. 楽しくない. So that is a e adjective. It has to be converted to the ku form in order to be negated with nai. Or studying is not fun. That's fair. There you go. Okay, next one. We got karaoke niku. Going to karaoke. Another monologue. I think, oh no, there are some dialogues thrown in the lesson. Okay, more conversations. She tells him now in the burning ground in a midnight town. I don't think that's a reference. At least I don't think. Okay. He's sweating, so questionable? His shirt is kind of interesting. Okay. I recently talked to someone who visited Japan talking about karaoke, which is interesting. Okay, let's listen.
カラオケに行く。カラオケに行くのは楽しいです。カラオケは楽しい場所です。家に近い場所に有名なカラオケ屋さんがあります。私は週に一度そこへ行きます。そこで歌の練習をします。たまに友達も一緒に来ます。昨日は一緒に行きました。歌うのが好きな友達です。私は洋楽が好きです。友達は洋楽が嫌いです。昨日は私が友達に新しい歌を教えました。難しくない歌詞です。スラングがある歌詞でした。
I heard this yogaku. Yogaku. Oh, is that it's a yogaku? Is that the specific? Oh, Western songs. Yogaku. I'm like yogaku. What could that be? Yeah, Western music. Okay, so カラオケに行くのは楽しいです。It's going to the karaoke is fun. So this is I can explain this now, right? So カラオケに行く is a noun. It needs a nominalizer because it's in activity. They're trying to normalize the activity in order to make it a topic. So it's noa, right? No is normalizing カラオケに行く. So カラオケに行くのは that's the topic. In order to make it a topic, you need to normalize the others and then 楽しいです, right? So going to the karaoke is fun. And then カラオケは楽しい場所です as opposed to jo, which is interesting. I'm still not quite sure when it is, like why sometimes they use ba, sometimes they use basho, and then sometimes they use jo, among other positional. Like there's also tokoro and whatnot. So we'll just leave it at that for now. So it's a fun place, right? Karaoke wa tanoshii basho desu. I was gonna say tokoro. Okay, and there is a famous so this is yasan. Yasan is like a polite way to, or it's another way to express like a store or location that is of commerce or something like that, or just like a, and then san is used as, yes, you could kind of call it as a formality. So instead of just saying karaoke ya or karaoke ken, is karaoke yasan. So there is a famous yoming, right? Yume na, and yume is a nominative, right? And it's in the neighborhood. This technically doesn't say neighborhood per se. It says close by, like a close place, but that would be also neighborhood. From the house. So from the house. Yeah. Ni is like, I think. So like in relation to ieni, right? The house, there is a famous karaoke place, yasan in the neighborhood, right? So 近い場所. Then right, 週に in a week, もう一度 once, so once a week, right? そこ go there, right? そこへ行きます. And そこで so there we say uta, right? Uta no練習をします. I practice singing songs. Yeah, near my house. So this whole thing is like I it's in relation to the house. There's a place in relation to the house, or I would say simply nearby, or it's in the local area or in the neighborhood, which all of them can be fine when it comes to this expression, in my opinion. Now, it could be literal, so this nearby place, near my house is the truncation of all of that. I think you can say this in many different ways. The translation is interpretable. Okay, so I go there once a week, right? 週にもう一度 or 一度 sorry one more time sorry 週に一度 once a week. No, I was thinking of habits and routines there. Okay, so tamani, all right, occasionally, right? Occasionally I drop that. Tamani, my friend also comes along together, like we go along together. Also, like with also comes along together, right? 友達も right? 友達も一緒に来ます. Then yesterday he came along, right? We went together, right? 行きました。一緒に行きました。行きました。Then utau is to sing, so I like to sing. My friend is it is a friend that likes to sing, right? So we're using utau no, so nominalizing the singing, the act of singing. Ga suki na. So ski is being used, this whole phrase needs a na because ski is na adjective, and it's describing tomodachi. So it's a friend that likes to sing. Then yogaku 好きです. I like Western music or Western song. Yo means Western. It's in this case. Yo is the prefix, or I don't know what you call it. Yo can be combined with a lot of noun-like characters to describe that it's westernized. So I like westernized music. Then they said the friend doesn't. The friend doesn't, or the friend hates, right? You could say 好きじゃない desu, or something like that, where you can say, oh, my friend doesn't like, but I think that's unnatural. I don't actually know, because in English there's this habit of, or there's this preferred pattern of negating what the other person said as opposed to using the affirmation. I prefer to use the affirmation. So although I usually prefer, in the case of the word dislike and hate, I actually avoid, or I tend to deflect away from negative words. So when I align with most colloquial English, where if you say, I like Western music, my friend doesn't like Western music, as opposed to I like Western music, my friend hates Western music. Hate would be a confirmation, so it would be proactive, like a lot more active in a sense. So you're working on confirmation. Usually whenever there's a negative word that comes up, using a negation is a lot more subtle. So like, I like this. I don't quite like this. That kind of thing. As opposed to I hate this, which ends up being a strong word. Anyways, friend hates Western music. Yesterday, my friend, right, or I taught my friend a new song. So this one's a little, so yesterday, 昨日 Kinowa. Then the subject, so the person doing this, because this is a more complex one. So, right, oshiemashita. So, taught a song, a new song, atarashii uta o, right? And then ni is the target of the teaching, where I is the subject that's doing it. So I taught my friend, tomodachi ni atarashii uta o oshiemashita, right? And then it was not difficult. It was a not difficult song. And then kashi is another, like, uta versus kashi. I'm not sure when or where you use that. Maybe they're talking about the lyrics. So kashi is the lyrics weren't hard. So this is muzukashikunai, right? That's the negation of muzukashi. It's an e adjective, so ku, and then nai for the negation. Then we have I lost what. There is a screen, right? Surangu? Surangu. I don't. Oh no, suranogu. Surangu. It's something. Like, there's a lyrics, there was lyrics or song that have, slang. Oh, slang, surangu. Okay, there's slang in, the song had slang, like the lyrics had slang in it. Yeah. I'm like, surangu, what the heck is I kept thinking sling, like, sling? Solo? No, this is solo. Oh, surangu. Okay. So my friend occasionally comes with me, right? We went together yesterday. That friend likes singing, right? I like Western music. My friend dislikes Western music. Yesterday I taught my friend a new song. The lyrics are not difficult, right? Because she means words, right? And then the lyric has slang. Surangu. Okay. This will be a struggle at all times. I do. The struggle makes it memorable, so I tend to try to encode some emotional response to those things to make it a little bit more memorable. All right, so what do we got? Jinja otera? Maybe jinja otera, and then praying, and then dealing with bad ghost spirits, or maybe bad luck, something like that. Maybe he's praying for something inappropriate, and then his friend's like, aren't you afraid you're gonna be punished for being, I don't know, so, something kids would do, I feel. So let's see. Jinja. Jinja to, yeah, otera ni tsuite hanasu. Okay. Shrines and temples. These are very characteristic representations of jinja and otera. So that's kind of why you have to say both. They are also, like, visibly, stereotypically drawn in a specific way to differentiate them. Okay.
神社とお寺について話す。拓也、僕は神社に行くのが好きなんだ。神社でお祈りをするのも好きだよ。ルイ、僕はお寺に行くのが好きだよ。近所に古いお寺があるんだ。大きなお寺だよ。僕は毎月そこへ行くんだ。そこで願い事をするんだ。いつもお母さんも一緒に来るよ。拓也、そのお寺を知っているよ。そのお寺の噂も聞いたよ。 不気味な噂さ。ルイ。
What?
不気味な噂か。僕、ここで幽霊を見たんだ。拓也。
え？
怖い話をするのは嫌いだよ。ルイ。僕は好き。怖くないよ。顔に傷がある幽霊だったよ。
Okay. Yeah, it's Mischief, that kid was talking about. Hey, did you know there was a ghost there? Like, really? That sounds really scary. And then Rui's like, nah, I like them. I'm not scared at all. Like, well, they didn't say I'm not scared at all, but later on they might add something like that. I'm not scared at all. But right now they say I'm not scared at all comes from the yo, right? Anyways, and said that the ghost is all in your head. Anyways, that's a little bit of a spoiler. When drawing the lighting stuff similar to what you show, how do you add the character's actual colors to it? Volume? Currently, just have all the light on a clipped above layer to the character's blocking, and you're sort of stuck. Well, you do the lighting in volumes, and then you combine. Oh, if you're doing layers, you can multiply them, I suppose. I forgot how that's done. I don't actually do that, but there is a way where if you colored all the volumes, like black and white volumes on the layer above, you can multiply, or you can like combine the layers so that the black and white is distributed into your color block. I do something different. So like, so you would color block it, right? Let's just choose this. So I would color block all the surfaces. And then ideally you can make a different layer on top that serves the volume, but instead I simply fill them in. So if the light source is coming from the top left, then since I already know the color block, I'll do something like this. And that's what I would do. And then obviously I'm not using a brush, so it's kind of hard to cover the spots, but you can imagine them being blended, right? That's where I would go. And then obviously there's rim lighting, so like I would highlight some of these edges by going back and doing something like this. And then there's occlusion, so then I would go back and do something like this. Right. Then that's all the stuff. So you have your rim light edge, and then your occlusion shadow down here with a sharp edge here. And then you have your color gradient. Obviously you have to blend all these. I'm just eyeballing it with a pen going back and forth. So if you blend it, If you blend it, you would have smooth transitions. Like if you blend these edges together, it will then create a smooth transition between like where the light is hitting. So the light is hitting here, this direction, and then all the other things will blend out. Oh, so you just add the colors and clip some of the lighting and shadow? I think that's what people do. So what happens is you can keep the layers separate. I think it's good practice because you can always adjust after. So you have your color blocks. So you have to imagine like all of this is, whoops. So all of this, like this is digital artwork thing. So all of this would be one color, right? You fill it in, basically use a fill bucket. And then on a separate layer, right? Now you have to imagine on a separate layer. Oh no, there's a object that's blocking the plugins. Go over here. So now you just imagine the same object, right? This is the second layer. The second layer will then have your volumes. So you can do like, it's usually black. Black is what, so the volume would be like, and it's so we're gonna use white instead since I'm in dark mode. So the volume would be, you have to think in reverse because we're in dark mode. So it would be something like this. Right? So wherever there's white, there's black. So then when you combine the layers, the black will make all the parts that have more strokes darker. So all of these parts are going to become darker because you're you're multiplying it. So you're combining the black, which is white here because I'm in dark mode. You combine them and it will alter the shadows itself. I do this manually by choosing a color and coloring over it. So you can do it that way if you want, and you can keep the shadows thing. So this is called a volume. At least what I've come to understand, I refer to this as the volume layer. So you believe multi-layers should be tinted rather than black, but we'll experiment with it. I don't think so. I might be thinking about something else. It might not be a multiply layer. It might be something else, but it should not be tinted. Because your volume layer is going to be not opaque. That is to me, that's a poor way of understanding volume. You are adding the volume to this. You're looking at the volume. So like, technically, most of the time, you should be doing this first. Which is what you did, but you added color to it already. So do a black and white. This is supposed to be black and white. I feel like you skip that all the time. You skip volume understanding. Like this part you don't do. You choose arbitrary colors. You color them based on how you think it's light or dark. Like you choose a light color because it's just light. It's a light color. And then you color something that's dark. Yeah, do everything black and white first. That is your volume. And then you can choose any color you want and you can change it to that color and it'll give you the volume. Like you change the black and white into a color, it'll probably sort itself out. So the thing I'm talking about when I talk about combining layers, I don't know how people do it. So you can take a color on another layer and you can combine them. I have no idea what that's called. Oh yeah, thing. Gotcha. You did that for the owl character design. It wasn't as harsh. Yeah. So you want to do the volume first. Like, in my opinion, personally, what I mean by that is you're getting more practice with volume. Volume is light. So if you want to start somewhere, you might want to get this part done before thinking about what color it is. Like, the color is any choice. Once you get the volume down, it's kind of like looking at black and white photos. When you look at black and white photos, if you look at it, you can see the color yourself since you're color oriented. So if it's a good challenge, like what I mean is go look at black and white photos and then ask yourself what that color looks like if you think it's in color. So for example, these illustrations, all of these illustrations have color. Now, the thing about these illustrations is they don't have any volume. Like you can see that there are only highlights. So there's only highlights. So this guy's hair was blue. The only thing that changed would be the outside would be light blue. It would be like really light blue. So you just have to imagine that you can do this. Now, this is closer to anime where there's maybe one other stage. Like one other stage lighting would be something like a gray, and it would go like from here. Oh, like it's hard to see because it's already gray. Like maybe we can make this more dramatic and add an even darker section here. So like here, this part would be darker, right? Then you would have even more dynamics. Or like there's no occlusion, so you could imagine there's some darkness here if they're outside, right? And then the neckline could be darker, right? So that's kind of what I would think about. If you can do it in black and white, you can do it in any color. And the color choices, the thing I'm describing is people keep color and volume separate when you're doing digital art because then you can change the color. Like, you can change the color all you want. So that's kind of again, I don't do this. However, I should try to do this. It takes advantage of digital art because if you have the volume, you can just swap out the color all you want. You can choose different colors and see if they look good. So if you keep your color and your volume separate, you basically can try on many different colors until you find the right color, which I don't do. I basically do color and volume on the same layer. In the future, I might. It's actually kind of hard for me to do something completely in black and white. So I'm not saying that I'm very great with volume, because honestly, sometimes like this is not what I mean by volume. A volume would have the full range of white and blacks across everything. This illustration is not doing that. This illustration, the face doesn't have any volume. Actually, most of this stuff doesn't have any volume. It only has highlights. It only has edge lines, and it doesn't even have occlusion. The occlusion is understood by the line art. So like this, there's supposed to be like a fade here, a slight fade here. And then this part is supposed to be a little bit darker because the sunlight might be coming from behind. That's where the edge is. So this part, all of this part should be a little darker. And then this part is definitely supposed to be a little darker right here because of occlusion. Right. And maybe the back of the neck is slightly lighter. So there's all those extra stuff. Obviously these are for illustrations, so you don't have to do that for this. It gets the job done. Right. You dupe the multi-layer like 20 times. I see. You clip it into the individual color layer made by clipping over the base and rendering. Yeah, that's one way to do it. I do that too. Like sometimes the thing isn't dark enough. I would simply duplicate the layer to increase it. If I need to make like glowing things, it works the same way for glowing. If you do a white layer, you can think of it in reverse. So when I said that you can do your volume in black, you can also do your volume in white. That's why I was doing it in reverse. So you can literally add white instead and think about where everywhere there's light hits. So if you do it in white, it's everywhere light hits. If you do it in black, is everywhere light doesn't hit. So in other words, shadows. So in the beginning, when I was like 2 years ago, when I was working on my shadow and lighting, I did these on separate layers. I did shadows on one layer and light on another layer. So then I can just focus on one task. I keep asking myself, where do all the light hits? Where is it brightest? Where is it closest? So all I did was on that layer, I colored based on the light, right? So according to my light box, the only thing I did was this. So this is the only place the light is going to hit. And then for the shadow is everywhere over here. Like this. And then those are two separate things. So when I started line art, right? You have your line art. It depends. It doesn't matter which light you use. I use black lines as opposed to like a faded line. You use like a really opaque line for your line art, or your sketch into your line art. I just simply use a solid black line. So you have your line art. Then I originally decided, okay, now I want to know what the color is. So then I know the color. So I fill it in, the color. And then another layer. So this would be layer 2, right? Sorry. This is layer 1. This is layer 2. And then I do shadows actually next. Layer 3, then layer 4. And I did that the whole time. So I separated them, and then you can combine them at any time. So that's how I do it. Then layer 5 is line cleanup, so line details, which is something you do in step 1. So line details. Then move to step 6, because step 5 is then texture. I do texture next. And then line detail gets shifted even more to 7, because at stage 6, I do ambient lighting, which is not the same as shadows and light source. I do ambient lighting, which is an alternative thing. So it's repeating 3 and 4, but for ambient lighting. Ambient lighting's optional because it's a much later stage. If you don't have ambient lighting, you still have steps 1 through 4 is sufficient for a piece. You don't need texture, right? Anime don't use texture, for example. This has 0 texture. There's no texture in this. In fact, this here is only 1 and 2. 1 and 2, this is my 1 and 2, and then these highlights jump to line art, line detail. Yeah. So I do ambient way last. This is what I typically do. So my workflow is 1, 2, like I only get to 4. And then if I have time, we do texture. So this is where texturing, we won't talk about texturing, but maybe in Inktober I can go over this stuff again. Texturing is when you take a color. So I already chose this color. And then for texturing, I mess around with texture brushes, or maybe I could manually do it. If there's no texture, something like fun little gimmicky thing that I can have, like a stamp or something reasonable like fogginess or something, then I would do it manually by hand. Otherwise, texturing is you take 3 colors you step up and step down a little. And I would take the texture brush and combine these. It would be a mix of all three of these colors. Because when you provide texture like this, for example, if you don't want to draw the entire pattern of this, it's a mixture of the colors. So sometimes you can, after you add the texture, so it's like roughly green, darker green, lower green. I don't have to draw in folds yet, right? No folds. To simulate folds, you could just create a texture using lighter and darker areas. So what happens is, to create folds, right here, for example, you could have something that's gray here, and then it transitions into like a little bit lighter color, which then it transition, like next to it, it turns into a darker color. Then it creates a fold. So that like illusion of folding. So I don't use line art to do the folding and the texturing yet. That's why line number six is line detail. Number 6 is line detail. When I finish rendering the thing, I add the folds using line detail. So I feel out the piece. So if I have like a box, right? And then after I added some texture brushes or something, it's gonna have like a bunch of places with grays and then like darks next to lights, right? Then I would go back and take a line and draw the boundaries. So then it looks like the box is like a little creased or something. So cloth and line details like that I do afterwards. You can draw in, like you can decide to draw in your lines and whatnot if you want. I typically don't, because it takes a while. I just fill out the texture brush. So I would take like a funny little dusty like brush and then just color over the whole thing with a dusty brush, see what the texture tells me, and I would draw like, then that's why I get like things like, okay, so there's a few lines here, maybe we'll add a few lines here, few lines here. So that's why I did that thing where, actually I did this with Danny, where like, where do you decide where the lines are? You think black and white will be okay and redo some weight. So now you just treat the current thing I have as getting the idea stuff down in that case. So now just treat the current thing you have as getting the idea itself down in that case. Yeah, pretty much. And redo some stuff if you want, right? You think black and white will be okay? Also, have you tried using add layers? I haven't tried anything. I do everything manually. I do the vast majority of the thing manually. So I'm describing to you what I see other digital artists do to like you take advantage of digital art. I do everything manually. I use one brush. Nearly the entire piece ends up being on one layer. So I spend 90% of my time on one layer. I just do the artwork. When I first started, I try to separate all of those things so that I understand how they work. It helps me focus on things that I tend to overlook. And you tend to find it easier to start with everything dark gray and then erase light and parts. And yes, so before, I still do this. I always pick a middle value. So color block, right? That's the color block stage. You always choose a middle value. I said this yesterday, right? I always choose a middle value. So all of my color blocks is middle value. So then I can go darker or lighter. That's why the shadow comes next. Then it's all values down here. Right? I just pick that same value. And they're all values darker. And then that's before I did volume, which is just black and white. So that's why I could pick when I was drawing that box and I picked a color, right? And colored the color, and then I colored the shadows step exactly where I would think the shadows would step down, right? That's what I'm doing. So very, very much so. You pick the middle volume so you can go darker or lighter whenever you please. And it will always look flat and dull when you first start, right? Because the color block is going to be a mid value. It's going to be not very bright and contrasty or not very dark and moody. It's going to be in between. So it's going to look, everything's going to look flat and kind of dull looking until you add shadows and light to produce the contrast, to make it more dramatic or less dramatic if you want. And then when everything is white, kind of like everything is shifted towards the white. So like when you look at a box selection, right? If everything is up here, it's going to look washed out. If everything is down here, it's going to look like lack of light. And then when I look at a lot of the artwork that you like, they're all in this top corner here. So when they're in this top corner, it looks like pastel, right? Like everything is kind of washed out and bright, which is not, I'm not saying washed out as in bad. It's more like it's a type of preference. If you're down here, right, somewhere, it creates the different moods. Usually I generally go the whole way, up and down at the same time for dynamic range. What's your opinion on using a modified version of the current sketch for the line art rather than new line art? You mean the sketch that you have? What's my opinion on using the modified version of current sketch for line art? The line art that you have that I saw yesterday? I mean, you're supposed to. That's fine. I don't know what you mean by opinion. I have a lot of opinions about it. You like add layers and multiply, don't touch the rest. Fair enough. Oh yeah, and you've been using colors from all 4 parts of this box this time. It's pretty freeing. Yeah, it should give you a lot of things to work with. I think when you use a box, at least in my opinion, fear, right? Fear is restricting. So if you use a color box and you're like, I'm only gonna use this side, or I'm only gonna use this, obviously it's gonna be restricting because you only have this much. These are the only values and hues you have. And then sometimes even color, right? You only use the color on the blue side. There are artwork that do that. Or you only use like this range plus like, so you only use like this range plus this range in hues. It's restrictive. It's also challenging, by the way. Like what I mean is, it takes lots of skill, different types of skills and preferences. Like to make a great artwork in this side is also very skillful, right? So we know a couple artists who basically spend their time down here, and their color palette is like all of it is like over here. Like their hues are all cool colors, and they only spend in like the negative range, and then it's like maybe up here, so they don't like spend anywhere in between, which is pretty interesting. So they're different art styles per se. For me, I already said, I guess I can describe my color box. My color box is probably something like this. And then I usually choose one here, here, and here for hues. That's why it's like green, blue, and orange and yellow. Orange, yellow, green, blue. And then occasionally ambient. The ambient is in between the two. So these are going to be my primaries. I either have an orange or a yellow, and then I have a blue or a green, and then fill light in between. And I usually am too, like, I don't have enough time, so I don't blend at all. So I don't use any values in between. It's just the neutral value and a huge contrast value. So my shadows are basically black and my highlights are basically white. And then the neutral colors are in between. I do not blend. This part would require blending to get like it to, and that's how I get the like the street art thing. And then it's by coincidence how what like cell shading games look like. Cell shading games look like that. So it's a coincidence. However, then I started looking at cell shaded games, right? Or anime. Some anime does that a lot, but generally anime, like detail anime, has blending. They like, for example, hair is a good example. My hair is this. The hair that I see most people draw, like waifu artists and stuff, they're heavily blended. They're like gradient. They're almost gradient dependent. Where like it looks like it's a wonderful gradient. Like if you look at anime, it would go from like a pink to a purple, right? And then it would be a really smooth transition. Then they would add highlights in between or something like that. I don't do that manually. Like I don't like blending, so I don't do any blending. So it'll just be like two stages. It'll be like this huge harsh rim part. Then it would just step into a middle, and then it would go into a super dark part down here. Like this down here would be all dark. And that's how I get the like super contrasty look. So that's kind of where I go. I cut corners. That's a corner cut. Yeah, you quite literally think, oh yeah, maybe that's a bit too dark. That looks pretty saturated. Let me make it more pastel to look aesthetically pleasing. I don't think, yeah, every time when someone says that, all I can think about is it's gonna look washed out. Unless you're going for it. All pastel makes things look washed out. It makes it like everything is saturated in white light. So that is a choice. It is a very classical, like, vibrant thing. It makes everything look vibrant. But your pretty waifus, yeah, washed out for sure. Yeah, so they're like bathed in light. When I use pastels, like, so if I'm in this region, dreamy is the word I would use, as opposed to saying washed out. The colors themselves will look washed out. However, the idea is if you're in pastel, the things look dreamy. It looks like everything's in a haze. Right? You know, when you use bright colors and pastels, then you have saturated colors. If you add some saturated colors along with pastels, then you have like idle images. There's just like really poppy, high saturated things, and then everything else is incredibly pastel and washed out. So they're bathed in light. Everything that they wear and stuff is very dreamy, like bathed in like a spotlight situation, which is kind of the opposite of Persona games. Persona games, that's why I like Persona games. They go from pitch black, like half the body being pitch black, to like a blinding white on one edge, or like full saturation colors on the other end. Like full sat is still completely white. So like it's still, all of these are on this side, because if you look at your box, it's at the top. So full saturation and whites are on the one end. So like, for example, how do we convert this into a Persona game? Well, if it's Persona, like you probably already noticed this, if it's Persona 3, this guy would have an edge that's blue where the light source is. And then it would have a black edge wherever the light isn't touching. And now it's Persona 3. So if we get to if it's Persona 4, if the light is hitting them here, the edge would be over here, and then whatever is away from the light source, it would have a really hard black edge over here. So now this is from Persona 4. And then obviously if you have Persona 5, right, wherever there's the light source, the edge will be red on one side, and then opposite of that would be all the black ones. And now you have Persona 5. So Persona games always go from all saturated as highlights, so it's either white or the primary color, the color in full saturation, and then it would reach black as the contrast. So usually it goes in like 2 stages. So then anything that's gray would be in the middle, because they only have like 2 or 3 hues in the animation style, because it's like the cell shaded rendering thing. So like if this was red, the mid-tone would be something like this, and they wouldn't smooth it out. It wouldn't use gradients. It's more poppy and comic book and urban if you do sharp jumps. So these are sharp jumps. There's a sharp jump, no blending in between. So then you have that really sharp looking, like comic book, urban style stuff, which is what I enjoy. So my color scheme is based on that, even with the experimentations. Occasionally I would blend just for fun to see what it looks like and whatnot, but that's kind of like the coloring part. You really want to include a Persona art study somewhere in this project? I think it makes it... What can I say about Persona art? I think Persona art, I enjoy it quite a lot, is because it's less is more. It really does feel like less is more. So they make a lot of different things. However, like, the effect is so prominent without having to go through like multi-stages of blending and high things. And then what Persona games do when it comes to like the quote-unquote the detail-oriented things, they do effects. They do lots of effects, and like a star, right? Like it's like explosions and waves and flourishes. I call them flourishes. And all their flourishes use the same strategy, where you have a really strong either white or primary color. It's usually like for example, their star effects. Say they're trying to make a star pop up, right? Their lighting edge would be white, and then right next to it would be the primary color of something. So maybe like this is a Persona 4 related star. So the brightest edges, and then they would then start to dial it back, right? Dial it back into a white again. So then the rest of the star would be like something like this. only slightly down, and then they would add more white, and like, so things are really poppy. Like, everything just feels very poppy. And then next to it, it would be like the background would be like something kind of much darker. So then when a special effect shows up, it's just like blindingly spectacular. Like everything just feels like fireworks. So all of their special effects are color coded in a way that it looks like it's, whenever you slash something, it feels like it's basically you have like a dark streak, right? Like a dark streak of blue, like a slash across, but then it has like all this white on it, and then it has like a primary, like a super primary bright color right through it. So then when like one of the characters like slash through it, it is super apparent. Like, it's very spectacular. So all of their special effects, when like the later games, obviously we're talking about like P3R and the upcoming P4R and the Persona, right, P5R, their style is that they spend a lot of time sprucing up everything with the same contrast. So all of their menus contrast like this. It's Persona 3 menus are a combination of like this super primary, then a softer color, right? And then white, and then black. So if you navigate the colors, you often come with like two saturated colors, a lighter volume, and then black and white. So then everything just feels like it's really poppy, as opposed to like perfectly blended gradients, and there's not like very smooth gradients, which I really enjoy doing, like mirroring their color combinations. I obviously can't draw like they can. Like their line art, the artist's line art is, that dude has his thing. So what I do is I apply their color thing to whatever I decide to draw, because my drawing is limited. My line art is limited. You can still draw boxes though. Like, how do you make the exercise is, how do you make a Persona 3 box? just go back to a box and then color in a box the way you think a Persona 3 is gonna be. That's kind of what I do. So I always take the red panda, right? The red panda guy, and then I use it as my artist mark. That's what I mean by the artist mark. I take what is consistent and I apply my art study to that. That's the whole idea of having an OC, right? You take your OC and you apply the art study to your OC. You think trying their online art would be a good idea for you? I don't know. Their Persona's line art is like, it's kind of not the same as what you've been practicing, right? So it's up to you. It would be outside your comfort zone. I mean, the question I would ask is, do you have time for that? You're already low on time. So you might want to not tackle too many things at once. Anyways, I'm gonna finish up this lesson so we can move to talking about Persona 3. I'm like wrapping my head around, more so meant for September or so. I see. Like today, I'm wrapping up my Persona 3 stuff. So I was thinking about Persona 3 Portable, like how far Persona 3 Portable is, like where it started changing. So I've been comparing the art style, like the current ATLUS standard, and how much of a gap, like how far they have come from P3P, because P3P is really, really far away. It's oh, it's 20 years. Actually, it's 20 years away. And technically, Persona started 30 years ago. This is the 30th year for Persona. So the difference is gigantic. It is nice seeing the difference of the two games. Yeah, the P3P and P3R, it's... You can tell, like, what I mean is we have to also remember that ATLUS is filled with humans, right? And humans also learn, like, the group grew, like the artists and the game makers and animators, you can see such a large difference, and that's really cool. I like following games from beginning or the earliest point I can to the last point. That's why I like doing like half-year projects or yearly projects on video games, legacy games, where you go as far back as you can, so to speak, and then get back to the early. It helps me appreciate the artwork, or it helps me appreciate most of the things. Like, for example, the topic I'm going to be talking about today as well is the language, right? The language and the topics as well in P3P. Because I need to know these things in order to later, when I play P3R, I want to see how they changed it up. Like, did their English to Japanese stuff change over time? And I think it did. Even now, when I think about modern, like a quote-unquote modern standards of English and Japanese writing and localization and whatnot, different developers take different approaches. Yesterday I was talking about how Persona 3, certain things are not certain things are translated with different types of nuance and priority. Like a Dragon, also the people at RGG at Sega for the Like a Dragon games, they actually have a very noticeable different approach to pairing English with Japanese. So that's a little bit of what I'm focused on at the moment. Also, time-wise for future art things, perhaps you'll be sort of okay considering how much you could get done the last 3 to 4 days. If you have that sort of pace or even a slower pace, you would get enough done for an A. Yeah, but you still have CS. Then you do this thing where you do literally nothing for 10 hours. Yeah, but you still have CS. So if you're not doing art, go do your CS stuff. You're thinking in a void. Thinking in a void is not kind of like thinking the world only has light situation. Thinking in a void. We got CS. So the question is, at your pace, you're making time for CS. Right? So if you can go at a faster pace, or you're not thinking about how little you can do, you're thinking about how much you can do and continue to do more, when it's not finding the lowest common denominator. That's kind of the conversation that we don't meet eye to eye. You constantly talk as though what is the worst case scenario, or the slowest you can go, or if the worst things happen, versus you're looking at the average, consistent, guaranteed success and how much more you can do, and in case something goes wrong, how you can still be successful despite something slowing down. So the idea is, if you're saying you can even go at a slower pace, that means you can go faster, or you can do more, right? It doesn't get easier if you keep thinking about, so like, this is what I mean by the internet hustle culture, and also language learning. This deals with language learning, the new age language learning, or the internet learning skill. You think of optimal, and the optimal is the point of failure. So that means anything that goes down becomes a problem, and that's it. There's no, like, maybe you can get something surprisingly better, sort of, sometimes. Usually I'm thinking about, here's my range of success, and I put in a contingency plan, if it happens, but this happens 90% of the time. This happens like 10, like less than 5% of the time. And if this is 90%, I can sacrifice it to 50% by stretching even further. So then the stretch goal across this would be 90%, but this part would be 50%. So no matter what, I'm incentivizing myself to work harder. And the reason why working harder can help is because then anything below this will seem easier. And this is what consistency is, in my opinion. Consistency, stamina. This means that your stamina is narrow. Any little thing that occurs will derail you. And you rarely aim for something higher. So when someone does something, it rarely comes out better than they expect it, because it's usually a surprise. And then it rarely ever comes out without any problems, because your range is this narrow. So any problem will derail or seem like a problem, and anything that would come out even remotely better would rarely ever happen. So you're never going to be pleasantly surprised. Like this box I have right here is almost the entirety of the outcome of what you look at. Despite my failure is way outside your range, as in I can fail far harder and recover far more consistent from a harder fail. And I can work far harder than you could imagine, because the idea is you're looking for an ideal case. Everything has to work out ideal. 3 to 4 days, that's a really small margin, by the way. 3 to 4 days and slightly slower pace. When you tell me slightly slower pace, I'm thinking this. When I say slightly slower pace, I mean like the difference between like 5 or 6 day pace. So my range is greater. I don't have like you become more tolerant. That's what I mean by that. And you're comparing yourself to yourself. So we're gonna stop doing this apples and oranges comparison, because this is a lifetime for me. I spent more than three decades operating like this. You spent more operating like this, so we can't compare apples and oranges. To appreciate this, you have to start doing it at some point, right? So you're trying to be greedy. You're encouraging yourself to work a bit harder, not like trash yourself into the ground. I'm saying that volume, you can't substitute for volume. Like, if you're studying 1 hour days every single day, it's very rare that you're going to feel good if you study 1 hour in 10 minutes. Or like when you're trying to increase, it's going to feel awful whenever you drop out of that 1 hour. But when you try to push yourself just a little bit longer, it's going to feel harder and harder the longer and more narrow the range is. So anytime 10 minutes come by, it's going to feel doing an extra 10 minutes of studying will feel like death. So then you'll compensate with like a 30-minute break. So someone would tell me, "Oh, I study for 1 hour. No more. No more, right? No less." And in the moment I say, "Well, can't you try to do 1 minute more?" It's like, well, that's like the end of the world, so I have to take a 30-minute break after doing 1 hour and 1 minute. Usually it's the other way around for me. If I can do 1 hour, I can definitely do 3 hours. No big deal. If I did 59 minutes, it's not the end of the world. I only got to 59 minutes. This is what I mean. I can always work substantially longer than catastrophically fail by missing the mark. So what happens here when you do your artwork, for example? If your artwork is 90% the way there, it's still not good because it's missing 10%. But you did 90% of the work. And then when you ask yourself to do 95% of the work, it feels like eternity, right? Like, nah, it's just impossible to do that. That's what I mean. So despite missing the things, it feels like everything is so much harder to do longer. And by the thing I'm describing is a human condition about stamina. Like when you're running, for example, if you run for 5 minutes, the last like 30 seconds is worse than like the first 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If it's at the limit. So the human condition is that when you are pushing yourself past your comfort zone, it usually feels far, far worse than relaxing up for that same amount of time. So like, for example, if you slacked off 5 minutes versus pushing 5 minutes. Relative, we'll do relative. Let's say relative to 30 minutes total. They're not equal. Like 5 minutes of this, I'm gonna tell you, if you push 5 minutes extra, you're gonna say, I should be rewarded with a 30-minute break. And that's normal. I'm saying this is natural. This is a natural feeling. Now, you don't have to obey it. Like, what I mean is, you're gonna feel this way. However, you can do more than that. Like, most of the time I have to encourage myself. All right, so if I'm doing 30 minutes, heck, what's another hour? And then when I recover, I'm like, let's not take too much time. Maybe I can add a 5-minute break or something. So it's the reverse direction. When I work harder, I actually get better. Like, I get faster, I do more work, not less work. That's typically what happens right now in the internet generation, in my opinion. When I ask someone to do 1 more minute, they end up losing like 20 minutes. Which you probably described earlier, now that I think about it. Where you say like you spend 10 hours just sitting there doing nothing. And then like the next 2 hours you get a lot of work done. I'm describing that. It's not a coincidence that I'm describing that. And I'm not saying it's not normal. Very common human interaction. The idea is, how are you going to escape? How are you going to work on this? Like, how are you going to prevent yourself or try to make it better? Like, spend 5 hours doing nothing and then maybe gaining 2 hours of work. That's closing the gap. That's 5 hours for 2 additional hours of work, as opposed to 10 hours and 2 hours of work. So I'm saying that I'm not going to escape this either, because humanity, like, that's what we are. We're human. So it's very hard to escape this. You're constantly being diligent, right? I always talk about diligence, discipline. Discipline and structure is what prevents someone or tries to mitigate someone from being undisciplined. When you're undisciplined, you sit there and do nothing far more than doing something. So it could be like a 30-day project. You have 30 days to do a project and you only work 2 days of those 30 days. What did you do for 28 days? It's probably close to nothing. Largely because you spent the 28 days getting ready to do the 2 days. Getting ready. Question mark. Right? And the goal, or like if this is a problem, which I'm not saying, there are people who this isn't a problem. They spend 28 days planning setting something up, and it's showtime. It's like, then the 2 days are like gangbusters. There are people who work like this. If you think it's a problem, then the goal is to reduce the amount of days that you're planning or doing nothing effectively. It's going to feel like you're doing nothing because every time you plan, you haven't done anything yet. And you're slowly increasing how often and how consistent you can work. You're not going to go from, obviously, I'm not saying you're going to go from like 28 days and 2 days to like 2 days and 28 days all of a sudden in a matter of a year. I think even a year is pretty fast. Like in a matter of a month, it probably takes years to get used to. I'll take a vacation 1 day out of a month, right? My parents took a vacation. Actually, my parents haven't taken a vacation, but they might have taken a vacation 2 or 3 times in their 60 years of life. So like that's an extreme. For me, when I was in high school, I didn't take a vacation. There were no vacations in high school. I think my first vacation was like, you could argue studying abroad in New Zealand was a vacation when I was 21. When I go to Otakon, I'm not actually taking a vacation. I'm going to volunteer to do more work than I usually do. So oftentimes when I go on vacation, I'm actually doing different types of work. My vacation is to do other types of work so that the current work I'm doing is not boring, right? It doesn't get boring or overstaying. And when I used to work like what is it? It's 40-hour work days, right? 40-hour work days. I worked like 70 hours. I mean, I take my work back home. It's not like I stopped working when I get back home. I mean, the only time I stopped working was maybe when I was eating. And then you might be thinking, well, you were playing video games, right? I was playing video games involved in my work. So like I was practicing my work skills and stuff. Like here, right, this very moment, this digression, I'm working on something. I'm practicing something. You don't have to do that. I'm suggesting like don't blend work and work and pleasure if you're not able to and it doesn't make you happy. I like to blend work and pleasure. In fact, most of the time, if I go to like Tokyo, if I travel to Japan, I'm doing work. I'm gonna turn that trip into something I can work with, like produce something, write something. That's what I tend to do to keep myself from doing this. And if you want a reason why I do this, it brings meaning to my life. So if you feel like the 28 days, some people, again, they do 28 days of planning and 2 days of work in a 30-day period, and they feel satisfied. They believe the work they do in those 2 days are rewarding enough to offset however they do it. You, on the other hand, when you're telling me what you have to do, it's not meeting your requirements. Like planning for 28 days and doing it for 2 days, did you get your CS project done? Right? If it's not, then that means it's not working. Now, I have to admit, there are days where I would work on something for 6 months and I wait till like the last 4 days to try to summarize, like put off the final steps on something. And those 4 days are grueling and incredibly difficult. And when I think back, it still wasn't worth it. However, I still did some work the other days. So I changed my ways. Like that's what I mean. Like over time I changed my ways because it just wasn't enough for me. It could be enough for other people. Like I met plenty of people, like wonderful people who they are so good in their limited time, and then they just spend a lot of time resting and chilling and brainstorming and whatnot. I not this type of person. So the jobs or the services that I work with require that I can't do this. You don't have the luxury of deciding, yeah, I'm just gonna, twiddle my thumbs and vibe for 70% of the time, and then immediately when it's game time, they're like working triple the amount, right? There are people like that. It's crazy to see them do that, though. Like, they would go hard for a month, and then they would spend the next 3 months recovering. But that 1 month makes up for it, or whatever job or task that they have. I don't do that. That's not my lifestyle. I don't get anything done that way. Oh, so do more than the required minimum most days? I typically do. If I can, I always do. So like right here, for example, you might be asking, oh no, I think you derailed my thing that I planned for Bunpro. No, I'm actually at the end of my Bunpro thing. That is what I originally planned. If we didn't have a discussion, I would have done more than I originally planned, not less. Like, I didn't plan to not have a potential discussion. That is the difference, right? Like, whenever someone talks to me and I've been talking for 2 or 3 hours over what you think I'm going to do, you don't know where my plan is. I've often set 2 or 3 hours aside to expect to have a conversation. If I don't, I've already planned to do more than I originally planned. So I don't fail because we had a really good discussion or we talk about something. I'm usually aiming for way more than I minimally need. So every day I'm working more than I have. So we have a discussion, that's even more than I originally planned. I make time for it. So like, things can come up and I can still accommodate. It doesn't feel like a failure, basically. So if you know yourself well and you know you're going to be distracted on Discord for 30 minutes, how do you work with that? Right? If you know Discord is going to come up, then you have to work hard enough to compensate for the 30-minute Discord. That's the plan you have to be working on. If you're constantly distracted by doom scrolling for 2 hours, you have to proactively plan with that. So what's a proactive way? You could negate it by saying, okay, well, if I doom scroll tomorrow for 2 hours, which I know is going to happen, let me plan to do better than that by saying, okay, if I doom scroll for 2 hours, it's 2 hours. If I doom scroll for 1 hour and 40 minutes, then I plan to try to do 1 hour and 40 minutes of doom scrolling, not 2 hours. That means that you're aiming for something that is not your minimum. You are not aiming for 2 hours, which is your normal amount of doom scrolling. That's what happens when I hear people's plans on how they work. They say something like, okay, I'm planning to study for 1 hour. And I would ask them, is 1 hour your best? Like, for example, we could say, what's your hour plan right now? You study for 30 minutes. And I'm like, okay, is that 30 minutes ideal? Because if it's 30 minutes ideal, then if you study less, then it's a problem. And you're not incentivized to study more, right? Because it's ideal. So you'll only study up to 30, and then everything else feels like a failure. That is the mentality of idealism. So I would ask the person, all right, then how would you do it? Aim for 40 minutes? And if you only get 30 minutes done, then it's okay. But you're aiming for 40 minutes, not 30. You're aiming for 40 minutes. Anytime, and when you get to 40 minutes, you ask yourself, can you do 50 minutes? You don't have to. When you get to 40 minutes, you're asking yourself, how do you feel? Oh, I can do a little bit better today. So let's do 50 minutes. So at all times, you spend most of your time in a range that is successful. Not, I gotta get to success. So that means that you're working in failure territory the entire time until you get to success. And right when you get to success, you stop. Because you already spent the whole time as a failure, right? In your head. Like, I'm trying to put myself in the body of someone. Like, okay, I gotta make it to 30 minutes, right? You gotta make it. You gotta finish your 1 hour of work. For me, like, all right, 1 hour, that sounds pretty good. But 1 hour is a goalpost. I can do 2 hours. All right. We enter a digression. All right, so we're at 2 hours already, but we had 1 hour work done. I'm like, okay, well, I still feel pretty good. Let's just add another hour of work. I mean, I already got my work done, and I squeezed in an additional hour of digression. What's another hour? I could squeeze in another hour. So in all times, regardless of, like, in most times, whenever someone tells me that they might be derailing me, I already got my stuff done, like whatever my plan is. I usually don't announce what my plan is because I tell others, rest assured, I will get to my place when I get to my place. It's not to say that there are days where I'm really tired. You'll know those days. I will say in the beginning, okay, today is a rest day. I need to make sure I don't fall off the wagon, right? Like, so I do understand when I've pushed too hard. So until you know how to push too hard safely and consistently, pushing too hard just feels like every single day. Right? If you're telling yourself you can only study for 30 minutes, no matter what, anything past this point is too hard. Because you don't do it at all. You don't ever pass a point of a limit. Daily, every single day, on a daily basis, I'm pushing myself slightly past my threshold in a success territory. So at some point, what I do is I get to decide, do I maintain this? And where do you stop? Like, do you keep going? No, you go until you fulfill your goals. So, like, I'm not going to keep pushing until, like, I'm not aiming to be like a 6-hour workday or a 7-hour workday if I don't need it. It's pushing it past to a point where it is functional. So, how do I get where I need to get when it comes to the Japanese thing? Like an hour a day at this point? And on average, like if you average the last 3.5 years, it was like 4 or 5 hours a day. So I'm way past my limit. And I'm still comfortable with it. Someone could say, well, why don't you optimize and only do 1 hour a day? But then I would be working less. Why would I want to work less when I don't have to? To optimize is when you need time. So that's what I mean by when someone comes by and derails me for 2 hours, I already work with like a big buffer zone, right? Maybe 2 hours study day. Right now, my average study day, including my off hours and my stream hours, I do Japanese exposure for 6 hours a day. Oh, close to 3 years now. Has it been 3 years? Almost 3 years, right? We're at 2.7 at 3 years. So anytime someone derails me, like on any one day, like one day, I would have a 2-hour discussion. The threshold is so big. Like, I recover from this very quickly because my tolerance level is higher. If you want that, this is a strategy to do so. It might not solve everyone else's problem. The idea is If you're struggling to do more, you have to do, like, the human response is to try to do more and get used to it. Not that it's going to make it any, like, you're still going to feel like it's a struggle, because it is. No one is saying that when you push past your limit, it's not a struggle. Hence the human condition thing. When you go 30 minutes, the last 2 minutes often feel the worst, or like a small percentage, a disproportionate percentage of when you approach your idea of a limit is the worst feeling ever, both physically and mentally, right? When you're running, the last couple, if I'm pushing myself, it's just getting that extra 1 minute or getting that extra 30 seconds is worse than the rest of the run. Mentally is very similar too. Like doing extra the days you can. Yes, doing the extra days you can, but you're trying to make it a routine of knowing when you can and when you can rest back. The idea is the more often you can do extra things makes it less of a struggle over time, not more of a struggle. So you're trying to keep the struggle familiar, like understandingly familiar. If you spend always in a perfectly timed environment, then you're not, I'm going to be honest, you're not really struggling. You're not struggling. This is called a comfort zone. When someone tells me they know exactly how long they study every day, and they say it with such confidence, my first thought is idealists. And if they're happy, don't change, don't change what, if it ain't broke, right? Don't change it. Perfectly fine. When someone tells me, how do you get better at something? You have a problem, Chief. You're stuck in comfort zone land. How can you get better at anything if you don't struggle? And what I mean by struggle, remember that we talked about positive stress. Positive stress like oxytocin, oxytocin and endorphins versus cortisol, right? That type of thing. My struggle is positive. I have come to accept that the only way I can get better is struggle. And struggle sounds like a negative word, so most of the time I would say positive stress. I deliberately plan on stressing myself because I know I'm going to get better at doing it. Apparently the workload including class the next year is about 40 hours a week. You're a student, so the thing you do should be 40 hours a week. What I mean is, like, that would transition into a 40-hour-a-week job, you know? Actually, sorry, it's 30 hours a week, right? Sorry, like, my perception of work is so warped. I think it's 30-hour weekdays, right? 8 hours, 5 days a week. Yeah, wait, no, that's 40. Yeah, 40-hour weekdays, yeah. When I was in school, right, high school or especially college, I would expect about 40 hours a week. Like 40 hours on the easier days, you're doing the same thing again. You literally just did the same thing that I said. So now you're saying 40 hours is the minimum. I'm not saying 40 hours is the minimum. I work 80 hours a week. If I could. Obviously, there's no 80 hours. You would have to sleep and stuff. So 40 hours, maybe like 60 hours, maybe. Pretty reasonable. You still have to sleep and stuff. 80 hours is absurd. Maybe 60 hours. I do this thing where I pick a 20% overhead. So if someone expects a project to take 3 months, right? If I'm talking to someone like you and they say it takes 3 months, I'll give the person 4 months. And if they don't get it done in 4 months, then I probably fire them. That's how I, like, I'm not an employer, so hear me out. I don't employ people. I would fire myself. So if someone gave me 2 weeks to do a project, so like I determined it takes 2 weeks, I would ask for 3 weeks. No, you might be thinking, so that means if they're asking for 2 weeks, you're gonna do, like, let's just say you do 100% of the project, right? This person is like, I'll give you 2 weeks to complete this project, 100, like, or they tell me what the project is, and I determine that it takes 2 weeks to do 100% of the project. And I would ask for 3 weeks because there's a chance that I would probably do 150%. What I mean is, I'm asking for 3 weeks in case something goes wrong, but I'm not aiming to just do this. I'm gonna do more than this. If I have extra time, I have extra time. Now, if the person says, nah, I'm not gonna give you the extra week, you only have 2 weeks, then I would adjust my threshold, right? I would try to get the thing done in 1 week somehow to aim to have extra time. So then I plan for problems to come up, or I end up doing a better job than expected. Now, if you're arguing like, well, what if you can't do it more than 2 weeks? Then I would say, no, I can't do it in 2 weeks. I don't set myself up for failure. You don't stack the deck against yourself, right? If someone says it's 2 weeks, and I absolutely think the bare minimum is 2 weeks, which is what you did, the bare minimum is 2 weeks, I would ask for 3 weeks. Otherwise, they find someone else, because I would likely fail, right? You have to refuse something that you're going to likely fail, or you can explain it to them. And that's how I would explain it. If you give me 3 weeks, there's a chance I might be doing more than they asked for, because I will still try to complete it in 2 weeks with 1 extra week. What am I going to do with that 1 extra week? I'm going to do more work. The project will only benefit from the 2 weeks. Apparently the work, okay. So like wait. Workload including, right? So perhaps it's trying to sort out. So like extra 30% every day, but that means it's fine to struggle to even do 50 on a few bad days? Pretty much. Like what you're trying to do is you're trying to keep yourself consistently doing more. What would you do in your current situation each day? 18 days left? Good. I don't know. If you, like, so say 18 days left. This involves experience, right? If you think, so do you think it's 18 days? Do you need all 18 days to do something? What's your goal? If your goal is that it takes all 18 days to do 100% of the project, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. This will stay the same regardless of what your days are. You count the number of days and you aim for a realistic goal, right? If you're telling me that it takes 18 days to realistically do the 100 things, that's not realistic. That's ideal. So that means you have to change your goal to accommodate a realistic goal, even if it's less than 100%. So like, for example, if your ideal goal is to get an A on the project, for example, and it's going to take you 18 days of 18 days, that is not realistic. that is ideal. So I would tell myself, okay, so what can I do realistically in 18 days? I could get a B project. So then I would do the things I need to do to get a B to see if I have enough time to get to an A. Right? Because you only have 18 days. However, during that period, you might find out, or I might find out, that I got it done in 14 days. So that leaves me 4 extra days to try to turn this B into an A. That is a realistic goal. So this would be a realistic goal. That means that if you aim to get the B and something comes up, it's not a failure, because oftentimes you're gonna be able to reach it. It's the realistic goal. Typically, a realistic goal would mean that you can get it done faster than that. Right? You're banking on the idea that to get to a B project, it takes less time. You're giving yourself 18 days to do it. So there's an overhead of 4 days. And those 4 days, when you get to those 4 days, you can see how much harder you can push to get to the A. That means that you did not fail when you passed 14 days. Now the 4 days are extra to get you to the ideal case. That means you did better than you thought. Those are the different perspectives. Otherwise, you never feel like you're getting a W unless it's perfect. What would you do if you were given the original 65? Well, 65 days. You use your competence, right? Again, I don't know what your competence is. You use your competence and say the project estimates to be 65 days to get an A+. Well, that means I can't do realistically, I can't do the A+. So that means that I'll take the 65 days and I'll aim for me, if A+ is the ideal case, then I would aim for like an A-. And an A- realistically would actually take me maybe, let's just say 55 days. So I get started, whatever I need to do to get that A- at 55 days. And then we'll figure out if it turns out to be 10 days. Now, things can go south and it ends up taking 65 days. Well, that's good, because I still originally planned to aim for an A-. Now, if you're wondering, but what if my competence is not good enough to predict what your grade is? That's not really the point, because you don't actually get to control how well your grade is. You get to do your best. So you never know when you turn in a A- project that it becomes an A+ project. You don't know. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get yourself to get a realistic goal, to get doing, and see if you even end up having enough time to go for the ideal case. So that's what I would do. And oftentimes, I do more than this. Usually, when someone asks me to do a project that takes 65 days, I often find out that I could do it in like 50 days. And I would take the 65 days. Then I would apply the same thing. I would use the 40 days to see if I can get it done in 40 days. So the A+ project, I would try to see if I can get it done in 40 days. If I don't, it will still default back to 50 days. And by 50 days, I have 15 days to do an A++ job. That's how I do it. So the net is that I know that I can get something done faster. I aim to be faster, not ideal, like not by a time. I always aim to try to do it faster than I need to do it. And then if I don't, I still know I will get it done in 50 days. So even if I don't get it done in 40 days, I'll get it done in 50 days. And I aim for a gap because I also don't even, when it comes to the results, I aim to do more than the results request of me. So when someone asks me to do a job, 100% of the job, I usually go above. I do 120%. And that means that the time it requires has to be normalized to their time. So they say 65 days for 100%. I'm aiming for 50 days. Because in order to do 120%, I can get 15 days left over to find that 20%. And then how do I get the 100%? 50 days. However, 50 days guarantees the 100 days, but I'm going to try to do it in 40 days. Because I want to get better at my job too. Like I want to get more efficient. I want to try to do it quicker and better. So quicker, better, quicker, better. How often do I succeed or get better? That's left up to quote unquote, there's still a chance involved, right? Something bad could happen and it could take up the extra 15 days. But that's good, that's fine because I planned for it. So aiming for better doesn't mean it guarantees that it'll be better. Aiming for better means that you have room to be successful while you're having a bad day. So other people, another way to think about this is like fitness, right? Fitness goals. Oftentimes when people say, oh, I gotta run for 5 minutes. Well, you aim to run for 5 minutes every day. However, on good days, you're aiming to run longer than 5 minutes. This is progressive overload. Instead of using running, which is a stamina and endurance thing, I usually use running because mental deals with stamina and endurance more so than strength. Like performance, right? Performance, you could do like more difficult tasks, like a harder subject, for example. Like if math is harder, sure, it could be more intense. Math is more intense over the 5 minutes, so you aim to do the more intense thing first, then the more relaxing thing first, and then you push yourself that way. For running, the counterpart is weights. You go in trying to push yourself over your limit. Your goal is to push yourself over the limit. If you still did the same, that's good, because it means you didn't get weaker either, and you put in more volume. So that means you continue to maintain your stamina. There's always two components, right? There are often two components. Stamina for consistency, like endurance, right? Endurance and stamina. And then you have performance, like your acuity and stuff. So intensity. That's same with mental stuff. So if you're constantly saying, oh, well, you can only handle 4 weeks, like 40-hour weeks at the easiest level, when you say it like that, it means that this is the hardest you can work. I'm likely to believe that this is the hardest you can work. So when you have a day that is 41 hours, which you say is the easiest, so that's only the easiest. Every time you're going to have a 40-hour work, you're going to fail. I don't even, to me, I'm not going to even beat around the bush for this. You're going to fail. Largely because you're never going to try to push yourself. You think of things as the easiest thing you can do because that's the hardest limit. You're telling me your hardest limit by referring to it as the easiest thing. No chance. It's gonna fail. Usually when someone says 40-hour weeks and they're like, that's okay. I'm pretty good with 50-hour weeks. So this would be no problem. Even though this is the easiest, quote unquote, it's mid because I can do 50 hours. So that means that my nice days, my relaxing days are 40-hour weeks because my normal is a 50-hour week. And my best is a 60-hour week. That's what I was telling you. Like, I think I'm okay with 60-hour weeks at my best. And if I need to push every once in a while, maybe we can push to 65-hour weeks for like 2 weeks maybe. And then we'll recover by taking like 55-hour weeks later. Rarely is it even close to talking about how big deal 40-hour week is. Notice how I only talk in a range that is greater than the... Like, that's what I would think. When someone tells me, oh yeah, are you okay with 40-hour weeks? Well, I'm okay with 60-hour weeks, and if I have to work 65-hour weeks, then maybe some of the days I'll do 50-hour weeks. It's not even talking about what happens if it drops below, like, if it's above 40-hour weeks. I'm okay with that. When someone asks me to do something, I have to be pretty certain that I can get the job done. So when you told me 40-hour weeks, my thought is, well, I better make sure I can do more than 40-hour weeks, because that's not how you would be successful. And then you immediately told me it's the easiest, but you're going to dread anything more than that, so you're going to fail. Because anytime anything's more, you're going to give yourself an excuse to not do any more work. What you're going to do, in my opinion, is you're going to normalize it to 40-hour week. And you're hoping that everything becomes 40 hours. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a 100% of a project, which is what we're doing right now to be successful, because there's no point of no return, right? You're going to take the 100 hours project, and you're going to have to force yourself to settle for an 80%. Because you realize that this project actually took, on average, greater than 40 hours a week. I'm not saying it's like we're talking about classes, we're talking about project, like the period of something. So it's going to be 40 hours. So anytime it goes above, you decide I can only work 40 hours. So the project then will suffer for it. And this is a compromise. So there are healthy, successful people who do this, where they aim for something, and if they know they can't aim for it, they would adjust their goals, their results, to be okay with it. You don't do that. You keep thinking that you deserve an A, or you deserve an A because not that you're literally saying you deserve it. Your reward center is saying, man, I need to get an A, but I only put in a work that won't give me the A. That's a dissonance. It's a cognitive dissonance. I get A's because I put in A++ works. It doesn't always turn out A++. Or I get B's because I put in A works. It's not guaranteed that I'm going to get an A. I try my best, but I'm always aiming higher than what I get. Life doesn't always work out. So I tend to work more than I suspect. Okay? So I'm giving you an alternative way to look at things. You don't have to look at things like that. I keep mentioning it from time to time. There are people who are happy with every type of combination. When someone asks me to do a job, I aim to do more. That's it. Like, that's what I do. I always end up trying to do more. Sometimes I fail, right? I just didn't hit the mark. Because when the job asks me and they're like, dude, you didn't do good enough, it's like, I tried my best. So that's what I mean. Like, I know how hard I worked. The reality might not be so great, right? It's kind of like when you're watching someone on YouTube play a guitar and this person spent like a year doing this drill and they're so good. And I will go and say, I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to spend even longer. I'm going to put in 120% effort. And then when that day comes, I'm like nowhere near. I'm like 80 to 90% of as good as that person. I did it. Now I know how to build up to 90 to 80%. In the future, I can use this and understand how much time I will need. So in the future, when someone says, oh, hey, can you learn this, song, right? Can you learn this song? And the last time I did it, I thought I put in 120% and I only got to like 80%. So now I get to adjust because now I have experience. Once you build experience, then it's no longer completely dependent on someone else. So no, I'm not saying that I'm always successful. The idea is I'm more consistently able to do something and be satisfied with it so that I continue to try. When you think of the world as perfect and ideal and bottom lines, you're like likely most of your life is gonna feel like you failed. And some people like this. They like the pressure of failing, right? So they always work with bottom lines and ideals. If you feel like you can't do anything and everything's collapsing and the world is breaking apart and whatnot, that means if you're doing this and your world is falling apart, like mentally stressed and all that, that means you can't do this. It's not the end of the world. There are other ways to work around this, at least in my opinion. And I don't work like this. If I work like this, I'm going to collapse. Like, there's no way I work like this. Like, I'll work just hard enough to get an A. That is ridiculous. Like, I can't even think about, like, learning Japanese, for example. When someone says learning Japanese, like, oh yeah, just grab an Anki deck, do the 2K kanji deck in like 1 year and you'll master it. And my first thought is like, all right, so if this guy is saying download an Anki deck, do 2000 and 1 year, we're gonna aim for like 3000 kanji and I'm gonna give myself 3 years and we'll go along with that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. I'm still going to try learning 2000 kanji in 1 year, and maybe we're going to scratch mastering it because that's a conflict of interest. It's a cognitive, but maybe 3000 kanji in 3 years. It hasn't been 3 years. I know more than 3000 kanji. In fact, I know 4100 characters in the Chinese script, with 2 different languages. It hasn't been 3 years yet. Did I reach the original goal? I actually didn't. It took me a year and a half to cross 2000 exposure. And remember, I had to throw out master because that's way beyond me. Like, just using the word master is immature in my opinion and naive. So I at least tried to aim for something that someone said it's not like I didn't stop trying to get it in 1 year. However, I was well within my safety limit, so I still had like I still had another year and a half left, right? I doubled my time. That's how much extra time I gave myself. And I didn't just learn, right? I didn't just look at 2000 kanji. When I was at 2000 kanji, I was at 3000 Hanzi. So I aim to do more. Does that mean my performance is good? Well, I would have to test myself. And then, do people think that I'm lying? Well, that's up to them to determine. It's not like I have control over what they think my performance is and how well I'm going to do on a test. The idea is someone said 2000 kanji in 1 year. And I'm like, sure, let's go aim for that. It's not realistic, so I know how well I do, so let's just like give it a more time and aim for a more conservative. This at this pace was exactly at a year and a half. So 1 year and 1 year and a half was my projected date for the 2K kanji. And I met it. That would be quote unquote the ideal case. That means that the year and a half went as planned, ideally. As in, nothing came up, I didn't randomly get sick, or got in an accident, or, like, oh, they're fictitious. Thanks for the watch streak. Like, that's if everything went right. I could have gone sick. Like, I could have got fatally ill. My life could have been ruined, or like my parents would have gotten in an accident. In fact, a bunch of things did come up, and we still made up for it. We still made up for the half a year 2000 kanji. Still managed to do it. That's what I mean. Like, you have to be set up for bad days. So when someone gives me a idea, I know what I can realistically do and what I can idealistically do. So ideally, I could have gotten 2000 kanji in a year and a half, and I still aimed for it each and every day. Some days I actually had to make up, but I was working way ahead of my original estimate, because what I can tell people conservatively, I always tell people conservative things. When someone tells me, what JLPT level are you? I would say N4. I'm not telling them the best case scenario. The best case scenario is not the average scenario. The best case scenario is not ideal. I mean, sorry. Yeah, well, for lack of a better phrase, the best case is the ideal case. So if I know a lot of N3, that's the ideal case. It's my limit. You don't tell people your best day. You tell people your most consistent day. So when someone asks me, how many hours do you stream? I don't tell them the longest times I stream. The longest time I stream are like 12 to 14 hours a day. I tell them the average day, the day I can consistently complete, which would be like 4 to 5 hours. And then when someone looks like, well, the last like 3 months, you've been streaming 6 to 8 hours. Why would you say 4 to 5 hours? You're just being humble or something like that. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm genuinely thinking it's about 4 to 5 hours. And then remember, Mika, we did talk about this. I was able to get Twitch to look from the first day I stream to the current day, and it averaged around 6 hours. Even though I said that it feels like I could do 4 to 5 hours a day, scrolled across every day, regardless if I took break days and stuff, across 7+ years. We're talking about 7.71 years. I clocked in at a 6 hour per day if it was spread across every single day. And yet I would tell someone that I can comfortably stream for 4 to 5 hours a day because I aim to do more. I safely can do something. So when I promise people things, right? Like when someone asks me, hey, I need your help with something. How much time do you have to help me with this? I wouldn't tell them the best number. I would tell them the most realistic number I can do. Like when someone says, hey, can you make this time? And how much time do you have? And someone's like, I need 3 hours. I'm like, I can do 1 to 2 hours. Hear me out. We can try to aim for 3 hours, but are you going to be okay with 1 to 2 hours during this time? Because you give people averages. You don't give people ideal cases. And I genuinely do believe that's what most people tell me all the time. When it's a negative thing, they tell me the best thing. When it's a positive thing, they tell me the worst thing. How does this work online? When I say, oh, how often do you work on homework? Homework is a negative thing for most people, and they'll tell me their best thing. So they'll say they work for 4 hours a day. That means what I think, until they prove me otherwise, they never work. They rarely ever work 4 hours a day on homework. They always work less than 4 hours because they'll tell me the best case scenario for something that is negative. And then when I ask them, so how many hours do you doom scroll a day? And they'll tell me the worst case scenario, as in they'll tell me they do this the least amount. So they want to doom scroll. So they're going to tell me, oh, no, I don't know. I only doom scroll about 1 hour a day. And I would immediately infer that they mean at least 1 hour a day. Because, and worst meaning min, best meaning max. This is the most consistent pattern for anyone who is younger. Like for most people, more than 80% of people who are younger than 25 years old right now and younger, who I meet online, so they're chronically online, this is how they respond to me. And this is the assumption that I would make until I can ask them the question to confirm it. When it's a negative thing, they'll tell me their max. When it is a positive thing, something they want, they'll tell me the minimum. So when I say, how many hours do you doom scroll? They're gonna say 1 hour. And my first thought is like they probably doom scroll far more than 1 hour a day. Because the ideal case is that they're trying to sound positive about something that they want, and whenever they is negative, something they don't want to do, they always talk about the best they can do, not the realistic thing. So it's between these two. When someone asks me, how long do you study Japanese? I say 5 hours a day. 5 hours a day, I listen to Japanese, I immerse in Japanese, and then I stream like maybe 1 to 2 hours talking about language learning related to Japanese. What do I really do? If you're telling me, if I told you 5 hours a day, right? That is the center point. So that means on a bad day, it could be 3 hours. On the best day, it could be 8 hours. I choose the center point. So then when someone asks me, then when a person catches me on any one day, I will at least do 3 hours, even visibly, or not. So when I say, okay, well, I always do 2 hours a day on stream. I would like language learn, for example, for 2 hours a day. That means that it is the center point. no matter on any given day, 90% of the time, someone is going to find me talking about language learning for at least 2 hours. I'm not going to fail doing this. So I literally have evidence. So when someone tells me, "Oh, you don't talk about language learning, study things, or talk about Japanese or Chinese for at least 2 hours," I do, because I gave you a quote. I gave you the quote that I can meet no matter, like, very rare. Like, the power would have to go out. I would have to have a family emergency. My voice would have to disappear. Something dramatic has to happen. So, just to drill the idea home. You ask, if someone asks me to do something, the numbers I give them are the most safest numbers I can achieve. What actually happens most of the time is I will always do, most of the time, I'll always be aiming to do a better job than they ask. So that's why I don't say yes to everyone anymore. My trade-off, okay, so what's the pros and cons, right? A big con to myself, if I'm being honest with myself, this strategy that I'm talking about, the biggest con is that I can't say yes to everything. That's what I had to learn when I was a kid. I cannot say yes to everything because I will run out of time, I will become overexhausted, and I'll be overcommitted oftentimes. Because if I say yes to just about anything, I have to put in 120% on everything, right? So anything I say yes, I have to do more than that. So I can't say yes to everything. When someone says, "Hey, can you help me with this homework assignment?" every single day, I can't say yes to it every single day. I say yes when I know I can do 120%. So the trade-off here is it's not optimal and it's not efficient. Like, you know, optimal efficiency's sake, like the internet approach, you know, the people who say, well, 1 year, 2,000 kanji, plus or minus 0. That is efficiency. Mine, when you ask someone like me, I would say 1.5 year to maybe 3 years, 2,000 kanji to 3,000, plus or minus like 10%. That's what I would give you. I would give you a range, because this, to me, is naive and foolish. This is what a robot does, right? If you're a robot, fair enough. I have no way of contending with a robot. A robot could get the job done at the exact predicted rates. Nothing ever is going to bad happen. Nothing good might even happen. They're going to do exactly what they're programmed to do, and they'll always output at exactly the right time. They're neither late nor early. They are always on time. For myself, I'm human. There's no way I can live like that. I cannot go to people and say, I'm always going to be the best person for you. I'm always going to make you happy. I can't do that, right? And I won't live like that. And I don't expect my friends to be like that. I don't talk to people like that. Like, oh, you have to show up every day because we're friends. Take a break. Sleep sometime. We don't always have to hang out. Sometimes you have bad days. Sometimes you have good days. If you plan your life around always idealism, you leave no space to be human. And yes, I would argue, if you want my opinion, as in like my literal opinion and philosophy, this, in my opinion, works less than 50% of the time. So if I were to give you something, or like if someone asked me, what's my opinion? What is my life lesson to give to someone else that I strongly believe in? It would be this: stop trying to live like on the internet where everything is ideal. If you don't give yourself flexibility to aim for better and also be ready for worse, that's not going to, it has a less than 50% chance to live a happy life, in my opinion. So that's me unsolicitedly right now offering my opinion. Usually most people don't ask me, do you believe in what you are saying? Do you think that I could benefit? Usually I'm not that strong. I don't want to like go out of the way and say, my general inclination is, it's a suggestion. You can try it for a little bit. However, this type of thing takes a very long time. It takes like 2 or 3 years to get used to it. Like the idea that you always have to work more than you think. You always try to work more than you think so that you fail less over time. You become more consistent because you're always trying to work more than you think you're giving yourself more time, you're giving yourself more effort, you know, like you're trying to push yourself each time to meet something. You don't have to always improve either because you're trying to meet a goal. So sometimes you get easier jobs. When, you know, for me, I've gotten to a point where when someone asks me to evaluate something, when I say, what are the chances that this person have high standards? Right? Right? Really high standards, as in standards well beyond me that I can't fulfill. The environment that I'm in, usually I exceed the person's standards. So that sounds like a weird humble flex or an arrogant thing. Is usually I'm often surprised at what people's standards are. Like what I mean is in retrospect, when someone says like, hey, can you help me with encouragement or motivation, and my first thought is, okay, yeah, I think I can. Where I would say, I wonder if I can exceed their standards, or can I meet their standards? Maybe we should play it safe. So I would say, hey, you know, I got some few ideas. Maybe we could try some of those ideas. And over time, it turns out all that person really was expecting is someone to show up and say, hey, you're doing a good job. Let's go work on another project. Let's go. And like that, it's usually the opposite, because whenever something is negative, right, they're always thinking about the max. So like oftentimes the standard that this person is that they just want someone to compliment them or share some time with them, give them a word of encouragement each day. That's low standards for me, right? Something that is negative is mid. Like I'm aiming for higher than something that's negative. So it doesn't take a lot of effort for me personally to compliment someone if that's what they need, or to tell someone or to encourage someone consistently to be happy, or hey, can you tell me something that is nice and exciting in your life? That's the standards that I typically have to meet. And for me, I well exceed that. Like, you know, so in my opinion, over time, standards are fairly low for the skill that I'm typically asked to use. That's my 2 cents there. Anyways. Right, so let's finish translating this before, and people have low standards of me. That works to my advantage, by the way. So whenever someone comes by and is like, hey, you're never, if you start Duolingo now 3 years ago, you're gonna quit in like three weeks or like 3 months. You're gonna learn nothing. You're gonna hate Japanese, and Duolingo is always gonna get in your way and make you feel like it's the worst mistake you've ever made. Well, I mean, we're about to cross 3 years, and I've yet to find that Duolingo was the worst decision of my entire life, and it kept me from everything, and I would only talk and slander Duolingo. That didn't happen, right? That person was talking about something negative, which is studying, and then they phrased it that it is the maximum that I can do, which is that I'll never go beyond Duolingo if I start with Duolingo. That's exactly what happens. And my first thought is like, well, do you think I'm only going to use Duolingo by starting Duolingo? I don't aim to only do the best in the worst case scenario to you. I already planned to use more things than Duolingo. That's what I mean by when someone talks to me. If they're trying to spread fear, they will only talk about the best I can do. And the best I can do is something undesirable. That's how you spread fear. Like, oh, if you use that tool, you're only gonna ever get this good. And this good is like, throw in something like, oh, if you use this tool, you'll only ever get as good as N5. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll use this tool until I get to N5, and I'll start thinking about how I get to N4. I don't like sit there and say, oh man, I'm only gonna get to N4. Maybe I should go find a tool that gets me to N4, because then that includes N5. I'm like, I'll just get to N5 and then go and find how to get from N5 to N4. Like, you don't have to restrict yourself to a lower limit when you don't want to study, and you don't want to restrict yourself to a upper limit when you're thinking about something you like. Like, for example, video games. I hear this from a friend that I try to encourage him to think about all the possibilities. When he likes to play something, he loves a particular rhythm game, and he tend to think about the things he want to do as the minimum best case scenario. So when he says, oh, I really love this game, but I can only play the game for like 3 hours, because that's all life can offer him. And my first thought is, that sucks that you have to think about the ideal case as the worst case for the things you can do, right? It's really backwards oftentimes. Like when someone says Discord, right? Like, you can socialize for 30 minutes. That is probably the worst case, because you probably want to be on Discord more than 30 minutes. So you're not being honest with yourself, right? If you tell me that you only spend 30 minutes on Discord, my first assumption, until you can prove to me that you're not spending more than 30 minutes on Discord, I think being honest to yourself will help with the idea that maybe there's something better than Discord. Like, what if we chatted for 30 minutes? Is that worth more than 30 minutes of Discord? Like, the irony here is, like, we probably use Discord to chat, but that's besides the point. Like, you're trying to enhance the quality of the stuff. So if I have to learn language, for example, let's go back to Japanese language learning. Someone's like, oh man, I have to put in 2 hours of Anki practice. Okay. Could that Anki practice include something that you like? Because you keep complaining that you don't have a lot of time to do the things you like, because now you have to study Japanese. So you want to minimize the amount of time you study Japanese and try to maximize the amount of time you're using that Japanese. Is it possible that you can use your Japanese while also like trying to find ways to make it so that the thing that you are avoiding, you're doing more of it because you have to, and then the thing that you're want to do is being minimized? You can incorporate that so that the two things can help each other, right? You're liking to do Japanese while also doing something. Isn't that would be great? You're trying to do that, and some of it will work, some of it won't. The idea is you got to get yourself, in my opinion, out of the head of trying to minimize things you have to do, ideally, and stop trying to maximize the things that are making it difficult to do. So, for example, if you have to game 6 hours a day because you want to do that, but you keep telling yourself you only game 2 hours a day, are you going to decrease the amount of time? Like, how do you go from 2 hours of doom scrolling to the time you told me? You told me, like, you know, someone told me they only spend 1 hour of doom scrolling. How are you going to get from more than 1 hour of doom scrolling to actually 1 hour of doom scrolling, or even less, to like 30 minutes of doom scrolling? Like, what's your goal? Is your goal 30 minutes? If you keep telling me 1 hour and you're actually doom scrolling for 2 hours, how are you going to ever get to 30 minutes or even 1 hour if you're lying to yourself? Like, personally, right? Like, if I'm being really direct, the idea is find out that you stream for 2 hours. Let's try to do something about it and aim for it, you know, progressively. Anyways, that's my thought. Anyways, and my thought here, I'll make it about myself. How do I decrease my digression, right? How do I save time on my digression? I have to, eventually I have to get to P3P summary, and how do I reduce that? Well, my original digressions or like candid conclusions and stuff were 4 hours long. Now they're 2 hours long. Even though I don't really want to, I really want 4 hours, I gotta try to get better at explaining the 4 hours in 2 hours. So I'm still encouraging myself to increase my time efficiency, right? And then other things get longer in that. Using white and black is making this look like your art when you light it. Oh, okay. Interesting. So yeah, you think it's helpful to hear about. Hopefully you find something. I think the way the stuff that you keep sharing, it's derailing. It's like slowly breaking down. So being a young person who's already slowly breaking down is a little bit alarming, because you still have like solid 60 years plus to go. So you don't want to start early on the breaking down thing. So now that you have lighting that looks like you made it, how can you make it like the Miku thing you showed a few weeks ago? No. So for the Miku thing, right? Did you study the Miku thing yet? And looked at where their values are? You know what I mean? So like, look at the Miku thing, pull up that artwork, right? Turn it black and white. Are your values the same as the Miku values? Like in like an apples and oranges thing. You could even do the art study by looking at the Miku in black and white, like the Miku art in black and white, and then try to create a volume map yourself of the Miku volumes, and then apply that strategy, right, that volume principle, to whatever your artwork is doing, right? So you can see that maybe this person always has a certain volume, and that's kind of what I would do. To get it to look like that, I mean, you're gonna have to work on it. I would focus on the aspects that you can see, right? On the aspects that you can see. Doing and seeing. Remember the intersection, right? You have to remember that you have to keep on doing something that you can see. I think right now, if you look at the Miku thing, you're probably doing here, and the Miku gap is like this big, right? It's a really big gap from what you can see. So I'm encouraged, like, my idea is like, okay, go find out what you can see. Can you get more information? And then you can work more then from there. You'll send a version of where it's at to show your point later. Okay. But yeah, you can get their stuff in black and white to look at. Yeah, I would try to do that. I did do that myself too, where okay, well, I try to picture the volumes in like this picture here, right? I try to picture the volume like this, even though it's in color. And my first thought is like, okay, what are the obvious things that are happening here? And then I slowly work up. I don't try to nail it in the first, again, you can aim for something and then know what the realistic thing is, obviously. Okay, so let's translate this before the day is over. So, what's this guy's name? Takuya, right? Takuya says, hang on, I gotta keep track of time. Okay, so, I enjoy, right? And then with the emphasis, I enjoy going to shrines, right? I also like to visit temples, right? At the shrines. Or the other way around, sorry. Or they say shrine twice, but I like to pray at the shrine. Sorry, that's pray at the shrines. My bad. This is inori. And inoru is the act of praying. Inori is the activity of praying, and then because praying is honorific. It's a very, how you say, sacred or like higher standard thing. It's fine. Jinja, I think we're good here. Same emphasis on ski, right? And then Louis, I wonder, Louis, is that Louis? That's gotta be, unless Louis, I'm not sure Louis is the name. I don't think I come across Louis too often. It could be, now we're gonna go with Louis. So this kid says, I like visiting temples, like otera instead. I like visiting temples with the yo. And then he is, oh yeah, and we also have to keep in mind dayo, right? Because this is a noun, right? A noun like. So you can use da or des to illustrate. Then we have, there is, right, da. You need da because aran, or aru, this whole phrase, right? Furui otera ga aru is a noun like the whole clause is a noun like. So then you need a, oh no, sorry, it's not. This ends with a verb, so you can just da, right? You don't need a na there. You don't need a na here, right? And then basho, this is kinjo. Sorry, kinjo, neighbor, in the neighborhood, right? There's a neighboring or a old temple in the neighborhood. It is a large temple. Okina otera dayo. Then I go there every day. So 毎日そこへ行くんだ. Right? 僕は still talking about stuff. Then there I this is saying I request stuff, so like pray for stuff or wish for stuff, right? This is negai koto, or negai, is that koto? Okay, negai koto. So to request for stuff, right? Or things or matters, basically wishing for things, right? At the temple. And then itsumo, always, go to or arrive together, right, with mother. So I like to go to temples. There's an old temple in my neighborhood. It's a big temple. I go there every month. I make wishes there, right? The idea of this is wishful, right? Desires, whatnot. It is a combination phrase of, this is a combo phrase. So things modified by of desire. So things of desire. Koto is the noun, and nagai is the modifier. So it ends up interpreted as wishes or desires. And my mom always comes with me, right? Then Takuya, Sono Otera, so do you know? So someone says, actually the other kid says, do you know that temple? You know that temple, sorry. You know that temple. This is iru. So shite iru is a state. So that means that you want to say it as a state. The kid wants to say it as a state because when you know something, you continue to know it. So shiteiru yo. As opposed to just say no in the non-past, like shiru, right? And then so it's like, oh, you know that temple, right? And then that temple is now, I don't remember what this is. Uwasa, rumors, I think. I think this is a rumor, right? Uwasa, I don't remember the read on this. When I heard Uwasa I like glanced at this character. I'm like, I don't remember the rumor being Uwasa. So I'm pretty sure this is, I also heard, and this is kind of like, you can only hear once. So I also heard a rumor about that temple. Like that temple also had a rumor, I heard, right? And is not a good rumor. Yeah, it says Fukimina Uwasa, right? Or yeah, a spooky rumor, like a not good, like in poor taste, like suspicion, like something that's not desirable. So I know that temple. I also heard rumors about that temple, spooky rumors, right? Fukimi, so Fukimina, like what type of spooky rumor? Boku, that person heard, the kid heard that there's a ghost, right? This is ghost. Ure, secluded plus ghost. There was a ghost there. I saw a ghost there. Oh, sorry, not heard. Saw. My bad. I saw ghost there, and the kid was like, "What? That's something like I hate. That I hate to hate to. That's something said that I hate. That's scary things, right? Scary tales are something I hate. I hate talking about scary things, right? Hanashi o suru, or the doing of talking, or the telling of something, like something spoken. Then he's like, I like that. I like those things because I'm not scared, and that ghosts are really just in your head, basically, or they scar. Oh no, a ghost with a scar on his. Oh no, it's not even close. That's Kao. That's ghost in face with a wound. I totally thought of something else. So there was a ghost that there is a wound on the face. Oh, I just auto complete that in a way different manner. I was thinking atama ni, right? Just like in the head, atama ni, and then just ghosts aru, right? Or datta. There are ghosts are only in your head situation, but I didn't. It's okay. That's what happens when you skim and autocomplete stuff. Okay. That's good enough. We gotta keep going. I gotta get to HanziHero and then wrap up our P3P thing. For the object-oriented thing, how do you decide what you want to do for the structure side? Well, you think of functions and you make those functions. For the structure side, the structure, it should be structure independent. You know, when we talked about the commenting thing, you break down the functions you need and you make those functions. And then those functions are self-contained, so you can use those functions to you'll come up with the structure when you gather all the functions or create all the functions. How do you know which things justify having a class when you need to create the function to generate multiple things? So like a class generates objects. What type of objects do you have to generate multiple times? It's kind of like, what tasks do you have to do multiple times and generate like information? Like, for example, a video game, right? Like a video game, there's obviously going to be a class for hitboxes, because there are going to be multiple hitboxes. You have a few things you can think of. Yeah. So the idea is you're generating functions, right? Classes are probably they're going to be functions that will generate a bunch of objects, and those objects are considered information, right? The class asks for something, you're putting something into the class to then generate objects out. Those objects contain information. Those information is the thing you manipulate together to communicate between classes. So you have a bunch of classes, they generate a bunch of objects, the objects interact with each other, you pass objects to each other, you juggle the objects to create the information to put out, right? The objects can be printed, right? If, say, you input the parameters in a class that had a number, like for example, you need a counter. Well, the class function would be to accept numbers, and then the objects they generate is a sum. Like for example, like if you want something to add, right, you have a class function of addition, and the parameters it would accept are like integers only, 3 integers only. So you put in 1, 2, 3. The object it generates is one of the objects it's going to generate is 6. It's going to put out an object 6, and then you can print that object in order to get it to do something, right? It's 6. It'll display 6. The objects can be manipulated after the class function. So the class is something that you're going to use a lot to generate multiple objects. The objects are the things you are, quote unquote, the data that you'll manipulate. You can pass another object through another class. That's how you connect the classes. So you have multiple classes, they're self-contained, they can manipulate objects that go in and out of them. Like they can take an object, manipulate it, and pump out another object. That's how you get different classes manipulating the object. So then you have a conveyor belt, right? Class 1 does something, generates an object that goes into class 2. Class 2 then manipulates that object and generates a modified object of that. The idea is, the reason about object-oriented programming is that if something messed up, you know which one messed up. The others will still continue to work. They don't, changing one thing doesn't change everything else, right? If you have something that adds things, and you have something that multiplies things, they operate on the objects being passed on them. The program themselves will continue to add and multiply, no matter what the objects are, right? The objects are the things that are being manipulated. The functions of the class, They work regardless. If a invalid object tries to get passed into a class, it can reject it. You can design classes to have fail-safe, right? Like the functions and whatnot in a class, they can have fail-safes. The parameters might not meet the things, but the actual code is still valid. So what happens is you can generate a bunch of object-oriented things that will work no matter what. Like when you finish, right? So this is what I mean by, if you can't finish a project, at least finish all the functions that help manipulate your objects. So that means that you'll do work, right? You're working on things you can do, right? Again, back to the original idea. Your goal is to finish things, to create things that work, that you can do, and keep pushing for yourself to do more of it. So when you can break down a function and you know it's a good function, then make it. You got to start somewhere. You're not here to sit there and say, how can I predict the entirety of a project when I can't even get step 1 to finish? Why use object-oriented rather than just have a ton of if things? How are you going to get started? If you have a ton of if things, go ahead. You can do it that way if you want. You haven't yet. You literally, the reason why you haven't started the project is because you think of things as a ton of diff things. You just asked me the first question. You said, how do I do the structure of things? Okay, go and plan out the structure. Go ahead. What do you do for the structure side? Go ahead. Go and figure out the structure side. That's a ton of diff things. So if you're asking me how do you structure your entire project and you're thinking of your project as the entire structure, let me know. Let me know how you do it. Because for myself, I can't do that. When you ask me, right? When you ask me the Miku art, that is diff. Tons of diffs. Let me know if you stare at the Miku art that you can find the entire structure, the process of the artist by looking at it as complete as possible. Let me know. Because I would be very interested, honestly. I would be very interested in how you can reproduce the Miku thing by looking at it as a ton of diffs. I presented today how to break it down into classes. And then the classes generate a bunch of objects. The objects are your layers. Those layers are composed of shadows and like light. So you're gonna do a lot of class, generate a bunch of objects, right? And what is going into the class? Artwork. What are the parameters of the artwork? The whites and the blacks of the artwork. So it's not going to be Miku, not just the Miku artists. It's going to be all your waifu artists. You're going to collect their inputs, put it into a class, and you're going to continuously generate objects, right? These objects then can be fed into your brain to try to create a pattern. Now, what does your brain do? Well, you need to create a class for that. A class on how to access patterns of shadows and lights. So, for me, what I did was I broke down something to a point where I could orient a task, a class, and generate a bunch of information, objects, based on the parameters of the class. And in the future, you can generate a new class where the class generates object for the next class, the next step. So no matter what you're working on, the previous class still works. That is what makes object-oriented programming excellent. When you know how to do your black and whites, you can still do the black and whites no matter how it doesn't reflect the really tons of diffs that you're trying to define the tons of diffs. The tons of diffs, every diff is a class. It can be a class. Sometimes you can do a diff in a class because the diff is unique. You don't really need the diff too much. The thing is, when you have a tons of diffs, if one diff is off, the rest will be off too. They're all dependent on each other. So that's what it means by having object-oriented programming. You're trying to create modular things that manipulate objects so that when one thing fails, the whole thing doesn't collapse. And you can help yourself compartmentalize things like, I don't know how to do, I can't program A yet. However, I can program B. And I know that eventually A and B have to interact with each other. Well, you can do B. You can create B right now to manipulate certain objects, right? And A can come later. The idea is you need to practice. You gotta do something. You gotta program something. Are you gonna simply wait until you know A, B, C, D, E, and you wait to know how all these are connected before you even start doing the first thing? And then when you get stuck on the first thing, that means none of the other things get done. That's the min-max theory. That's how you min-max your way to a failure. It's 1-point failure. Ideally, this is ideal. So when you think of things as a ton of diffs, the ideal case is it always goes in this order. So if you can't get started, how do you finish anything at all? When you start an art project, you constantly think about the sketch first, and then the sketch has to go perfect before you finish anything else. You can't study or practice anything else before you get your sketch done. Then you're only gonna get that's where you get stuck. There's no way. You can't even practice shadows. You can't even practice light. You can't study lines. Not sketching. I'm not about line detail. That there's many aspects of lines. You can't study color theory. You can't do any of that until you start doing sketch. This is what tons of diffs mean. So what I was suggesting about the object-oriented programming, exercise that, because when you're learning CS, it teaches people how to understand how to think of different parts and still work on those parts as a whole. Like, you figure out how all the different parts come together as a whole, or how they can be manipulated. Otherwise, you only have one way to fail. Right, 1 point. There's no redundancy. Basically, once you don't finish step A, everything else falls apart. Like, there's nothing else being done. That's called idealism. Now, you might be thinking, why is object-oriented programming really important in CS, especially Python, right? Like, when you learn Python, oftentimes that also gets introduced object-oriented programming when Python comes in. Because think about it this way. If you can think of this, right? This is your one point of failure. But you can think of it this way. When you develop B, you could develop, there's a chance you can develop A prime. What does that mean? When you develop this, it doesn't have to go in this order. You can develop B prime. What happens here? Now you learn redundancy. So sometimes when you start doing something else, right? When you start doing something else downstream, you can learn something before. So what happens is you can end up developing an alternative class or an alternative method that, okay, well, this didn't originally work, but because you learned to do something else, you can devise a new plan. So the code doesn't have to start from beginning, ideally, wherever you think it is, to end. Object-oriented programming makes you start doing something and you can go forward and down. And when you can go forward and down, you can also go laterally. This creates redundancy in code. So, and the reason why this is possible is because when you have something that works, it doesn't stop working. So that means you can always go back to something that's working and either iterate on it or incorporate it into something else or develop something else. This is excellent practice because then you're not stuck at one rate limiting step, which is how most people learn. Or what I mean is, these are the crutches of currently learning, right? When someone says, what is the best way to learn Japanese? You're thinking about A goes to B, goes to C, goes to D. Most of the time. Like that's what best way is. What are ways to learn? Now you're looking at all the things that work. So A prime, right? A1, A2, A3. And sometimes it can still go into a bottleneck. So when there's a bottleneck at B, despite knowing B exists, you can develop a B prime, right? Like a B prime, which then your other methods can filter in B prime, and so on. So what happens is all of these things still work. And the things that you did still work. The idea is they don't stop working because something else doesn't work. You end up learning the relationship between the objects and the classes, or it's called object-oriented programming. So all the things that you program is around manipulating the objects. So the object itself tells you what the functions that you need. Like you have information, now you have to know how to manipulate that information or turn it into something that is functional. So oftentimes creating a bunch of classes and a bunch of functions that are modular with classes with a bunch of functions to manipulate objects, they continue to be like that, right? It's kind of like you have a hand press at station A and you have a slicer, right? A slicer at station B. Well, you have an object coming through, maybe like a fruit, right? You designed the presser, you designed the slicer, right? The slicer will always cut, the presser will always press. Now you could cut before pressing, or you could press before cutting. When you put this through the object is going to be different depending if you press first or cut second, or cut first or press second. Or they might be the same. You don't know. But what happens is no matter what you have programmed, these things still continue to work. No matter what you do, you have done some work. How you manipulate, how you edit these things, you can create a special cutter, like maybe a dicer instead. So now you're going to have a dicer and a cutter. The dicer is a modification of the cutter. Now, while you're building a dicer, if it starts to not work, your cutter will always continue to work. Like, you'll always be able to go back to your cutter. You can still cut things while you're working on new things. So that's what I mean. That's personally what I meant by exercise object-oriented programming. The idea is when you make something and you were able to validate that it works and it can modify an object, that's a good starting point. You can't fail anymore because it's worked. And then when you challenge your classes and your function, then you can iterate on it. Otherwise, you're gonna try to do the world, like for example, the internet thing, where the first thing you make has to be perfect. That just doesn't happen, in my opinion. Like, if I be direct with you, it doesn't happen. It's not one and done. I mean, the internet will make it sound like that. It's like, oh, if you code it once, you never have to code it again. Well, technically that's true, because if you have it work the first time, the idea is like there is a chance. It's still possible that you code it once and it works and you never have to code it again. That's certainly true. In reality, you have to iterate. You have to iterate and troubleshoot. And then once you get it to a great place, you can still iterate and expand on it. But it never breaks. Like, it won't break from a particular point on with the task that you're doing. Every time you're doing a new task, it can still break. But the existing stable products still exist, right? And object-oriented programming is talking about a specific resolution, like the resolution of an object. This is still true for larger units. Like, for example, if you can write a sentence in English, right? There are things you can do that already exist in English that you can transfer the concepts to Japanese. No matter how confusing Japanese sentences get when you're applying your English concepts will continue to be working. They will continue to exist. When you start testing it against the Japanese concept, right? We're going to make it about language learning, right? English sentences. And you try to use English sentences to describe Japanese sentences. No matter what, this works. It will always existing to work. You're testing it against Japanese, and sometimes you get a fail test. Sometimes you get a success test. It is through this iteration that you'll learn how Japanese sentences work. And Japanese sentences will have all of its objects and classes. So then you will have two sets of classes and objects, and they work separately. They can also interact with each other. That creates structure. So you can learn that way. You can learn how to throw a ball. And because you can learn how to throw a ball, you observe that certain balls bounce. So then you can develop how to bounce a ball. And then eventually you can throw and bounce a ball at the same time. Or you can bounce to throw a ball, right? That kind of thing. You think you kind of get it, but you struggle to see how it can be used in your current thing. If I asked you to go to the grocery store, what will you do? If you tell me that you're just going to go to the grocery store, then you have failed understanding what object-oriented programming is. If I asked you, how do you make a post on Discord, and you tell me that it is you open your program and you type something in the box, then you have failed to understand what object-oriented programming is. For the store, go, basket, things in basket, you skipped over so many steps. You've already failed. How do you go to it? Where did you go? What store did you go to? How far is the store? What type of transportation do you have? How long is the transport? What are the parameters? How big is the basket? It's not depth, it's parameters. There's no, like, you failed because you skipped over all the object things. You're asking me, you struggle to see how it could be used in your current thing. How can you struggle when you have nothing yet? Like, you have nothing, right? And you did it in class, by the way. I know you know this because you already explained to me what you do in your programming class. Like, how to retrieve a number, how to receive a number, how to print a number. Now, all of those things could be summarized into a class and generate an object, right? When someone gives me a number, I can get a class to generate an object that displays the number on like a sign or something. So what happens then is every time someone gives me a number, I can at least pump out a display of a number. But how would I do that? What are the steps required? What is the minimum number of steps, or like maybe like a way you know how to do that? So you have to do all those steps. So your program does something, right? You tell me, okay, what does your program do? It teaches Japanese. Fail. You get a failing grade for object-oriented programming because it has so little to do with the process. You literally told me what you did. So when you said for the store thing, you go. You didn't tell me the process of going. What the heck does go mean? It's not more in depth. It's more, it has failed to talk about the process. Going is the result. A basket is a result. How do you generate a basket? Like, well, what is a basket? Like, where's the basket? Like, what are the characteristics of the basket? How do you even know where the basket is? Now, you could argue, oh, it's more in depth. I mean, technically it is. But most things are more in depth. So the ironic thing is when you say more in depth, that skipped over the process again. What is more in depth? What do you mean by more in depth? Qualify it. What does more depth mean? Stand, walk out of the house, walk on name, street, look for store name, walk through doors, pick up a... Right. Now we're getting closer, right? Stand would require that you know which, how to stand. And then when you walk out of the house, you would need to know the direction in which you can exit out of the house. Walk, right? Walk on street name. You would need to know the parameters in how far to walk and where to walk, right? So all the parameters are missing in your description, which is your current position, your displacement, right? Basically, like, without position, you can't tell where you're gonna walk. The act of walking, right? Like, the act of walking is also complicated, but you have no position, no data being passed around. So the object that you're passing, what is that information? Well, one thing that's missing from here is position. One of your objects need to be position. An object has position. Click A. Click what? Right? Select the number of bags. what type of bags are there. Select the payment method. What type of payment methods are there, and how does selection get done? Like, how does one select a payment? Like, if you were presented with 4 payments, those would be the objects, but how would you select the objects? Do you want to 5,000? No, I'm giving you, these are rhetorical. Like, you're trying to prove to me that you understand it. Well, you do. Now make a function for all those things. When you try to go and make a function for any of those things, you will find out that you have missed all these parameters. So you have a lot of work to do, right? If you ask me, do I want a 5,000 character response? No, I want you to do your CS project. You just told me that you have 5,000 characters. Go do your CS project. Like, your claim right now is that you have so much to answer, to say to me. Why did you tell me that you have no idea what to code right now? If it's so obvious to you and you say you can type a lot, then why are you having a problem? You would rather make a store simulator than do this project? Then go make a store simulator. Why didn't you? You don't know how to make your current project object-oriented? That's a problem. I gave you the hypothetical about how to get a store simulator. Like, what I mean is I planted that idea, but you suggested an idea that was based on a failure to understand what you were coding. I mean, like, you kind of have ideas, but how do you code it? I can't answer that question. I don't use your whatever language that you're using in your model, just like that person that can't help you. But then you already learned the theory behind classes. You can't even explain your issue. That's a problem. Like, to me, here's the problem that I'm trying to highlight here. When someone says learn Japanese by using Anki, right? This is related to your project. Learn Japanese by using Anki. That doesn't explain anything to me. That is someone who is using something that they don't understand how it works. That is like a programmer who asks ChatGPT to vibe code something, and then when they look at the code, they have no idea what's going on. Because they didn't make the code, and they also don't know what their code is doing. This is what I mean by process-oriented thinking is needed to understand things. So when someone tells me, oh, it's easy, just use an SRS combined with a graded reader and immerse a lot, I'm like, yeah, it gets the job done, right? Like, what I mean is it gets the job done. I'm not saying it doesn't get the job done. What I am saying is that it doesn't tell me how it works. You're not explaining to me how it works. When someone tells me, go use Anki, you're welcome. Go read Comprehensible Input by Stephen Krashen on how it is integrated into the current popular theory of immersion-only approach to Japanese language learning. That doesn't explain how it works. It tells me what it does. So that's where I fall apart. And hear me out. Other people are fine with it. You know, you can go and immerse and learn Japanese. That's fine, right? Like, if that satisfies you. Mika, though, you're in CS class. You're in computer science. That's not good enough for computer science. So you would have to find how to work that out. When you need to explain something to me, I often say this. If someone is in CS class, eventually, through the process of understanding how to use computer language, like programming computer, typically when I speak to people who have spent a lot of years in programming, they would understand how I form logical reasoning. Like, because in science, you still have to do that. In like scientific disciplinary, computer science is a science. So when you're designing biology and chemistry questions and then having debates, even debating and arguing, that uses logical reasoning. So all of that does help with the rationale. Like, you're trying to explain things. When you are in the sciences, you have to explain how things work, not what they do. So when you, for example, if you ask yourself, okay, I need to select a payment method. How do I do that? In fact, why do I do that? Do you need a payment method in order to buy groceries? So if you were designing that step, would you offer more than one payment method? Or would you focus on one method and just say and assume that the payment method is a default method, so you can start programming the default method by choosing one payment, like cash. So then you would focus on, okay, so how does cash convert? Like, what are the most empirical objects that will go through my cash payment, as opposed to saying select the payment method, right? Like, when you select a payment method, it would imply that there are more than one payment method. So that means you have to design multiple payment methods. And then you would have to accommodate how someone selects the payment method. And then that one function of payment method would generate 4 different objects, or potentially 4 different objects, depending on the person's choice. It would synthesize one object of 4 possibilities. Like, I'm assuming there's 4 payment methods, but it's however many payment methods you have. So that's one of the things that, and you have to break it down to the point you can program some of those things. Like, you already have ideas, for example, how you will structure the scheduling system for the cards. You don't understand how you can use object-oriented for this. So, okay, how do you schedule a card? Even after considering, like, how do you schedule a card? I mean, first thing I can think of is you probably want to start a matrix. And then have a matrix, like, you have to store a bunch of information on a matrix, maybe like a matrix of 7. And then you have to make this 7 rotate around. And then each one of these variables will have to store the information in order to retrieve the information. Like, you have to find some way to store all the information and then retrieve them on a specific day in a 7-day cycle. Like, write out your current thoughts. You can if you want. We already talked about that. Using a native, a higher language. Using a higher language by commenting, right? That's why I told you about my habit of using Python commenting to use a higher language, and each of the higher language tells me the different steps. Those steps would then deal with a particular step that I can code, and then if that step is sufficient enough to become a class, I convert it into a class. I mean, usually it's helpful. You'll probably have it already in a few minutes though. Okay. Then you have to convert it into a code that does that. So then you take the higher language and you move it down to the lower language. The lower language is what I'm insisting using. I'm that's when you say more depth, right? When you're going from higher to a lower language. That's deep. That's what depth is. So when you say hey, that's the highest language. Hey. Now, how would you get to the system you're using to pay? Like, what goes in? Probably a value. What comes out? Probably a remainder. So how do you code that? What are the parameters of a value? And then what is the object? The remainder is the object that it shows out, right? That's kind of these are getting to the lower levels, but again, I don't know what program, like what language you're using, so I wouldn't know. And I don't program anything. The lowest language I can use is, it doesn't matter, it's not my job, like this is not my task, so regardless if I know or not, this is your task. Like, I'm not here to give you your code. I don't even know what you want to do. Like, if you can't explain to yourself what you want to do with your project, I can't even begin to think about what you're going to do. Like, you want to make something, like, do you know how Anki works? You like, this is art study again. This is art study all over again. You say you're gonna code something that is like something. You haven't explained to me, or you haven't demonstrated to me you even know what the thing you're inspired off of, you don't even know how that works yet. It's like someone telling me use Anki and they can't even explain to me how it works. They don't need to, right? They don't need to. It's not their job, right? However, if you're coding something like Anki, you would at least know how to explain how Anki works. Because if you don't know how Anki works, well, where are you starting? That Miku artwork, if you don't know what's in the Miku artwork, how are you expecting to do something to reach what it is? That's what the art study is supposed to be. You're trying to think about what you can see in order to do something with it, right? The gap is too wide. So if you're constantly telling me you think you know what you wanted to do, and you keep saying that you don't know what to code, that means you don't know what Anki does. Like, you don't know. You can't explain what Anki does. In the language, in Python, for example. Although I don't think Anki is coded in Python, so that's also a thing. So the only way, I'm not sure if Anki is coded in Python. It's probably Java. So that means that you would need to understand the higher order language, probably like English, and then convert it to Python this way. Anki is mostly Rust and Python. Okay, well, that means you have Rust and Python. You have at least Python to go off of. So you have these three intermediaries to convert into the Python of whatever your class, you know. So, if you already have a template, if you say mostly Rust and Python, then your template is existing. So go and study. You need to study Anki. Right? I mean, Anki is open source. It is open source. Okay, null test. We're gonna do a null test now. You just said Anki is open source. And you wrote a bunch of ellipses, right? And I already know what you're referring to by those ellipses. What does Anki being open source, does that have an effect on you understanding what Anki is in Python? Right? So an alternative is, does it matter if it's open source? Well, if it's closed source, does that still help you with your argument? Is probably because if it's closed, that means you can't see it, right? You can't see, right? You can't see it. So that's your argument probably. If it was proprietary, then you can't see Anki's code. I'm going to argue that the null test is going to fail because you don't understand Python enough. The alternative argument is you don't understand Python enough, even if it is open source. The code. You're probably going to use English to bridge the Python. Unless I will take your argument that the open source makes sense if you're actually even looking at the Anki code. Then the null test would fail. It would be significant if you're learning something from looking at Anki's code. If you don't, then you fail the null test. If you look at their code for scheduling, maybe you can see how they approach it to have an example. Exactly. So hopefully you find that out. Here's something that is a miscommunication here. When you told me you were doing an Anki-inspired Anki programming, program project for CS, I had already assumed that you understand how Anki works and you have already looked at the Anki code. Because being inspired means you also know how the thing that works is inspiring you. When I say I like the persona artists, right? When I was talking about the persona artists and I was describing personas coloring and shadowing, etc., right? I was explaining what I understand. And then I told you what I did, understanding the thing I studied, right? So when someone tells me they are inspired by something, it would also, for me, mean that they studied it. This is what I have problems with when people vibe. When people vibe, they think they understand it until they go to apply it. And then it comes back question mark. So you can describe what you vibed, but you can fail to understand what you're describing. That's probably something that I'm getting the impression of. Not that it's uncommon. For the record, this is not uncommon. I think most people are satisfied with this when their grade is not on the line or they're not forced to do anything more. right? Like if this isn't your job, you can vibe things. Like vibe away when it's not your job, and it's vibe away when you don't need to satisfy a task. So saves energy, right? Saves energy. When you're trying to explain something to me, like if you're asking me for advice or you're asking me what I can do or how can I help, vibes are not enough. Like I can't vibe your problem. I can't vibe. What I can do is I can try to explain things as well as I can that isn't part of vibing. Like I didn't vibe the coloring and shadowing. I didn't look at the persona artist and say, yeah, this is persona. This is what persona looks like. Right? I could point to the ideas like, yeah, that's it. That's what the internet feels like all the time when someone says, oh, so what do you mean by, like, what are your thoughts about this article? And then they just link it to me and I'm like, I didn't, that doesn't, what? And it's like, well, the article's cool. And I'm like, what do you mean by cool? Can you describe something in your own words? Like, can you tell me something about it? And he said, no, just go read it. You'll know what I mean. I'm like, I don't, but I'll try. Right? I still do, by the way. When someone says like, oh man, this game is so cool. Like yesterday, someone said that the Walking Dead game is cool, or they vibe that I never play a modern title, and immediately I was able to explain all the modern titles that I did do and can be explained how they're modernized, right? Like Clair Obscur was 2025. I can explain those things. The person vibed that I didn't play any contemporary titles. When you vibe something, and I ask, when you vibe something, you can't back it up. Like I'm like, what makes you think that I don't play modern titles? Were you here for the process? Or did you just come in once in a while and saw me playing P3P? That's what I mean by vibing. It shows. You don't have to feel bad about it if your career or your self-esteem and stuff is not based on it, right? So I tend to vibe people's favorite shows as well because I don't know if they're really doing more than that. And speaking of which, that's a good place to stop for today. That's it for Bunpro today. It's another interesting topic that deals with language learning, vibing. Immersion. Immersion is a glorified vibing, in my opinion. So if you want to vibe language learning, go immerse yourself in something. Right? And I'm saying this very facetiously. I think of a large majority, like maybe like, or let's just say a majority, greater than 50% of people, they vibe language learning by immersion. There are people who immerse who is suggesting not vibing, right? So those are different. I would still think whenever someone hears immersion for language learning, they mean vibing the immersion. I'm not in that category, in my opinion. It still might work. Like you can still vibe and speak with Japanese and stuff. I'm analytical and anal about learning things and comprehending things. So less vibing, more construction, more like application. So for Bunpro, if you're interested, to link back, Bunpro takes more of the vibing out of the immersion vibing thing. Bunpro helps you complement your vibing. So there's a place to vibe and there's a place to be constructive and analytical. Not one or the other, both. The answer is both. So when you have too much of one, the deficiencies come through, right? If you need the other. So much like Bunpro, that's a wrap for my session today. If you're going to watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, you're free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. If you're a viber and you like to immerse just by vibing, by listening, Bunpro could be something worth picking up to think about it with less of a vibe. Break down most of those things. It can be exhausting, it can be laborious, it takes a lot of time, a lot of extra time, much like coding a program. So, or deconstructing someone's style and artwork. An art study is a not vibe, right? The moment you incorporate the word study, which involves conscious learning, not vibing learning, conscious learning and practice, that is to complement the vibing, right? I vibe and study on any single day, right? So that's to say that they both exist. What I have a concern about of this last like 2.5 hours of digression is that there is a preference. There's a very strong over-representation of vibing, and the only way, or one of the majority ways I can demonstrate what vibing ends up interacting with me is whenever I go to explain something and I try to explain it at the most empirical level possible. The person I speak to would say they don't understand. And my first thought is, perhaps the thing you think you understand could provide the answer. Because if you continue to vibe the thing you think you understand, you don't know if you understand it. So for me personally, if you think that you're going to make something that's inspired by someone, you're probably going to have to study it. And when you have to study it, that also will provide the necessary encouragement to explain it. And that explanation can help me understand what is going on, because I have no idea. How can one appreciate object-oriented programming if they can't appreciate how to explain something? That's a tough one. The best case scenario, or like not the best case scenario, the consistency is to look at something and try to figure out its pattern or something like that. I think we're getting to a point where comprehension is tough, and I talked about comprehension before. If you can't put it in your own words and can contextualize it with your existing memory or experience, then memorization is probably the first place you want to go to. So, I mean, I don't like the idea of memorizing Anki's open source code or memorizing someone's portrait. So it's hard for me to empathize with someone who wants to memorize someone else's style. However, when you need foundations and you don't have your foundations in line, you want memory and repetition. So memory, practice, right? Exposure, practice. That will give you foundations. Then that foundations have to lead to conscious thought and studies. Vibing is the memorization, right? Memorization, foundation. You're trying to expose yourself rapidly, consistently, till you get something to work with. Then you build on top of that. At least that's how I would contextualize the place for vibing. You can continue to vibe something and do not acquire the depth of comprehension until you actually either get challenged to do something about it, or manipulate it in some way, or output or create something. So someone can easily repeat exactly an example in Bunpro by vibing it, but they can't construct a novel sentence from the concepts in those sentences because they didn't comprehend it. So it's very much like Duolingo, where if you keep repeating the sentence without understanding the parts of the sentence, then you certainly can't create new sentences out of it. right? If you don't understand the relationship between the parameters and the objects that are being manipulated, then you can't conceptually create new order of things like new code, new objects, new classes, new functions without the relationship and understanding of that. Gonna be a tough one. And people are more than welcome to come on by and discuss about what they know. I like being taught things and being explained to by people who understand what they're trying to explain to me. If I can't understand it, it gives me a reason to go and try to figure it out, right? And this little particular one, explaining the connection between comprehension and imitation, that's still working on it. All right, folks, that's a wrap. You're always welcome to come on by, chat, discuss, exchange ideas. Until then, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back. HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第576天 is day 576. We gotta get into this quickly here. I might only do half the lesson so that I can get to closing out my 3P project. But we'll probably only do half of it. We'll catch up tomorrow. I have a lot of existing ideas that are in limbo right now in my head, so I kind of want to get it down on paper. You had looked at it a little months back, but you didn't look at specific things or look for long. Study. Study duration. All right, let's get into our lessons here.
贡品
Bunping. Actually, probably end up doing the 20 lessons. No reason not to. Gongping. What? The pay tribute, right? At the pillar. Money at the pillar. Gongping. So, that's a tribute product. Still a tribute or an offering. 这个给国王的贡品。这是 okay, yeah, fair. 他们准备了贡品，贡品被放在桌边桌上。哦，桌上。Was it always one? It always one.
贡品眼睁睁
眼睁睁。I and just open eyes, watch helplessly. Oh, I like eyes wide open while watching. Oh man. 我眼睁睁看着他离开。Okay. It's not as. Oh, okay. I see what it. 我们眼睁睁看着比赛输了。Alternative meaning of 输。Or the characters primary, like two that I'm using right now. 他眼睁睁看着东西被偷走stolen.
眼睁睁绸带
What is that? Like silk? How do I know it's a ribbon though? Silk and then like a sash? Interesting. You know if it's a. Like it could be a sash. 他用一条红色的绸带。哇，绸带什么？ What is that? And then 头发。Here, what is this? Oh, like tie up. Is bang on the right, but with the silk? Okay. 礼物上有一条金色的手带。我买了几条彩色手带做装饰。彩色。Okay. Colorful.
绸带，
带，
东拉西扯，
东拉西扯。What in the dong is east, la is to pole, west. Xi, oh, it's like left and right, like not really sure where we're going, right? You're being pulled in two different directions to ramble, figuratively, to be pulled left and right, or east and west. Ch is pretty weak. Wait, ch, how does ch work? Stop, finger. Oh, it's because he's like gets tangled. No. Oh yeah, he gets tangled. That's yeah, the foot. Okay. 别再东拉西扯。他说话总是东拉西扯。老师要求学生不要东拉西扯。Okay. I can't relate. Oops. Wait. Is that not 东拉西？
东拉西扯，闺房，
闺房 That's like a small arched door plus a place. A boudoir. What is a boudoir again? Dang it. Oh, a lady's chamber. Pretty sure it's a boudoir. It's the French. I need or maybe that might not be how that's pronounced.
Boudoir.
Yeah, it's boudoir. Boudoir. I've only heard boudoir in like Del Toro. Or like a fantasy related thing. Weifang. Interesting. How would I know this is the ladies' chamber? How do I that it's so nondescript. 这是他的闺房。他在闺房中，静静的看书。他一直以在还是持在Why am I getting 持在 What is 持 Oh, 持 is Did that have a tone shift? No. 待着闺房里绣花 embroidery.
闺房，
I don't know about that. Boudoir.
贡品，绸带，东拉西扯，闺房，
Heck.
眼睁睁，
All right.
庶民，
庶民，树是什么？树 sign? Oh, sign name. Oh, 庶民 instead of 签名. Interesting. Oh, or 签? Did they use 签? Or is it 签名? Could also use 填名. Maybe even to fill out your name? Tian is also signed too. Shu Ming. I don't know. Shu is pretty weak. 请在文件上署名。学生们在请 heck. It's request, right? I can only think of gun again. Man. Yen. No, Yu Shu Shang. No, it's Yen. It's between Yen and Yu. Or, yeah, Yu. It's combining Yen. Dang it. What was the other one that I fall off on? But I don't know if it's related to yen. Request. 愿出向出名。他们要求 oh, it's this one. 要求所有 yeah, 所有 These are the two. So common, and man, 参与书名这那句这参与者。There's another one too. Common, but also
庶民，
conflict.
榨油，
加油 extract oil, not 加油. This is 加油 instead of 加油. To add 加油. That is extract, alright. 这台机器用来加油需要很大的压力。他们用传统方法加油方法传 oh, wrong tone. It's 2, not 3.
榨油，陨石雨，
饮食雨陨佛石 oh yeah, that's meteorite. 陨石 and then shower. Shower. Why do I think it's 做班? No, 做完. Right. dang it. That's two. 做完去线了一场还是一场 That's a tone. No, that's not. Eh? No, it's not. 陨石雨很 Oh no, what is rare? Is it 罕见？我们一起去看陨石雨吗？陨石雨吧。Heck.
陨石雨。铺面。
铺面 shop front. It's okay. I'm okay with that. 这个铺面很大。这个铺面在市区。市区 Dang it. Long term. 它在市场租了一个铺面。租了。Oh yeah, rent. Whoops. Not block. I was thinking of something else.
铺面。平易。
Yeah. Level out and to carb. Oh yeah, to stabilize. Carb sucks. that E looks so rough. 政府正在演绎物 price. Heck, wool price. What is that? The dang it. What in the world? Is that tuh? Young 特用来比市场。How does "t" work? Is that a rule? Strategy. Goes to a rule. Hmm. 这个棋 doesn't seem like a池可以便宜通膨错 dang it, that's a range 错失 and wrong tone on 失 how does 失 work? 错 is a range then 失 is where he takes it out on an alligator. Carry out. Yeah.
评议，署名，评议，榨油，铺面，陨石雨，
All right, we're gonna do the
白
rest.
痴，
白痴 Okay, that's fine. Why white though? Why white? 这是一个白痴 Is there some indicator here? 别说我是白痴。他开玩笑说我是白痴。Why they use white?
白痴，玫瑰色，
玫瑰色。May is rose. 龟 is marvelous. Yeah. 龟 marvelous, a rose color. Okay. Probably like an elegant rose color. Like, it's red, but it's also marvelous. Rose is marvelous. 他穿着玫瑰色的裙子。这件衣服是玫瑰色。房间的墙是玫瑰色。I'm okay. Weighs a bit weight.
玫瑰色，公共秩序，
公共秩序。Okay, I see the public. 公共秩I think that's a tone. No, that's not a tone change. That's order and then she order, public order. 公共秩序 the double. 我们要保持公共秩序。大家 interesting. 大家会被坏dang it 破坏公共秩序。打架 fighting 警察维持公共秩序maintain
公共秩序，白鸽，
Okay, that I guess pigeon and dove is the same character. 白鸽，一只美丽的白鸽，在天空中飞翔。That's soaring. 飞翔，天空，天空中。我看见一只白鸽，白鸽坐在树上。
白鸽，无耻之有，
无耻之有。Nothing 是 shame 之 lack or no of 之 and then 有 remarkable. Oh yeah, that is. Nothing shame of remarkable. Oh, okay. So no shame. Totally interesting. That's a tough one. 他的行为是无耻之有，之有。Okay. Heck. 说谎还是说谎？说谎，说谎回还不right 还不承认只是无耻之有。说谎，对。他骗人的方式可以说是无耻之有。Heck. I lost it. What? Oh, my cheer was.
无耻之有，
耻之有，无耻之有。What?
白鸽，无耻之有，白痴，公共秩序，没规则，逆时针，
逆时针。色 And against the stream, like, oh, against the needle, the time needle. Oh, counterclockwise. That's kind of cute. Against the clock needle. Instead of going clockwise, against clockwise, counterclockwise. 请逆时针方向something 动动纽扣还是纽扣 strong. Oh, that's strong. Okay, and then strong is with the okay. Okay. 把盖子逆时针方向open 怎么开 pointer makes me want to think it's 全开 to revolve, yeah. 我们按照逆时针的绿色路线行走。Okay.按照 I don't know how that works.
逆时针面瘫
Face and paralysis. Dang. Face paralysis. Facial paralysis. 医生说面瘫有时可以木让自然something 康复自然 wrong tone. That was 4. 他因为面瘫看起来很严肃 Oh, that's solemn. Abyss is just the abyss, the bottom part. Ooh. 因为压力太大 develop hang it develop 当然 哦，推攘突然突然突然的了面瘫突然的突然得了哦 maintains its
面瘫。汽车喇叭。
汽车喇叭 is horn and then that's just a car 汽车喇叭突然响了一下，他按了一下 ，no wait yes no yes 他按了一下汽车喇叭，请不要一直按汽车喇叭。一直 keep
汽车喇叭。暮年。
暮年 oh twilight or sunset yeah twilight years 暮年 old age 他的暮年过得很安静。我喜欢暮年有人company something fun or 还是陪伴。Yeah, a company plus bond. Yeah, right. 他在暮年前，闲 I can choose. Which choose is this? 选择回乡 return hometown 的
暮年。民事诉讼。
民事诉讼民 clan 是 so civil 诉讼 lawsuit 他们在法院进行民事诉讼民事诉讼通常涉及涉及金钱问题问题涉及 involve interesting 这是一起民事诉讼民事诉讼
民事诉讼。逆时针。暮年。 汽车喇叭。面瘫。民事诉讼。
All right. No slacking. Wow, that caressed 5,000. I think we're in our last couple, right? We're in our last days. So, yep, we're within 3 days. Then we're gonna go back to character study. Catch up on characters. That will be interesting. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, right? Keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I want to get up, stretch, walk around, and do a wrap up for P3P. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. This is technically our 31st session regarding Persona 3 Portable. Today is our final day of this project. 31 days, more or less, give or take a month, right? And at the end of each project, we're gonna go and reflect upon our observations, right? This time, I have a more clear-cut way of going about it, trying to refine our strategy here. So, with the end of every monthly project, more or less, I do a segment called Candid Conclusions, right? So, candid conclusions. What are candid conclusions? So, candid conclusions tend to serve as a way for me to collect my ideas, so some retrospection. Especially retrospection from our initial thoughts, right? Serves as somewhat of a review, I suppose. And what are our reviews going to be broken up into? So we start with our facts. So the factors which was established in our opening opinions. This is how we're gonna do it. I'm still working on refining the process. Our opening opinions. And these are pretty much your topical maybe like topical decision making things. Then we have our archetypes, right? Archetypes. This is also provided by our opening opinions, so our day one video. This is more like the correlation and trends. And lastly, we'll top it off with anything that is personal. Right, and these involve stuff like predictions, hot takes, and anecdotes. So let's get to it. Throw in some facts first. So, I don't know how long it's been. So, some relevant things to add to this. We played approximately 150 hours, right? 150 hours. Achievement completion. Achievements, right? And to throw in some other things that are involved in my perspective on Persona, we're looking at a game from 2029 with a 2026 perspective. And back in the 2020s, so like between 2026 and 2029, I played the PS2 version of P3. And currently, from its 2025 to present, right, some of my impressions also involve E5X. So I have had these impressions, and moving into our next project, sometime around 3 years ago, I also had about 40 hours plus of P4G. And I do have quite a lot of exposure or like to the current era of P5R, right? Media. So to kind of frame our thoughts here. Now, there are things that I broken up to, so we're gonna recap what was in the opening opinion. So factors, right? We got the story factor, and that involves, we got the aspect of lore and the aspect of narrative. And I think though this will be good. I think lore and narrative is pretty solid. We'll be carrying that off to the P4G in the next day or two. And then we had main. So the idea of the main story versus a mosaic approach. I still like the word mosaic. We're gonna keep mosaic. Or maybe like mixed. Mosaic's a little bit exotic, so we'll try to use some more grounded words. So mixed. Then we have, oh, I know what I mean by mixed. Oh yeah, mixes, okay. Mixes, okay. We'll stick with mixed. And then we have focus and sides. That was our, do I want to add any more to the story category upon our first persona? No, for 10 years. Outside of Phantom X. I think this will be fine. I can't think of anything too... As always, most of these segments are non-scripted. They're my thoughts that I'm trying to collect, and it's largely improvised. So I have no existing script for this. So then we move on to gameplay. And I chose to talk about mechanics and I wrote thoughts, I think, originally. I'm gonna say it's kind of tough to contrast what I'm doing. Mechanics doesn't quite hit the right resolution. I think I want to say something like response. Oh, react and thought. Or react and first predict. I think that's what I'm going for the first time. And then of course we have real time and turn-based. There's also specialized and generalized. Tightness. And varied. How did I... Okay, I think I know how to differentiate them, but these two kind of overlap a little. We'll think about it in a bit. Refined. Yeah, refined. And complex. Right. And then now I want to add a few more things to audio and visual. So the next one is audio. And I used visceral versus poetic. We could use emotional instead, as opposed to poetic. Poetic is a... Nah, I think we're gonna stick with poetic. Or artsy. I haven't thought about it. And I'm gonna add something new to audio. And audio is... I'm gonna say, like, functional versus performance. More on that in a bit. That's a new one. And then we have a special one that I added because of my own personal interest, and we kind of yapped about this on it fairly frequent. Yesterday we had a yap about this, and that's the idea. Monolingual, right? Versus multi. And then we have visuals, right? Which I have quite a bit to talk about as well. Visuals, we got functional. It's very similar to audio. Functional, and then we have stylistic. There is something about visuals that deal with functional and stylistic. I kinda... Oh, I did go over it. It's fidelity. Fidelity and interpretation. Interpretive. Visuals, I also wanna... I think we're okay. I was thinking of adding one more category. I think that's good. We'll keep it at that. So, these are usually on... Right, on a Likert scale. When I think about factors that are involved in decision making, those are the things that I gravitate towards when talking about video games or talking about making decisions in general, be it playing a video game, studying something, investing in something, right? And oftentimes these factors are objectively present, as in they are observable to be very important. And I usually add for convenience to make it a little bit more digestible for the online crowd. I tend to view them as contrasting factors. They're not always entirely antagonistic to each other. However, they're commonly viewed as antagonistic, where if one exists, it kind of detracts from the other one. So these are many of the factors that would come into play when it comes to these video games. And then during my opening opinion, I used two archetypes. The one archetype would be our ARPG folks. So our ARPG folks, I've already qualified them. ARPG being the it's a larger group for sure. The ones that I'm focusing on, not necessarily the Western click and spam things. So we're not talking about Path of Exile or a Diablo kind of thing. More so the character RPG, right? The character RPG side of things. Things like FromSoft, Crimson Desert, that type of ARPG thing. As a point of contrast with the other archetype, which is the JRPG, right? And then I shared my own personal take on things. So this would be my original going in, right? My initial impressions from what I gathered. Oh, there. Oak Earth, huh? Alright, so let's recap. So we're talking about archetypes that trend in the 2026 perspective, right? We've already established that's the 2026 perspective. And I mentioned that what are we doing? We are talking about my thoughts about Persona 3 Portable. And we're recapping some stuff. So it's kind of more of a review thing. Alright, so my initial opinion was that using the archetype of an ARPG, someone in the circa 2026, they are often lore preferenced, right? And then MC focused, right? And the context is focusing on the main story. There is a disproportionate, right, a bias towards that, and gameplay tends to be reactionary, far more reactionary based. I did play the MC route. I played both the routes. It is required for completion. And then the real time, right? The RPG real time, they often have a preference for specialized. Specialized meaning that the player's choice, their specialized route creates the success. So you're given lots of tools and you specialize in a tool, and that is sufficient for success, right? And then when it comes to tightness, as kind of related to the specialized thing, where while the choice can be specialized, so there are multiple ways to specialize for success, the tightness would be how the mechanics vary around the selection. So most of the time you have a lot of choices, but the development of those choices surround that type of mechanic, where in contrast, right, which we'll go over in a bit, the varied thing is that when, despite having choices, you are challenged to use all of the tools, which creates a varied system of interactions as opposed to the tightness of focusing around one very specific approaches. That would also come with the idea of refinement. So typically less is more situation, right? And when it comes to audio visual requirements like audio, it's often functional and visceral as opposed to poetic. I think when it comes, hang on. We're gonna skew it a little bit because it's not really that strong. And then refinement is not too extreme. Functional, definitely functional. It's a go. Lean towards the functional, the visceral end, because without visceral sound mixing, it can be not that attractive for ARPG, your 2026 ARPG enthusiast. Then we have our new one that I added, in terms of audio performance. I think oftentimes I would probably put it somewhere here. And what I mean by functional audio feels, we're also talking about the sound effects and language, or like the person. And oftentimes those things deal with functional things. Like they can't be very distracting. Like for example, a really weird grunt, or unnecessarily floral artistic interpretation of a weapon hitting something, right? That type of thing typically weighs on functionality as opposed to a performance. That's what I mean by performance. Something that's like dramatic, theater related. And then of course, when it comes to audio, language is largely, it prioritizes efficiency, right? Whichever language is most functional, it's pretty deliberate. And that also implies that this is implying that it doesn't have to be the native. It can be the target language, but typically it weighs on one language. The functionality of having multiple languages is de-incentivized for an ARPG enthusiast. Now, when it comes to visuals, I feel like it still leans towards the function, but style is a extra bonus, right? So there is a lean towards some style. Usually functionality is predominant with that. And then of course, fidelity these days when it comes to your ARPG enthusiasts, right? So those were what was established in the opening opinions. Now, when it comes to the JRPG 2026, trends are pretty strong, and if Clair Obscure is a great example from 2025, narratives are very strongly preferred. Obviously, a bit of lore is quite nice. And when it comes to the main and mix, I would say that despite that, there is some strong preference for the main story. This is more so the idea of having a main character that carries the narrative versus a mosaic of cast. So that's what I mean by main and mix. So is it an MC dominant type of narration, or is it mixed? And when it comes to JRPGs trends, a band of characters tend to be a prerequisite for 2026's hypothetical JRPG archetype, right? And of course, incredible strong bias towards versus an like a main story quest only focus thing versus the idea of side stories, right? There's a heavy bias towards side stories. This is strategically bipolar because we use two archetypes to produce some contrast, right? And then we got when it comes to the JRPG standard, right? Prediction is incredibly rewarding. Now there are some React mechanics that are kind of slipping in that shows that one could add React mechanics to prediction dominant type of elements, Clear Obscure notwithstanding, right? Clear Obscure is a great example from last year. And then we have much along the lines of prediction, there's also somewhat a possibility of adding real-time reactionary things to a turn-based prediction model. Then we have the generalization. Generalization is much in favor against specialization nowadays for RPG standards, especially JRPG standards. Largely the idea is when a subsystem or like some sort of mechanic is presented, one of the challenges or one of the engagement process is to use all of it, right? When something is present, the idea is there might be a use case for it. It's not so much specialized in a way that ARPGs are, where your investment is in the particular main MC, which is a projection of you, to focus on in terms of developing your skill set. And there are many specific paths to success. It is not mandatory or even encouraged to generalize them, right? You are refining your own MC versus having to generalize and adapt to multiple roles that are included in the game, right? This then creates a much more need for varied subsystems. So we're talking about varied subsystems. P3P was a little bit more modest than I recalled in my head, so we'll get to that in a bit. These are the ones that I've established going into P3P. Then we have the refine versus complex. Obviously, the 2026 complexity is king. It's a lean towards complexity as opposed to refinement. I think oftentimes now taking in JRPG and going towards a refined status, the concepts have been refined to a point where it can be incredibly mundane if they do not prioritize the complexity of subsystems, like layered subsystems. If the JRPG plays like a one layer, two layered type of system, that can easily overstay its welcome, right? And the first time around, when it comes to P3P, it didn't hit quite the mark of 2026. So we're kind of contextualizing. Remember that P3P is from 2009, and then the original is from 2006. Now, when it comes to audio, still getting there. We're getting there. So poetic, obviously, we expect poetic. And when it comes to performances, it's very much an attempt to give a performance. So we're talking about theatrical performances, dramatization, melodrama, as opposed to something functional, grounded, and maybe far more relatable. Sometimes performances can be even grandiose and boisterous to the point where it's unrelatable. And that's kind of the entertainment value, right, when it comes to JRPGs. Despite them being unrelatable, they are larger than life on many a times. And then I threw my hat in for JRPGs. I still think that this is a curveball. This is my personal favorite, or my current occupation of my enthusiasm, my current hobby. And I still think that there is a monolingual bias, whether you are a JRPG goer or an ARPG goer. That's why I cited that it's not quite monolingual in the sense of native language preference, but more so the targeted interested language bias. Then we have visuals. Visuals, gotta hand it to the bias towards stylistic when it comes to JRPG standards. And then obviously most visuals are interpretive. As much as fidelity goes, honestly, if I think of a hyper realistic JRPG, that kind of flies at the face of achieving other things like poetic performances. They're having high fidelity things may actually be at odds with performing arts, like the idea of creative interpretations, vast lands of fantasy and paranormals, magic. That's usually a recipe for uncanny valley problems. So typically it's more interpretive than it is fidelity. Like there are like Clair Obscur, despite it may seem like those character models have an uncanny resemblance, they tend to stray deliberately away from the uncanny valley by having artistic interpretations like facial structures, right? Clair Obscur had wonderful motion performances, like capture performances. They used to call them mocap, but I prefer captured performances because there are in fact actors behind those things, and their performances are captured while still having artistic models on top of them. So it's not to mocap for high fidelity, but mocap for performance. Now, when I was coming in, right around, how long was this? Like around 40 days ago, like chronologically, and we had 31 sessions of P3P. The day one, I came in with my initial impressions, right? So the initial impressions, we're going into our personal stuff now, where the idea is that I got the impression that this game, with all of the established pre-exposed things, would have a strong emphasis on narrative and quite an emphasis on mosaicness, right? A cast of characters, and a heavy emphasis on sides, right? This is what my expectations are, and also my preference, so to speak, as an extension. Then obviously prediction brings a lot of satisfaction. And turn-based, I think we were around here largely because of modernization. Nowadays it feels like there's room for hybridization between real-time and turn-based, right? I like to think it's about a generalized lean over a specialty. You sometimes in a JRPG you could do like a specialization build where you would brute force the game through a singular mechanic. That can happen, right? Varied systems, as well as the refinement and complexity. Sometimes I kind of lean even harder on complexity, but generally there is discipline in refinement without having to go over complex. That's where I'm thinking this was the initial impression that I would think the Persona ATLUS would aim for, right? At some, roughly speaking. Now, when it comes to the audio, unapologetic as always, and in terms of performance, I was taken aback. So there isn't an initial impression of this. So I will not mark this. This, in my opening opinions, I didn't consider the idea of audio, like speech. It became a really big point of discussion when I was playing Persona 3 Portable. The idea of functional CVs, functional voice acting versus performance voice acting. So I didn't have an initial impression. This is an additional. So we're adding this right post game. Then monolingual, I anticipate that they're investing in Japanese and English casts, even at an earlier time. And then the obviously no compromises on stylistic and interpretive visuals. Now, here's the kicker for the candid conclusion. So now we have the post-game impressions. So what do I feel that ATLUS did post-game? Again, to contextualize, we played about 150 hours to get the double completion, specifically targeted towards the achievements, the completion of all the achievements. And we're focused on the idea of framing everything now. So this is from our 2026 playthrough of a game from 2009. And all of these requirements and factors and archetypes are in the perspective of 2026. So we aren't doing the thing where, we're not making arguments or concessions about, back in 2009, this was a standard. That is something that I typically do not participate in when it comes to enjoying the existing context of a game. As much as I like to entertain those ideas, we can most definitely talk about what it was like back then. I was a teenager back then as well, so most of the stuff I say would probably be a moot point, being that I'm almost 40 years old now, right? So these perspectives wouldn't exist even then. So time is a factor here. And obviously at the time, I did mention back in between the year 2006 and 2009, I played the PlayStation 2 Persona 3 version. I do have a sealed copy of P2 FES. Didn't play it though, since it's still sealed. And then at the present time, I've been exposed to the modernization of various ATLUS adjacent designs through the P5X, which I've been playing on day one of the global server up to this current time. So some of the visual audio expectations and archetypes can carry from there. And without any sheer coincidence, the Persona 3 P3R collaboration is still ongoing, and also with the announcement of Otone Shiomi being added to the roster of P5X in the near future, right? Then I also wanted to make a mention of a note that about a little over 3 years ago, I did in fact try to play P4G, about 40 plus hours. That's going to be our next title, so this will factor into our P4G introduction in a day or two. And then my exposure to P5R is because of media. So social media does have, I do have visual and other impressions of that. Now, what happened with ATLUS post-game? So after 150 hours and considering all these things, how do I feel that ATLUS hit on this? I think, for the most part, ATLUS was ATLUS definitely unapologetically hit narration. So nearly, with a couple possibly exceptions where Igor, for example, Igor in the Velvet Room tries to explain an overarching theme and whatnot that can produce and generalized lore of the universe and whatnot. Most of it is told through narration. And narration, or narrative, not narration. A narrator can produce lore on top of a narration can produce exposition that can color the world and whatnot. Nearly all of the developments in P3P, P3 in general, is told through narratives. So the narratives of characters interacting with each other, dialogues, nearly exclusively. There is no form of upper level omniscience or narration involved that would add to like a lore perspective, lore way of development. And then when it comes to flavor texts and whatnot, the 2009 P3P is quite thin on that. Whether that's desirable or not is up to the archetype. I typically feel that ARPGs rely far more on that than others. So when we talk about the narratives is dialogue, right? Dialogue dominant. Actually, let's just color it in the switch. So when we talk about this stuff, we have dialogue dominant. And even the conversations about the potential lore, even lore is told through monologues. Right? Even through monologues. So that's kind of what you're to be expected when you play P3P. Nearly everything is spoken, like literally spoken, in terms of the characters speaking to each other. There's no overarching like in extra lore sitting around where you discover through implicit nature or discovery, largely through dialogue. Now, when it comes to the cast, right, you have your very classic, right on top of each other, your mixed cast. So, in fact, I would say it's almost as though so we have a voiceless MC, right? And despite being very choice dependent when it comes to like the VN design, right? Voiceless MC in a VN style. The MC is kind of a hub, an avatar of your choices. So they gear way on the power of a mixed roster. So it is through the mixed roster that you have an appreciation for the MC, not through its MC's story. So the story itself, the MC is a avatar. And it is through the roster dominance. Right? Roster of, maybe you could even do the unlikely companionship. And it definitely checks all the boxes, right? Checks the boxes of the mixed roster. Now, when it comes to focus and sides, this is where I think it was more of the scope of the game. So the scope of the game actually went very different than I had the impressions of. So it's quite... I feel like it's about here. So it might be, one could argue it's more like when games were smaller, less ambitious and whatnot, right? That changes the contrast with 2026 standards. So when it comes to focus and sides, it's quite, you have your social links, right? So you have your social link system, which occupies arguably 50 or a little bit more lean, so like maybe like 60% of it. And then you have your main MSQ, right? The predominant storyline regarding Nyx and the Tower of Demise, along with SEGA, and right. So like Nyx, Tartarus, etc. So it was actually pretty in the middle. And now, why do I think, in contrast to JRPG standards of today and expectations of today, oftentimes the side stuff, the side stories, is kind of how they also contribute to lore and world building. And playing P3P, the scope was quite smaller. And I think it also deals with the whole idea of PlayStation 2 games, right? Games of yesteryear. We know that in topical day now in 2026, games have ballooned to a scope that is unprecedented. Like Persona 6 is going to be an interesting talk about maybe in 2029 or 2030, where curious how much ATLUS is going to scale up, because game scope and production has multiplied practically from the days of PlayStation 2. So this ended up interestingly being very balanced. So the idea is to get a little bit from column A, like just as much from column A than from column B. When we consider 2026 as of JRPGs typically try to compensate the focus on narration, like narratives with a mixed cast, by creating lots and lots of side stories. The side stories compensate for the lack of lore or world building, right? Lore is world building heavy, and in this case, you could kind of take it with a grain of salt, where it ends up being quite balanced because the scope of the content did not scale up that much. Usually, in this day and age, JRPGs kind of have depending on how much resources they have or how much they're willing to invest in the production of the game, they start to gravitate towards embellishing the world through side stories. The side stories can often occupy a larger majority of the gameplay. It's very characteristic and acceptable in today's standard to have the side stories accumulate, arguably far more competitive than the MSQ, right? So in this case, it was a balance. It was quite balanced. It was far more balanced than I imagined in my head, even when I was trying to think back to the PlayStation 2 era P3. Somewhere in my head, I thought like I'd be spending an exponential time with social links and interaction and casual sims. It's more of the consolidation of memories of things. That's kind of like, for example, Clear Up Scare, you can argue that a third of the game's activities were side activities. They were to build the mythos of the world, right? The entirety of the third act was dedicated to sides. So like a third of the game's mechanics and whatnot. So it's not uncommon for JRPG style like games to try to build lore and exposition and color the world and populate the world they build in with arguably even higher volume of non-main story related side stories. They are tangentially related. They color the motivations of the main story. In this case, P3P had social links, and the volume of those social links were constrained maybe by the production value or even the technological limitations at the time. Although I do have to admit, Kotone Xiaomi does balloon it to some extent, so we do have to take a nod that there is a slight lean because of the addition of Xiaomi. Right, Xiaomi-san. Okay, now when it comes to gameplay, obviously we have your classical predict model, less like near zero reaction. Oh, wait, we could lean a little bit to the left. And this will come into play when we talk about P3R and probably like P4, like P5R, P3R, and then P4R, because they are incorporating a bit of reactivity. And the reactivity is from battle initiation. Battle initiation, right? Center around battle initiation and encounters. And I do follow the inevitable P4R, so I follow PR and media. I'm a more of an optics person while going into video games, and they already shared a lot of the features in P4R that adds a bit of layer of reactivity. So pathing, right, the whole initiating from a surprise attack, and now they're adding more reactivity to the very like long and repetitious act of circumventing battles, getting advantage. So there are real-time reactivity that is added to the gameplay loop, which creates a freshness of mix of reactivity and prediction. It is well appreciated now, especially with 2025's Clear Obscure, that incorporating reactivity elements into still a very large predictive turn-based model is very refreshing. So that the real-time and turn-based, we're talking about the core mechanics. So obviously when you think about a Shin Megami Tensei variant spin-off Persona JRPGs, they are nearly exclusively turn-based as a way to describe them. Now, the reason why it's not like all the way to the end is because they do continue to incorporate. So one thing to know that when it comes to prediction, we're talking about like weaknesses, right? Weakness, intel dependent strategies. That's what predict means compared to reactive. And then turn-based, we do have some things that create somewhat of a real-time analog, and that is turn shuffling. So turn shuffling is a thing, initiative-based turn shuffling, right? This is the early days of it, so there's only a slight evidence of where turn shuffling comes in. In the future, there will be things like baton passing, thirds, right? This is collectively from what I know about P4, P5, and then P5X as well, because P5X carries all those highlights, thirds. This creates real-time, semi-real-time, asynchronous action. So when you think about turn-based, you're also thinking about a predictive turn order. However, in turn-based games, there are mechanics like baton, all-out attack. These things actually create a real-time feel in the system of a turn-based game. So when you violate the turn-based system, another allusion I can make is movement, positional movement in a turn-based game. That can happen in real time. So an example would be Like a Dragon, right? The recent Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. During their turn, there's also movement, real-time input movement in the position of the units and their respect to the environment. Now, other ways to add more tactility, like real-time input, is when you can execute an all-out attack, because that is deterministic. It is executed upon reaction to a fulfilled condition. Now in the future, I'm added the baton. It does not exist in P3P yet, but you can see how some of that idea of all-out attacks one more, right? So we have to remember that baton deals with the moichiro, right? That's what creates that somewhat tactility of real-time feedback. When you initiate a one more, that is something you command on your own that creates the it violates the turn-based prediction. So there are games that don't have any of these mechanics where you break the flow of whose turn it is, and that's kind of the way to mix in a bit of the real-time asynchronous action. So you don't have to wait for your turn in many of the situations in the Shin Megami Tensei game, because one of the core aspects is the one more. Now later on, I've already known this because of my exposure to P5X and social media with P5, and then all the coverage with P4R. They're incorporating more and more react type of thing. So like the guard mechanic to stun before initiating or avoiding attacks in like P4R's optics, which I'll mention later when we start P4G. And then the real-time thing, the baton passing was P4's mechanic. And then now the modernization, we have highlights, right? P5R have highlights which break the flow of the thing, which was then introduced in P3R, and then P4R seems to have some they call it prime time, I think. So that breaks the flow of turn-based games. That makes it feel like it's real time. Basically, when you want to do it, you can choose to do it. You don't have to wait your turn or something like that, right? It is gauge dependent. That's where like you can echo certain games that also have this flavor, and those games are pretty iconic, like Grandia series. The Grandia series uses a meter series where you see like all the units and you see their initiatives go across the finish line. So when they trigger a finish line, they are ready, right? Or ATB, the active time battle system in Final Fantasy, which now have matured into a mix of real-time combat positional movement and the ATB that's still preserved in cooldowns. So those things are, while they are built in a turn-based system, they are in real time, right? You are counting time. So it'll be interesting to see in the future like what P6 incorporates. Asynchronous time thing is a great like new standard that kind of refreshes and adds more variety to the rigidness of original JRPG games. Like when you play, say, a Squaresoft Final Fantasy game, there are rarely anything that violates the cadence of turn-based. And even back in the early days, like P3P, one of the highlights of why some of the combat feels so tactile is because of the one more, like the weakness. It violates the turn-based repetitiousness. Like you can, with intel and prediction, it complements the idea of having predictive strategy power. Like knowing weaknesses makes the turn-based battle more like real time, because you're just raffle stomping, you're steamrolling through everything as though your opponents never get a turn, right? So it makes you feel very powerful. It makes it very satisfying at a real-time things. Battles go very quickly when you know how to predict. So that's kind of one of the marquee early days of Shin Megami Tensei games. It differentiates Shin Megami Tensei games from your classical Final Fantasy, early Final Fantasy day combat system. That's, then later down the road, Square decided to start doing ATB things, and now ATB things are incorporating more real-time reactionary. So in the future, the trends might shift right? For a balance. So this was a really big point. It's when it comes to the mechanical addictiveness or quality that I enjoy from P5X, from the Phantom X, right? Persona 5 the Phantom X, is highlighting this. The idea that you are, yes, you're playing a turn-based game. However, the turn-based is in service of you, not the idea that the enemy and you are sharing a common ground. The turn-based is helping you execute asynchronous real-time strategies without the consequence of having a reaction time. So like the speed in which you clear something is still there. You're still like incentivized to raffle stomp through things and steamroll and execute your strategy as fast as possible on a 3x animation or 5x animation, or that still feels like near real time because it's based on how fast you can execute your strategy. However, if you're not someone who has a lot of real-time reflexes, like lack of reaction time, right? Lack of ARPG needs of reacting in real time, being challenged in that way, you don't need to, because the turn-based, that's where the turn-based services that. You can pause, you can stop and think about it at any time. It's not a service for the enemies to operate on you. That's why it's a really neat thing. It's quite one of the iconic things that make the Persona and Shin Megami Tensei games very either brutally knowledge check, because it's based on predictive intel, and so satisfying when you have that intel to completely destroy your enemies because you don't obey turn-based, you don't obey the turn-based limitations, right? Like you can have 8 turns if you want situation. Not 8 turns might be a little exaggeration. Actually, in P5X, right, in P5 the Phantom X, 6 turns is not unheard of. Like 6 turns on top of 4 1-mores on top of 2 all-out attacks, and then on top of like 4 damage procs all within one cycle of your team. That is what I mean by, sure, it's turn-based, however it feels real-time because your execution of your strategy is a combination attack. You are creating combos, so it's more so entering your combination, right? You're executing that 36-hit combo, basically. It's through that practice that feels so satisfying. So the turn-based part is simply to allow you to not have to fulfill the requirements of reaction. Like, oh no, you were too slow at entering your command, so the boss whacked you and buried you in the ground. It's combining people who don't want that, who don't want to be punished for having slow reaction time or whatnot, while at the same time getting the satisfaction of being able to execute something with great practice, right? A very important topic. This is incredibly one of the key features that in the future I expect to see, since I already play P5 the Phantom X, which captures the essence of the mechanics, right? The mechanics. And I'm expecting that P4R, P3R, and P5R, they all have developed and doubled down on the asynchronous turn-based safety net, as well as seeing that they're trying to add a bit of reactivity to the kind of like the dungeon crawling situation, right? And for P5R, I already noticed from P5X's design that there's reactionary platforming, right? So they added hiding behind objects, avoiding using real-time inputs by cover, and surprise attacks from above, below. So they added another form of tactility to embellish the gameplay. So traversal and movement deals with button inputs, right? And then object collisions, like when you're moving around, objects can hit you. So you want to avoid projectiles, traps, and whatnot. That creates more reactivity to the game that isn't the core combat system. And it's really fantastic, like where they're going. I'm in my first game, right? So the first of the modern ATLUS. This is where we start our journey. I'm expecting more of these things to be in the future. And when it comes to Shin Megami Tensei, obviously you have the generalization preferences right on the mark. Where there's a mechanic, there's probably a negation. Where there is a tool, you probably want to consider using it. If you specialize in something, you can still get away with it, I would say. However, the design, the way ATLUS designed things, it was with the intention. So we're talking about intention of using all your tools, right? And even I understand that you could argue, oh, well, you don't use all the personas. The personas all occupy very specific generalizations. Now, actually, I might be a little generous. Now, hear me out. Maybe I'm a little generous. Let's see. Let's say it's about where I think it is. And only because some of the effects are not quite there yet. So, like, while they emphasize tool use, right? Tool use. I would say, why is it going this way a little? It's probably because of the idea of buffs, debuffs, and buffs, and ailments, right? There are certainly other things that are a bit more optional, that are quite nuanced, and I carried over buffs and debuffs naturally because of the Phantom X, right? The Phantom X. In P3P, that's kind of a weaker spot. Generally speaking, then they are typically optional, even in some of the higher scaling, due to some of the interactions or lack of interactions to incentivize stacking and multiplicative tool use, like buffs multiplicatively interacting with some sort of multiplier. Usually it's single action damage sources. DOTs are single action, so it's in the earlier days, right? And that's what I mean by varied and tightness. Generally speaking, in fact, Persona is still on the P3P is still on the largely balanced but lean over on the tightness situation, because of underdeveloped tools. Large, and that underdeveloped, you could argue, might be like a production limit, like production limitations. And that leads to here, which the complexity, right? Complexity actually leads more to the refined side, largely because lack of depth yet, maybe, or it could be a resource thing. So what I mean by that is, it unintentionally is very refined. It could be intentional, but unintentionally refined. These are the early days of JRPG, so complexity is not on, maybe due to production costs or resources or the scope of the game, right? It could be due to scope. So when I think about when I was playing the game, my first thought is like, you do the battle, you collect your intel, and you see all the tools. However, the tools are one note, right? The tools are one layer. They're one layer thick. So when I talk about complexity, we're talking about multi-layers, multi-interactions, multiplicative triggers, exponential triggers, that type of thing. It does exist. These things do exist in other forms games around the time. Like it wasn't like absent from 2009 and like earlier than 2009. Other JRPGs have these multiplicative damages. Like Final Fantasy experimented with quite a lot of varying archetypes, like the job system, right? The job system introduced quite a lot of experimental interactions between things. Persona was way far more in the box. Like the skills shared among your characters and your characters and your personas are very much one layered. Decrease attack, increase hit rates, and then you have your poison. They're one layered, so it hasn't been developed forward yet. And with that said, the way I'm following and playing the Phantom X, the sky's the limit. So I'm anticipating that as the years go, as we get into the later games, the complexity and depth of the core mechanics will go up, right? One thing already noticed was more elements, right? The absence of psychokinesis, nuclear, bless, and curse, right? And then there's the idea of multiplicative, like multi-action skills, or skills that prop extra damage cycles, or damage cycles that are procced at the end of turn or beginning of turn. So we're talking about the absence of procs and triggers and persistence. And what do these look like? Well, we can still refer back to Clair Obscure from 2025, the Pictos, right? The Picto system, or the Final Fantasy VII, which is still around this. Final Fantasy VII predates, right? Predates Persona, like Persona 3. Yeah, it predates Persona 3, and they use the Materia system. So this is what I mean by, like, Clair Obscure did not follow up on, like, the Shin Megami Tensei situation. They followed up with more of a Materia system, which creates room for multipliers, triggers, procs, sequencing. Like one action leads to multiple procs, which triggers a after effect on command or on hit, right? Those are the things that, at the moment, P3P being an earlier game of, I'm not sure if the canonical, like, so P4 and P5 are going to go in hard like that. Persona 5, the Phantom X does go that hard. So you have characters who, like, create a double turn cycle that have, like, combinatorial effects that cycle between 3 turns, that stack 3 to 5 times, that trigger other stacks, and then you have members that are made together to trigger each other's stacks and whatnot. So, like, they're team comp oriented stuff where they synergize with each other. So that stuff, I'm not entirely sure how far they're gonna go with that type of thing. It's definitely more marketed towards team comp oriented things, like, because Persona 5 the Phantom X is a gacha game, the banners represent team comps, and we'll see how far they go. I'm not saying they don't exist, because Final Fantasy does exist, right? Even the new remakes, they do team comp oriented building, and that's something that's kind of, honestly, that's kind of missing. It's a little something that I kind of desire, and Persona hasn't really touched that at all, where in a way you could say ATLUS hasn't touched that per se, although again Persona 5 the Phantom X does touch upon that, where you have like a character designed to boost the synergy of another character, which that character then can do something to proc the other character, right? So when I was playing P3P, it's more like role playing. Most of the time, you're playing for RP points. Like Mitsuru, Kurijo, functionally every character has at least 2, 3. Like there are 3. They do the Trinity, and then they do the Shin Megumi Tensei system where you know weaknesses and whatnot. However, they typically have 2 overlapping roles with every other character, so you treat it as a flavor. Like, do you want Koromaru in your team or not? That they're tend to be flexible enough where they don't serve synergistic or multiplicative like certain compositions. It's simply a preference. So these are much earlier days. Despite Final Fantasy games like Squaresoft, that's the back then in Squaresoft, they also had casts about the same size as Persona, and their stuff deals with building and creating team comps and whatnot. So we'll see how Persona 6 turns out. I didn't get that impression from Persona 4, like 4G. Perhaps the later versions, right, like NP5R has some of this stuff. It's coming from somewhere, right? So that's what I mean by not so much complexity. It was a lot lower complexity than I like to think in my fondest memories. So now we get into audio. This was a little something really dawned on me on this one. When it comes to audio, obviously, music, when we talk about music, ATLUS got it. Music transcended all of the other things that require. Like, music is upfront, it has always been, and holds up, timeless, right? I feel like ATLUS has been running on this cylinder since, or so, like the original release, the PS2. Like, I haven't ever gotten an opportunity to play P1 or P2, but when it comes to P3 and on, I don't think they are anywhere trying to be more visceral at all. Like, your functional audio, what is that? It's about poetic, emotional, stylistic things, and they had it now, and they continue to have it now. It's actually diminished return at this point. Like, what could they do even more? Do more of it. It's like a fine wine at this point. Like, they had it then, and fast forward 20 years, right? From P3, 20 years from P3, still got it. If not even more in terms of its fundamentals. Like, it's iconically ATLUS. You don't miss any of that if you go back to playing this game. Like, it's still there, right? And then when it comes to audio, when we're talking about speaking, right, CVs, honestly, I think I'm not sure if this is going to change, but I think it's fairly well balanced, with a few standouts. Like, the standouts that I think about are like things like, I guess, Junpei, right? So when I think about JRPGs, I'm thinking about grandiose, boisterous performances, even if they're unlikable or even unrelatable. Like, for example, Squaresoft's Kefka or something like that, where when you think about the JRPG standards, you're thinking about large in life stuff, like clear up scare. Like when you think of clear up scare, wee woo, man. Like I'm just saying. The SK, right? That's what I mean. Like we're talking about boisterous things. Like we're even if they're completely unrelatable, that's like the entertainment value. That so in this way, I think I don't know if this is going to change in the future or not. I almost feel like it is going to skew to the right, to the performance side of things. Largely because when we get to P4 and then P5, especially P5, there's quite a lot of larger than life characterization and stuff. There's definitely obviously a balance in here. I think for the most part the dialogue is quite functional. Like it's grounded, kids complaining about things. I almost feel like I wouldn't mind more cheesy friendship discussions and taking it off the handle and go unhinged a bit. There are some unhinged things, like Toriumi is pretty unhinged. Toriumi sensei, like Maya and whatnot. So the thing is, it's not part of the audio at the moment, and we're talking about the CV. So the Japanese cast and the English cast, which will go into our next category. They are not necessarily encouraged to be a performance. So I'm looking forward to seeing when P4R is touted to have both CVs and they're like center stage nowadays, and P3R was advertised to have social links and whatnot be voiced, and P5R of course notwithstanding, and then P5X is restricted to Japanese. It's part of my thing where it doesn't have to be in English. However, having both is great to compare and contrast. And as well as listening to Japanese, I feel like with the last 3 years or so, I have this newfound appreciation for the performing arts. Like, what does performance Japanese sound like compared to functional Japanese? And the Aigis and Junpei, right, Iori-kun and Aigis, those are the ones that feel like there's Japanese performance, and in the English sense, they were quite comically performances as opposed to functional. Like, you could have a functional funny guy, which can be very endearing. For myself personally, when it comes to JRPGs, most JRPG characters, despite being grounded in like a high school or stuff, they tend to have very electric, charming, or even like kind of disagreeable sometimes, like they're caricatures in my opinion, and that might be a divisive thing. So we're talking about like a divisive, this is going to be more of a divisive hot take here. A larger than life performances, like CVs. So we're talking about like, give me your misfit, mechanical maiden being a mechanical maiden stuff, not like trying to specifically deliberately ground into modesty, because JRPGs thrive on that. It's about your electric eccentricities and whatnot while telling some grounded life lessons. Here's a good example. In the future, P3R, Koromaru has a voice actor. And when I heard some of the samples back from, I think 2 years ago, when they were using a sizzle reel for Koromaru has a personality. Now, in P3, right, this P3P, they used a soundboard, or they used a sound sample for Koromaru. Granted, that's probably because maybe it's resource dependent, or they didn't think it would be necessary per se to have a doggo be voiced by someone. When I hear the P3R samples, Koromaru is like so much more expressive because there's a human behind it who's trying to like kind of masquerade as a dog, right? So that's what I mean by performance. And some others might not agree with me where like, oh, they want their voice acting to be incredibly grounded, conservative and whatnot. When I think about like the JRPG or like even Korean, like Korean stuff of Korean things, you hear that common stereotype that I embrace, that I enjoy, the melodrama, the friendship, the over exaggerated focus on life, death, consequences, the grandeur of even the most mundane things being extraordinary. That's JRPG. So in this case, P3 was pretty tame. Like, it was tame in a sense that at some points it can be very boring. Like, what I mean is uneventful. So it's very functional. Like, okay. And when I was reading them, I was thinking, oh man, I'm looking forward to seeing how they do the social links. There were some social links. This isn't under audio because they don't have CVs for these guys yet. There were a couple characters that I am waiting for. Like, what? So, like, they're missing, like, for example, Bebe. I've been saying it over and over again because I did the social links twice. Bebe, I'm curious what Nozomi, because Nozomi gave me whiplash. So, Nozomi, what does Keisuke sounds like? Like, there are quite a lot of characters that when we move on to the next topic about multilingual and monolingual, the way ATLUS is presenting themselves now, right? So in this case, I want to put them in the middle too, where they made an attempt to have an English cast, right? English cast and a Japanese cast. However, they were all fairly grounded. Most of them are fairly grounded outside of Stanview, like Aigis and Junpei, right? The others are pretty tame. And my first thought is looking at how they advertise like P4R and whatnot, the characters, it's very vibrant. The conversations and the speak, they're really amping it up. It's filled with energy. It's like later ones like P4G. Even my impressions of the memory of the first like 40 hours when I was playing the first time, they kind of step up in my opinion, where the characters are now more of a performance art character. They're quite vibrant, memorable. And what I mean by vibrant, you could be like really depressed and doom seeking and stuff, but it's quite vibrant. I enjoy the guffawing and the like Ryoji, right? Ryoji's voice actor who like did the Farosu, right? Farosu and Ryoji, and then the Avatar Nyx when he monologues, or like the Takaya, right? Takaya and Jin, right? And Chidori. Those are performances. They're a JRPG melodrama and whatnot. And Junpei is the gag reel, and Akihiko is like a potato. Like he's very obnoxiously potato and out of touch. That's kind of what I mean. I really enjoy those things, and I think it's a hot take, but it's also a stereotype that has worked quite a lot. You have strong, quote unquote, strong, artsy performances, not functional, monolingual takes that are as natural as possible, because that is not the whimsical nature of JRPGs. So like a military officer could sound like a weird dude. That's totally subverting expectations, but you know, like a squeaky large character, right? Like a large character who has a squeaky voice. That's JRPGs. Like that's what I think about. you have to make some compromises with the whimsical larger than life, despite being like trying to ground yourself with the realism, right? The quote unquote realism of the subject matter, at least in my opinion. All right. And then we have the visuals. And this is where I didn't remember how sterile it is still. So we're talking about P3P, right? And I already know what is to come, largely because the Phantom X, like Persona 5, the Phantom X. I say this a lot because right now the latest one is my benchmark at the moment. And they even mixed it up. They even stylistically mixed up the UI all in one game. Like, because of their P3 collab, it toggles between like the P3 theme and the P5 theme. And then when the P4, the inevitable P4 collab happens, it's going to be a game that shows you that thematic, stylistic thing that ATLUS has matured into following Persona 5. Right, and then they went back to P3R, which I'm expecting, and then P4R. It is so vibrant, like, and what I mean by vibrant, I mean like so stylistically them. Right now, though, P3P is the early days, so it is incredibly, like, I almost want to say it's functional. There are already elements, though we still have like character portraits, right? Portraits, some color coding, right? Color coding and theme coding, some, but not quite yet. It's early days, and I think it's very humbling. What I mean is, seeing where they are now from where they are then, it's gonna be like night and day. I can't tell you how excited I'm looking forward to P3R, because they're mature, they're stylistic, like they're a refined stylistic approach has elevated so dramatically. Right now, though, it's pretty sterile, largely functional. Like, you can still see some things like stylistic, like the kind of like the bullet chamber, right? The bullet chamber design in the menu system, right? During combat, right? Combat menu. So there are early days example of that, but the dialogue boxes are like PSP sterile, and the dialogue, the text is kind of like where the characters are placed. It doesn't stick out. It doesn't stand out from being simply functional. So that's kind of a thing. Like, even the icons and the text layouts, pretty sterile, right? And then when it comes to fidelity interpretive, obviously they lean on interpretive, and that might be, it could also be like a resource thing, possible resource limitation early on. However, usually we're talking about Japanese, like anime inspired, so usually they land on interpretive over fidelity, as expected. So a bit of an interesting mixed bag. I think the ones that I really highlight that are interesting was definitely how far, like, if I had a couple of things that were a bit shocking or whatnot, is how far back this goes. Back before the art renaissance of Persona games, like the UI, color theme, right? Character accents, right? Character accents. Animation. Oh, that I'll add in the future, right? Animation is a big one. Like it didn't come to mind because like animation is minimal. Right? There's still animation work. And we're talking about not just like a lack. Obviously, this is a resource dependent thing too. Like rigs, special effects, hit stops, motion blur, camera shake, all of that is still in the works. So all of those are still in their beginning stages. So that's why I didn't even add animation, didn't even come to my mind. Like special effects, flourishes, they look sufficient, but it could be a resource limitation. In the modern day, all the contemporary ones, it's your eyes are blasted with style. Like just a normal attack is already unnecessarily flourished. So that's kind of early days, very, very early days in terms of animation. So we're not going to even tackle that yet. I can't tell you how like the things you do in a Persona game are so satisfying to watch over and over again. And Claire Obscura is no slouch. Like Claire Obscura was woo. And then here's another one coming up, right? Final Fantasy Resonance is coming up soon, and we're using HD, right? HD 2D into 3D model cutscenes, and it's like it's a feast for the eyes. That's what JRPGs are. Now, Persona has an elegance to it that is so identifiably Persona. So, this is before then, right? So one of the biggest things here is that animation is pre-peak, right? UI design, right, is still lacking from their peak, obviously. So we're talking about out of time and anachronistic. So you can kind of appreciate where it all started. Like we're not necessarily where it all started because P1 and P2 exist, but the early days of those things. And I'm not sure the CV is gonna change too much. I'm not sure which direction they're gonna go. When it comes to the Japanese P5X stuff, they're very functional. It's quite functional. There are a couple moments where it's incredibly overly dramatic. And in fact, my favorite chapter is chapter 3, and that's when the drama was turned up. Like there was lots of melodrama, which makes me feel that, yeah, I'm playing a JRPG situation. Not for better or for worse, it's simply that it is definable, right? It's very impressionable. When you try to ground your things when it comes to the grandiose nature of JRPGs, it might not stick out as much. It might feel like other things. So this is probably one of the biggest ones. Outside of that, right, early days are mechanical depth. And mechanical depth is not the same as reactionary and whatnot. Mechanical depth being the combats. And you could even argue the crawling side of things. That's probably one of the biggest factors. Now I can appreciate some of the quality of life changes, which is like the XP rate and the customizable, right, which is dealing with the customizable XP or diff rating. I'm not one to I already had one person who asked me, the first question is, which mode you're in. Diff ratings, that's not how I evaluate modes. And I understand others find it very informative when they ask, "Oh, are you playing on Intense or Maniac or something?" Like, I play for experience. Like, I play for quality of life. So I appreciate that XP was not a bottleneck for the experience. And these quality of life, I know that P4 also later down the road has like money rates. Some of the stuff that are designed in the loop, like the crawling stuff is incredibly the pacing is incredibly disagreeable, like at times when it comes to modern QOL standards. Now, that's literally an advertisement now in P4R. So ATLUS has also, these are early days, right? ATLUS has also addressed that. Like, it's legitimately, it was one of the points that were being made about adjusting the combat flow, the crawling flow, to update it, to bring it up to modern standard. Like, and modern standards are not that it's good or bad, it's more like what is trending and what is in vogue now. So P4R, they added the reactive time battle initiation, like different ways to skirt battles and adjust the pace. And I'm expecting that P3R will also have quality of life things that change the pacing. One of the pacing is also dealing with like the rigid and of course tightness of like the social link mechanic. Another early day thing is definitely the lack of casual sim aspect. And I recently played Dave the Diver, so these are things like mini games, right? We talk about mini games here. I am a fan of mini games. Of course, we're kind of reaching a fever pitch in mini games. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth kind of tested the outer limits of mini games. However, I like Dave the Diver, which is that is Dave the Diver. So when I hear comments about Rebirth is like almost excessive amount of mini games, I'm like, it panders to me. I am a mini game person, so not representative of other people per se. I want my mini games. My casual sims do not have mini games in Persona 3, and I think there might be 2 or 3 in P4 Golden. So I don't know if P3R retroactively added anything. Casual sims, like comfy sims, right? Casual sim or comfy sim related things typically have thematic things deal with their roster. And the whole idea of this, like mini games and themed or roster interaction, it's not unique to Persona at this point. Actually, in most JRPGs, there is some form of social link bond system, right? And those bond systems can be augmented and complemented with their complementary mini games. There's also early day. This early day is related to this. There are lack of independent subsystems. So what are independent subsystems? Like fun, compartmentalized, like special trials situation. Now there are the game did have things like the Vision Quest. I really enjoyed the Vision Quest. Like those things there are some of that going on, but not as much as you would think, because it's early days and maybe it's also resource heavy, where like There's some. What are some subsystems there? We had the. I'm sure these are gonna be embellished. We had the like weapon synthesis, right? Weapon synthesis. So we're talking about outside of the main stuff, which is the persona system, the social link system, right? And then a Tartarus climbing. Weapon synthesis. We had kind of like the Lost, right? The Lost. And there was item as well, like basically the antique shop. We're talking about the antique shop. We had things like rare spawns. So they did add quite a few things in there for the fun. And then, you know, a highlight would be, say, the boss fights, right? A boss fight like Fortune was a highlight. Fortune and Strength. Those type of things are what JRPG, the depth of JRPG subsystems create. They create a varied experience. And games like the Like a Dragon series, they go one further. They have self-contained like a secondary micro game in the game. I'm not entirely sure Persona is gonna go that route at any point. I think they do find they're a little bit on the tighter side than the varied side. That's what I mean by varied systems. When you have varied systems, this is where subsystems come in. More subsystems. So like a companion system, a pet raising system, the casual sim tropes, like planting gardens, cooking food to interact with your companions. I did see that some of these things are added to add more flavor. P3R does include a preparing meals and initiating a companionship, right? Like dinner with your dormitory. So those casual sim things are added as a quality of life or increased depth of stuff. Now, when it comes to, there's one big elephant in the room now to end all of this, which I obviously know already this is not happening unless P6 changes it. So that is the idea. The elephant in the room is, which is what Poke Earth, that did you play the MC route too, though. I really I'm not the biggest fan on some, like, the whole colloquial English about though. Like, though is inappropriately used because it's inferring and like suggesting. But we did play both the routes. That's the whole point of purchasing a game, in my opinion, is to play both. It's very classical to have people ask, which one did you like better? And then which one did you only play? Did you only play the Japanese CVs? Like, no, I played everything. That's why I like video games. I play games because when I buy them, I play everything, right? I am not a person who resonates with the constant assumption or the constant presumption that when you buy a game, you play it once and you play it your preferred way, and that's all that's interesting about it. So yes, we did play both the routes. We also played it in Japanese and English as well. And that is kind of my thing. I don't want to be like too like aggressive about my comments. You can play it the way you want. I wanted to be very clear that when I play a game, we're playing all of it, like even the languages, right? I like that people put time and effort into these things. So it's interesting that we live in a time where you have to ask a question about, did you play all of the game or did you not? Because yeah, there are a lot of video games. Generally speaking, though, with all due respect to those who like to graze, not glaze, graze through all their games, I'm typically one that does not graze through my game. I spend hours talking about the game while playing the game. I like to value my time than efficiency and speed running and whatnot, right? And what is this setting up? The elephant in the room. And that's the idea that there is a, I don't refer to her as the fem MC, but Kotone Shiomi, right? Kotone Shiomi, the elephant in the room, Kotone Shiomi and Makoto Yuki, right? Now, we compared and contrast, or I attempted to compare and contrast. We went through all of the social links, read all of them, farmed all of them, and I would have to say that it's an interesting attempt, and I'm gonna have my own personal take on this. I often felt like it's a welcome addition, for sure, because I do enjoy the idea of them making an attempt for like a gender role. What came out of this is that there was characterization. The highlight is that there's characterization for the male roster. Yeah, since you're playing the Kotone Shiomi, she interacted with the male roster. One of the deficiencies that I had when I was going over Makoto Yuki is that it was female dominant. So it was wonderful to see Akihiko be characterized, Junpei, right? And Junpei being characterized, Shinjiro, right? Shinjiro, so the highlight is this, due to that. Now, there is a thing that gets to double down on that I'm not the biggest like fan, so to speak. It doesn't pander to me, and that's that Kotone Shiomi ends up, what happens is it does bring back what I find lacking, and that is voiceless MC syndrome. So Kotone Shiomi still is as voiceless as Makoto Yuki. Now, maybe not as voiceless because they introduced things like choice. There was a romance, the early days, so early days romance choices. So Akihiko, Shinjiro, Ken, and possibly Junpei. I don't know. It was plus or minus because I wasn't very sure of the choices. So you had a choice which makes the MC feel, so Shiomi feel a little less voiceless. Makoto Yuki still kept the same thing where it's like the harem bound stuff. Now this is P3P. I am aware that despite P3R not featuring Shiomi, they did go back and try to embellish the male roster, which is related to what I'm talking about the casual sim stuff. So with the addition of the casual sim stuff, there was a bit of a TLC for balancing the characterization. Now, does that alleviate the lacking voiceless MC situation for myself? Not really. I'm a little bit of a, maybe like a hipster or something across this. I'm a bit of a, I guess, contrarian here or maybe a resistance. I like my MCs to have stories. I enjoy role playing the MC. So it might be a conflict of interest with the style of social links, right? Like the whole VN like social link system. And you might argue like, well, it's not possible to do that. Well, yeah, it is. It is possible. Suikoden, Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger. Well, actually, I take it back. Chrono Trigger has a voiceless MC. Clear Obscure does not have a voiceless MC. And they still use social links and whatnot, right? Like a Dragon, right? Bonds, but your MC is a character. Your MC is not necessarily choosing dialogue choices for the sake of being an extension of yourself. So I do like Makoto Yuki, what they symbolize and what Kotone Shiomi symbolizes. Now, I'm genuinely curious if that feeling subsides when I go to Izanagi and what is his name? Ren Amamiya? Or just we'll go with Ren, right? Ren and Izanagi Yu is his name, right? The given name, Yu, and Ren, I'm not sure if that still holds true. But Makoto Yuki, I like what Makoto Yuki symbolizes. In fact, I talked about my story when I was as a teenager or graduating, I was going to college. I played Persona 3, and the irony here is I resonated with Makoto Yuki. Not because Makoto Yuki had a voice and that he was an impressionable character, like, for example, like Geralt of Rivia, or like I forgot the Cyberpunk 2077 person, but despite having choices, like you're doing choices, it's a conduit and avatar, they are characters. They are characters with a voice, their own motivations and stuff. So I like role playing with characters that do that. VN games don't necessarily play into that too much, but there are VN games that do have that. Like, for example, Okurin, or I forgot his actual name, in Steins Gate, for example, where the characters have their motivation. It does limit your choices and whatnot, and it does present certain things, which they do attempt. They do that. You don't like go off the unhinged route with Makoto Yuki and Shiomi's choices. The thing is, they also feel like they're conduits. They're conduits for the player, not themselves. The moments that you feel that Makoto Yuki has something to lose and Kotone Shiomi is like near the end of the game, right? It feels like, oh, you feel for that character, but during most of the process, I, in my opinion, don't feel like there was any. They don't feel like characters. There are moments that they exist, like, for example, the beach scene, the summer scene, right? Other than that, taking the exams and that stuff, it feels like a conduit for yourself. So that's one of the things that happened. Adding Kotone Shiomi doubled down on that problem, in my opinion. For me, that's a lacking situation. I love the addition of what adding Shiomi had to do with the other characters. So Junpei, Akihiko, especially Shinjiro, I mean Koromaru even had some stuff. Those and obviously Ken and whatnot. And even the additional social links. The additional social links will continue to be social links. And then your main cast had more interaction. So I didn't hear that they integrated more interactions with the male roster, largely because Makoto Yuki's male and they were centering around the idea that he was male, as opposed to Shiomi, which then introduced a motivation for male roster interaction. Despite all that, it caused the same problem twice to me, where it feels like the character that you spend most of your time representing or moving around, they don't have anything. Like, it just doesn't feel like you can't even feel their suffering. Like what you're doing is you're missing the characters. You don't really know if they miss the character. Like Yuki's life, they feel like empty vessels. And back to my young teenager self when I was going off to college before playing this, right? That's how I felt when I was younger. So the irony here was it's not that the game allows you to be this perfect guy, right? All the social links thank you for like being encouraging, being there for them. That's kind of a weird way to say a power fantasy where everyone loves you, you're adored, so you live your life as this special. No, I actually felt the opposite. When I played this game now, and even then, the thing I feel is emptiness. Like Makoto Yuki and Kotone Shiomi are empty characters. They are voiceless. They are people who they help everyone else, but they don't help themselves, or they help everyone else, but they just feel empty inside. Now, you could argue maybe that was the whole purpose of the game, right? Actually, I would argue the theme of the game is that you treasure your memories and whatnot. Unfortunately, the character you play is a mechanical conduit, so you can't really tell if they're enjoying themselves or not. Like, you barely even know if Makoto Yuki is smiling. Or now this might be a VN thing. So in the future, P3R, like we're talking about P3P specifically, you can't get that feeling. You don't know if your character is smiling. You don't know if Yuki is like he's having a fun interaction, right? Specifically for P3P. I know that P3, the P3 that I played on PlayStation 2, they use like character models. Now that's still under scrutiny because that was back then. What makes the modernization of P3R and the other games is now they have character models, and those character models are wonderfully, uncharacteristically expressive despite being more rigid than other games. Like, for example, Clair Obscur, who use motion, right? Performance capture stuff. They're quite expressive. So I'm looking forward to hopefully feeling that Makoto Yuki is not more of a conduit for yourself and more so a character that you can see that you can want Makoto Yuki to be happy, or he's like weirded out, or like what the heck is happening right now, that type of thing. It might still be very stilted, like Makoto Yuki might still be stilted in that way. Shiomi doesn't change it. It actually accentuates how lacking the MCs are. That's my personal take. I still like what they served, right? The mechanics that they served for. They served in service of they're in service of the other cast members. And you have to empathize with them. You are the projected person. I play, and to definitely clarify things, I play video games because I want to role play. Like, I want to be part of the role of a character, not the role. Like, I talked about this before between like the contrast between ARPGs and JRPGs quite a bit actually, with like CRPGs, like D&D style things. There are people who think role-playing games is to role-play themselves in a role that they can't imagine, or like that they can imagine, like they create the role that they want to play, but they're going to go out of their comfort zone. I'm more the role-playing game, like put me in a role that someone created that I have a hard time relating to, but somehow they get me to understand, right? I like playing roles that I don't otherwise understand. So JRPGs did that for me so often, over and over again. You play a character, you see the character go through things that you can't possibly imagine, but yet the writers convince you that, hey, you understand this thing despite their craziness. Like, this person's in a life and death situation nonstop. How can you possibly appreciate that? Great writing, for example. So I think for me, that's kind of one of the elephants in the room. Like, Kotone Shiomi, I absolutely love the addition of her in service of the existing characters and additional characters like Saori, right? Saori, Rio, Saori and Rio, right? Who else is absent? The other ones exist. They're crossed. Like, even Kazushi shows up and whatnot. Oh, the P4 editions. The allusion to the P4 cast was only on the Shiomi side. So that was kind of neat. Like, I don't know their names very well yet, but the red and black motif girl from P4, and then they mentioned Chie, the other one, in that one school meeting. So I'll get their names down soon because I'm about to move P4. So those were kind of neat. Yeah, the main MC, like, for instance, I got more, in my opinion, I got more from P5X, the Phantom X, when they started the collab with Makoto Yuki, and then Makoto Yuki and Yukari talk to each other. Like, basically, Wanda is now, like, Nagisa Kamishiro, the main character, the MC of Phantom X, he's voiceless now. However, him seeing Makoto Yuki and Yukari interact and then Akihiko interact, that's what makes Makoto Yuki so a character. Like, it was really wonderful to see that, because I still felt like Makoto Yuki is just basically a conduit. Until now, you're playing another conduit, Nagisa Kamishiro, and then you're looking at them interacting. It's like, oh, okay. And then you start feeling, oh man, that sucks, because Yukari and Akihiko is in a timeline where they don't know yet that Makoto Yuki dies. I'm sorry, spoilers, by the way. Whoever is watching this is probably already aware of this, right? 20 years. Warning. But Makoto Yuki is gone. So when you're seeing them having fun, right? Like, even though you're playing Wanda, which is another voiceless MC, right? And he feels a little bit empty inside. You have to use your projection. You have to... It's not as much, though. I don't think it's to the extent of Makoto Yuki or Shiomi in this sense. Nagisa Kamishiro does do some emoting despite being in a gacha game, right? I like to think that later down the road, Izanagi and Ren has more, because when you're playing Kamishiro from P5X and you see the other characters, right? I saw lots of things that I know quite a lot of P5 now because of the teasers and how they collaborate. And then P3 as well, like, I got to relive the priestess thing, the train scene, the very first operation through P5X, and seeing them interact, seeing the MC not be you, right? You not being Makoto Yuki, and they deciding how Makoto Yuki will interact with Yukari, that was great. That make it felt like they had something to lose. So it sucks and it feels worse, not because I was playing the MC in P3. It feels worse because you see them happy and interacting with each other and bantering, knowing that the dramatic irony is Kamishiro doesn't know, but you know as a player that Makoto Yuki and Yukari, those days are numbered, like their interaction there, right? Like so that's kind of the thing that I feel like I miss a little. Now, it still has the similar impact near the end. I would say, despite that, that scene, the touching scene, the animation, the confrontation with Nyx, it still hits home, right? Makoto Yuki sacrificing his life, right? And then I imagine, one other thing to keep in mind, that I have a copy when I played this. I also have a copy of FES, which I didn't play. And in FES, right, the P3P lacks the answer, right? The answer edition, which is when you take the position of Aegis, right? That's what I mean by elevating the existence of Makoto Yuki. And it's missing in P3P, so I still don't have that offset. And I actually think that the FES version, that will do it. That allows Makoto Yuki to feel more weight because his loss is felt by someone. So you take a role change. Now, this role change is a JRPG trope. It's a JRPG mechanic. So there are quite a lot of JRPGs somewhere in the duration of a JRPG game, especially Final Fantasy. Chrono Trigger did this. Chrono Cross did this too with Lynx, and your main character, I think his name starts with an S. Sergeant? Seijin? Yeah, and Lynx, and then Chrono Trigger as well, right? Where you swap characters, so the character lead changes. And that's where I felt that because of the way Otone Shiomi and Makoto Yuki was done, it kind of makes you feel empty inside 2 times over. Now, you might be thinking, well, there aren't many games that change roles and still contain social links with a shared world with 2 protagonists. Clear up scare. It's still a little bit early, so I won't spoil anything. One thing I can say is you play as more than one character. Okay? So like, and those characters have their own motivations, their own weight. In fact, it's hard to beat around the bush, so spoiler warning, very spoiler warning. The impact of Makoto Yuki's death holds a very small candle despite you playing through the entire game, establish all the social links and whatnot, compared to the Act 1 death of Gustave in Clair Obscur. So you do play 2 characters in Clair Obscur, and they still have social links, bonding with the roster and whatnot. They don't have a grand writing of a lot of characters. However, all of the characters, there is still a roster with social links, like interactions and scenes, right? So that's what I mean by that. And if we want a different example, both those characters occupy the same canon. So Shiomi feels like a facsimile as well in that nature, where it's not canonical, it's like parallel storylines and whatnot. So it's more like a half effect. And if you want another example, not quite a JRPG. Oh, wait. There is a JRPG. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We have Kiryu and Kasuga, right? 2 split chapter role swapped characters. They have all of their own motivations. They have all of their own social links. They cross interact with each other. In fact, a lot of times when you play too much of one MC, the other MC, when that MC ends up being your companion, it's like a dual purpose. And I was gonna make an allusion to Yakuza 0, where you play 2 main characters. that's not quite a JRPG though. It's a beat 'em up. So, but Infinite Wealth does that. Serves as a great example where both characters are canonical and they interact with each other. When they interact with each other, it makes each character feel more lively, like their existence can be appreciated through the perspective of another character that is dear to them. This did not happen the way in P3P. You could argue maybe it's a writer's intent or perhaps a resource limitation. I don't know what the choice is. I think it's lacking because Makoto Yuki was already a voiceless MC to begin with. And then when you have a body double, Kotono Shiomi, then you create competition for voiceless MC. Now, the thing is, how do I know this creates competition? Oftentimes when I play the video game, like, or when I talk about this, and Persona is constantly like, did you play FemMC? Did you play FemMC? It's no one, like, people just assume like, oh well, because FemMC is better than Makoto Yuki, or I like Makoto Yuki more than Shiomi, that type of thing. It creates competition as opposed to, did you play the game that has both of the characters? Like, what I mean is, if you play through the game, you play both characters. So that's kind of the tough situation. I think that choice, I'm not sure if that came into play, where like if you play Yakuza 0, you play Majima and Kiryu. When you play Infinite Wealth, you play Kasuga and Kiryu. It's not, did you play one or the other? That's that's exactly why that comment by the stranger, Oak Earth, highlights it. And it happened, that's the only question I get most of the time, where like, oh, but you're not playing the right routes, or why didn't you play the male route instead of the female route? It's like, why play both the routes? But only one route matters, and that's kind of the rough part. I think it creates an emptiness. It doubles down on the emptiness. So despite that, the thing that you could kind of argue is, well, the other stuff still exists, right? Like Junpei still has the father problem. It's just that Makoto Yuki doesn't know about it, or something like that. Or in P3R, they add those things. I'm genuinely curious, do they add Shinjiro's cooking thing? Or does it never happen because Shiomi doesn't exist situation? That type of thing creates almost a feeling of a retcon. Like, anachronistic multi-timeline things can feel like a missed opportunity, right? You can keep making the argument like, oh, there's multi-timelines and there's multiple universes. I still feel P5X feels empty like that. So when you interact with the P5R cast, right, in P5X, it still feels like, oh, well, they're just gonna forget everything. So it feels like it's a retcon over and over again, which may or may not be something that can be a deal breaker. For myself, you can't help but feel empty. Like you lose substance from it. Oh, they really like each other, right? And they form an emotional bond only to be forgotten. That kind of thing, and you have wishful thinking that, man, if only they could do this and only they could do that. That's kind of part of storytelling. Now, does it feel cheap? I don't think it feels that cheap. It doesn't change the fact that they are what they are, right? Like, Kotone and Makoto are voiceless. And then what I gather from you is kind of still feels that way. And it's kind of the thing for Persona games. So, no knock on ATLUS. I think they want to focus. I think it's intentional to a great extent. They want to focus on the idea of using what they refined, and I don't actually know how the Persona community reacts. I think they might enjoy that. I imagine that's what they like. I personally like things like Geralt of Rivia situation, where the main character is a role you play. You do make decisions with them in mind, but they are part of their own narrative. They are their own stories. They also make choices for you that you can't always win them all because of the nature of the role you're playing. There is a boon though. While P3P lacks character models for Makoto Yuki, right? It's a VN game. VN game takes you out of Makoto Yuki. Much like the PlayStation 2 version, the P3R version has Makoto Yuki scenes. Like the character itself persists. So you can see interactions and stuff. Why is this important? Because whenever you, Izanagi, showed up in like P4R, you know, like when they reanimated and they had those scenes, those character models, those rigs, you immediately became awesome. Like it feels like you is a character, as opposed to you're constantly seeing yourself, pretending to know that you is off screen. That's what I mean by one of the off-putting things about the P3P, in my opinion. Because of the visual novel presentation, I think, in my opinion, it clashes with Persona game, where the MC, I feel you can at least witness the MC's existence. The whole theme about the Makoto Yuki is that his life is very significant, right? Shiomi, Kotone Shiomi's life is significant. However, because of how VNs work, right, VN style thing, you rarely ever see the materialization of your character you're playing. It's you. So, for myself, I might sound a little bit stereotypical here, but I'm not that narcissistic enough or arrogant enough to appreciate that I'm the important character. Like, I don't feel like a character that doesn't speak for himself and or herself is someone that could be me. Like, being narcissistic and arrogant is not a bad or a good thing. It's a serviceable thing to feel self-importance, right? Self-esteem uses self-importance. You need to be some narcissistic and self-interest in order to like have a form of self-esteem. But I don't really need more of that. I genuinely like to forgo that idea and play the role of a character. So I want Makoto Yuki to do things. I want to see him defend his thing. So the final act, like the Nick stuff, that is wonderful. Or seeing him be part of roster activity, like the summer stuff. So it's the summer and the Knicks thing really gives him weight, right? And people crying for him and whatnot. That's like Aegis thing. So I am looking forward to playing the answer finally, like 20 years later, when I get to P3R, because Aegis will contextualize Makoto Yuki. That's kind of what I mean by JRPG does do this. It is a trope, right? You have the JRPG trope is do a perspective flip, perspective change in the MC. So they could have done it that way, in my opinion. Kotone Shiomi could have done a perspective shift in the sense that it interacts with Makoto Yuki. Hear me out. There's still an opportunity for that, because in P5X they can write something for Kotone meeting Makoto. So I'm genuinely curious if they're going to do so. at least for the parallel, you know, the story, like the universal timeline or the multiverse timeline or what have you, where then it feels like Otone, right, like Shiomi and Yuki occupy the same space, and they can have really fun interactions or unusual interactions, like Junpei, for example. Like Junpei could be like, wait, what's going on? Like, why do I feel like I talked about this quite a bit for the P5X situation. Like, why does it feel like I know you really well and I also know you really well? What's going on? Why do the two of you feel so familiar, right? That would be kind of interesting, which could breathe a lot of fun little things about future projects with the whole multiverse thing and whatnot. I think that's kind of what makes it feel a little bit empty. So the two weakest characters are the main characters. It's for me. For P3P, the two weakest characters is Makoto Yuki and Otone Shiomi. Weakest is because it relies on the user. And I think one of the things I don't particularly enjoy, personal preference, other people, this is like a whole industry. I'm not the biggest fan of VN games. In the sense of VN games that you are not either a person participant, like there are VN games where you are participating with the other players, so you are you deliberately, like a detective story or a murder mystery like Ace Detective and Danganronpa and stuff like that, right? That's a different story. But the other ones are the ones where you are playing a role and everyone panders to you, right? And when you pander to them, it feels like, well, it would have been interesting to play a character, like play a role-playing character. Acting out my fantasies is not, that's personal take. I am not a person who like jumps right in and want to constantly play a power fantasy or want to act out all my worldly desires or want to do things that I'm uninhibited to do, like kick someone down or, you know, hit someone or like that. That's my personal take on it. I'm not the target audience for that. So for myself, if I want to play a JRPG game, I want to play a character. And if I do have to play a character like Makoto Yuki, the JRPG trope is to have a protagonist flip or a protagonist swap. If we want to take a example right now from modern contemporary titles that use this as a mechanic, Octopath Traveler. Right, Square is on top of that, Octopath Traveler. In fact, at the moment, I think Final Fantasy Resonance is going to do that in a interesting way, because Final Fantasy games do somewhat also struggle a little bit on occasion where the main character, the MC, it still feels a bit empty because of they're the conduits. So like Titus and Vaughn from Final Fantasy 12, for example, Lightning from Final Fantasy 13, Noctis maybe less so. Like it starts becoming less and like they're still like, what's his name? Clive? Final Fantasy 16. So there's still that issue occasionally of your main character feeling a little weaker because you're kind of making decisions for him and whatnot. However, Final Fantasy Resonance, they're showcasing all the like potential MCs as well as like underdeveloped characters, and now I don't know how the game's gonna play out. However, they're all in the context of each other. So like Cloud is adjacent to Squall, which is adjacent to Zidane, and next to Titus, next to, like, they're all there. So now you can have an interaction with all of them. If there's any character that has the most characterizations lately, was Cloud, Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII, due to the modernization of his story. Things like that. It would be kind of cool to see that happen. In fact, it's kind of there's a parallelism between Final Fantasy Resonance and, in my opinion, Persona 5 The Phantom X, because while they're not comparatively in terms of their gaming market, the idea is Persona 5 The Phantom X presents opportunities in which the MCs of a lot of games, or the underdeveloped characters of a lot of games, can interact with each other to create a greater theme game that combines the legacy of the characters, kind of like a Super Smash Brothers Ultimate situation where you're showcasing all of your stuff. Obviously, Phantom X took the gacha approach as a banner thing, merchandising, or virtual merchandising, I suppose, versus like Star Wars, for example, who merchandise using actual physical things, or Pokemon, like creature collectors, right? Gacha creature collectors. And now Final Fantasy VII is, or not Final Fantasy VII, Square is celebrating all of their characters with a 2D HD, like HD 2D game, Final Fantasy Resonance, which it showcases across the generations of their game. So usually this is kind of like for preservation and to elevate the interest to play these games again, right? When you play Final Fantasy Resonance, you're like, man, this character, Squall, he's so neat. Like, oh, he's from Final Fantasy VIII. Now I want to play Final Fantasy VIII to see what his deal is. That situation. And I think that's where Phantom X comes into the picture. When Kotone Shiomi, right? Kotone Shiomi shows up in the Phantom X, which is related to P3P. The stuff I'm saying here, in my opinion, will become more relevant. And it's relevant because it's post, right? We're saying the post 2026, right? Perspective. And all of that other stuff that comes in. When you play this game for Kotone Shiomi, it's still kind of fairly empty. You just, it doesn't feel like your character is anything. And I think it's more of a persona symptom than anything. I want to say this feeling is probably this like criticism or like personal preference is going to go away when I play P4G again and then P5R. We'll see. I think P3R, because of the rigging and showing Makoto Yuki literally on a couch, like emoting a little bit. I mean, I don't even know at the moment. Maybe he just has a steel face, like a poker face the whole time. That might be a thing too. That might be his jam. Or if he smiles and whatnot, that'd be great. But Kotone Shiomi is not in P3R. And then when I'm playing P4G, they still have the limited character models. That's still great. I thought you felt more concrete because you see him, right? And do things and interact. And P4R is going to take that to the next one. There's already the funny meme of, I forgot what those things are called, but when Rise, I didn't even get there yet. When Rise showed up, right? You did that classical motion with the flag and stuff. That's what I mean. Despite like you maybe being voiceless, I don't know if he's still voiceless in P4R. I think P4G he was largely voiceless. The idea is now the character feels like a character that is not simply acting as your conduit. And P5X has done a lot for that. Like Makoto Yuki, just hearing him talk, I'm not sure if it's the same CV. I would have to double check. I have to double check if they, the voice sample, the person who's like yelling and making the grunts in P3P, did they also, is he in P3R? And then is that the same guy in P5X? I really doubt it. however it is, that's awesome. Because when he spoke, I can't tell you how, like, think my reaction was fairly modest. I'm not a very hyper reactive person. When they announced the P3R, when they released the P3R collab, and Makoto Yuki showed up, and then he showed up with Yukari, right? Yukari, and he starts talking to her. I'm like, I think that's the most things he's said in the 150 hours. Like, now I have played 150 hours of P3P. We played it twice, although granted 30 of those, maybe like 40 of those hours was Makoto Yuki, and then the other 100 was Kotone Shiomi. Just that 5 minutes where he's talking to Yukari, I'm like, I think that's the most I've ever heard. So I really do enjoy it. I think it's so hard for me, in my opinion, to have a modernized contemporary game that is a JRPG that features a mechanical MC to not have a character perspective swap sometime in the video game in order to create a salience and a opportunity to kind of give weight to the character. So I'm going to be looking for this in probably not P4G. I feel like P4G is more or less going to feel the same way, because I genuinely don't remember too much about you other than through the characterization of like Nanako, his sister, right? His little sister and whatnot. So it's oftentimes the character is characterized by everyone around them, not the character itself. Then strikes me as someone maybe a little bit more, because I mean, again, this is all paid by P5X. One does interaction. Nagisa Kamishiro's interaction with Ren and Makoto Yuki was what created the interest in the character. Playing P3P, not so much. It doesn't feel like it. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they are going to do a dual protagonist. I know P4G doesn't have a dual protagonist, it's just you. And I know that P5R is going to be Ren. That doesn't mean P6, although some of the leaks, right? Some of the leaks, we'll talk more, we'll brainstorm about stuff in the future with P6. That doesn't mean P6 can't have a dual protagonist. And we're not talking about dual protagonists as in Kotone Shiomi and Makoto Yuki. That's singular protagonist. That's a singular protagonist. They're sharing the same timeline, or like a parallel timeline. A dual protagonist is that they interact with each other. Actually, most of the time, dual protagonists deliberately interact with each other. They are designed in which their storylines actually cross paths with each other. It is the centerpiece. Having a dual protagonist is that they constantly cross in and out of importance. So the interaction between them forms their multiple parties. So the multiple parties interaction with them creates like this unravelable web of intrigue between groups, right? Tales games do this too, despite having one protagonist, right? For the most part, like many of the Tales games. And with that said, we're looking forward about the Persona 6. One thing that I thought I mentioned near the end that was really neat, and I'm going to hold on to this, the hot take, Persona 6, it's going to be about loneliness, in my opinion. Like, it would be great. I'm going to just shoot the spitball. If I'm wrong, that's fine. Like, I'll be surprised with whatever they have. My thought is, if they're going to make a game, if P6 is going to have a dual protagonist, right? Two protagonists, it would be swell if they take the topical issue of loneliness, the epidemic of modern societies, modern relationship with modern technology, and the lack of companionship and the increased isolation. Now, the lack of companionship can be also spun with people who prefer to be isolated. You know, the argument and the debates are like, is isolation sufficient for humans? Or is companionship the answer? So they can explore all of that and color it green for serenity and serenity and tranquility, right? And harmony. Green is something of a friendship color. So, right, nature and harmony coming together, the two things coming together. So there's a time, in my opinion, Persona 6, that would be kind of neat. It will be like the pursuit of companionship. And just so happens they break ground and introduce dual protagonists. Two protagonists that interact with each other. And it is through the camaraderie of them. Maybe even make them like two sides of the same coin situation, which is a very common trope, in my opinion. A far more common trope for JRPGs / like Japanese drama, where you have two rivals turned frenemies, turned BFFs, right? And they, each of them has their merry band of characters. So I mean, it is a play from the SEGA category for sure. And I mean, you could have you interact with Ren or things that P5X is basically farming at this point. All right. With that said, I look forward to our P4G playthrough. This is the end of the candid conclusion for P3P, right? Most of these are reflexive, retrospection. I do this to collect all my thoughts for the next project. This is the first of the series of the Persona series of games, and I plan on moving forward to P4G. I will start with the opening opinions. It'll look like this. It might be on the shorter end because I did cover a lot of my comments with P4G. We'll see how much I speak about it. But in another day or two, I'll start off with a day one, then we'll hop into P4G. The goal is to P4G is going to be another month, right? I don't think these games decrease in length at all. And the goal is P4G, then P5R. P5R is going to be somewhere, it might be after October. So November, and then P3R in November to December. We're going to play Stranger Than Heaven because SEGA RGG releases their like annual like RGG game. And then February is P4R. So we're actually going to be ready for P4R then, so we can compare and contrast. So we won't be coming back to the world of P3 until sometime in November, December, around like up to like Christmas and stuff. It'll be interesting. And by then, I do actually expect by then there's a high chance that Kotone Shiomi is going to be released for either the half anniversary sometime or it's the half anniversary period, which is around Christmas time, or the 30th anniversary, which by the way, Persona's 30th anniversary is around September. So she's either going to be teased or shown somewhere around the 30th anniversary. That's like third week of September, or by the time we roll around in P3R, like kind of nearing the end of P3R, the half anniversary, there's a chance we'll hear about Kotone Shiomi in P5X. Underrated, honestly, underrated. And playing this game only heightens the first introduction of Xiaomi and like grounding and, creating weight for her. All right, that's it. That is a wrap for P3P. I don't know if we'll ever come back to this. Sometimes I have this, I'm thinking of ways to like bring back some of these things, like going back to an older Like a Dragon game. So far, this is the start of my second legacy project, right? These legacy projects go on for at least half a year or more. We played through all of the Like a Dragon games, starting at the chronological Yakuza 0, all the way up, and then it lined up right for the release of the next RGG game. This is the same deal for this one. We are gonna try to play all the Persona games up to the release of the most recent Persona games, and that will be our goal. So I might get faster and quicker and less rambly as time goes on because all of the stuff is being said and rehearsed. I think I got most of the stuff out, so tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, when we start P4G, will be a lot more quick about it to some extent. I was pretty quick when we started P3P. So, alright, folks, that's a wrap for now. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself. It is the 30th anniversary of Persona this year, so no shortage of discounts and whatnot. I'm not affiliated with ATLUS nor SEGA. However, by sheer coincidence, the two games that I like, which I'm currently in the process of language learning, appreciating the Japanese language and possibly the Chinese language, because I'm actually half expecting that, and someone suggested this, that it might actually be true, that P4R is going to be in 3 languages. Who knows? We'll see. It might just be localized, is what they saw, but I do kind of expect ATLUS SEGA to kind of move forward with that little nod here about the multilingualism, because I do spend the other half of my time or more language learning to better appreciate like cross-cultural things and talk about multiculturalism. I tend to talk about that a lot, yapping about that quite often in these games, largely because I play these games as a way to connect with a younger audience, while at the same time playing things that depict things that I would be able to share about younger audience. I don't particularly have a little one of my own. However, I do have a really dedicated life calling to wanting to interact with the future of humanity, to sound a little bit more grandiose. I like seeing and helping and engaging with the youth and just seeing how much they enjoy doing things or not doing things, I suppose, because Persona can highlight that too. So anyways, you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about your deep cuts. Maybe if you're a millennial, how do you feel? Do you still play Persona games and connect by way of being in from an adult perspective, right? Look at Makoto Yuki from an adult perspective, as opposed to a teenager recognizing their power fantasies or their celebrity stardom or the idea of companionship that's substituted for escapism, that type of thing. Lots of deep cuts in there. Very appropriate for games like Persona 3, right? And maybe even Persona 6 in the future. You're more than welcome to come on by. I got lots and lots of anecdotes and little social link stories, I suppose. I have particular social links of my own that curate very much like Persona 3, actually. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.